the rapid-fire volleys. Ooh. Oh, he's going to get it, though. What a get from Stupa there. Incredible. That's why you never give up the chase.
Oh, and it's a shame you wanted them to win that point after that get. You can hear the roar of the crowd.
He's so good at doing that and still running after the bounce on the fence. So quick.
He's not even looking at the court when he does that as well. I guess the biggest risk is that you leave your partner pretty exposed, and Alex Ruiz held on as much as he could, but just that little bit of effort and extra.
You don't touch the fence or the glass with your shot or your body. That's what makes padel so exciting.
And that's the case at most international or all international level tournaments, right? But maybe if you're just playing down at your club, there's sometimes not enough space around the court, so sometimes or at lower level tournaments, that rule isn't necessarily in play all the time.
Yes, exactly. You need the space around the court. I would also say that you've got to be quite a high level in order to be able to A, do that, and B, run out the gate to get it. It's not something you will see in your everyday club.
And it's Ruiz and Stupa who have just stepped up a little bit more here. We've got a lefty and a righty on the same team, which they're facing two right-handed players. What kind of advantage or disadvantage? Is there any kind of benefit in having somebody who holds their racket in their right hand and their left hand on the same team?
So a left-hander would always play on that right side so that you both have your forehand volleys and your overheads down the middle of the court. It does mean that you can be slightly more offensive as a team. I would say probably up till this stage, though, they're winning mainly because they're just being a little bit more consistent. And as I say that, Stupa hits his Bajada into the net. But I mean, so much of this game is down to consistency, but it can be an advantage to have a lefty as long as you put them on the right-hand side. There's absolutely no point in having a lefty on the left. Great ball from Stupa there. So much slice on that ball, but Libaak able to dig it out.
Excellent defense from Libaak. Down in the corner. Now,
such a good defender.
And now using his volleys really nicely to try and force Stupa and Ruiz a little bit further back, and then the error comes. That is brilliant from Libaak, and now it's time for them to have a chance at a break, 2 break points.
That's really 3 unforced errors from Stupa there to give them this 15-40 lead on his own serve. Unforced error there from Alex Ruiz. You can see his frustration to give them that break.
And now we will go to the Argentinian pro, fantastic coach Mauri Andrini.
Make the back glass your best friend. I will give you 3 top tips to help you improving the shot of the back wall. First of all is the position. If you're too close to the back wall, then you're gonna be uncomfortable. If you're too far away also. So make sure you are in between service line and the back wall. Second tip, early prep. You have to be ready. Otherwise, you will end up using the wrist, and that is not good because you lose control. And the third one, a very important, decision making. Take it easy. You start step by step using the back walls, but then they will become your friends. It's not a rocket science.
So Mauri Andrini telling us that it's not racket science, but I'm sure anyone picking up a racket for the first time will tell you that that back glass is one of the hardest things to master, especially if you're coming from a different racket sport background. It's got to be your friend.
I mean, it's such a temptation. I remember this from when I first started. You almost want to avoid the glass. You're volleying it, half volleying it, anything to avoid the ball touching the glass, because it feels quite foreign and it feels like you don't have the confidence for it. But we recommend to all our players, like, as much as you can, learn the rebound, learn how to play with the glass as early as you can in your paddle journey, and you will thank us in the end. Maybe not while you're learning, though.
So both teams now with a break. It's 3-2 to Franco Stupaczuk from Argentina and Alex Ruiz from Malaga in Spain, with Javi Garrido serving.
Great defense there from Ruiz and Stupa to keep in that point. They were noticeably being more aggressive, Garrido and Libaak, in that point off the back of that change of ends. It's a big smash as well, brought back to his side. It's looking like the court's getting some good rebound. The fact the guys are going for that smash back to their side.
Segundo servicio.
Oh, that was a risky way to approach there from Ruiz, and that's often actually what we see a lot of tennis players do, is try and battling their way in with fast shots, and you can see exactly why that is difficult to do there. They're against two players at net already.
And Ruiz, one of those players from perhaps a slightly, I mean, I wouldn't say older generation, but more seasoned generation of paddle players that maybe switched from tennis a little bit later in their careers. And I mean, particularly in countries where paddle is growing and developing, there's quite a lot of that switch. Is it a different way of coaching somebody, or almost coaching the tennis out of them, compared to somebody who starts playing paddle straight away?
Well, I think nowadays, all of the players that we will see, maybe with the exception of one or two of the older players, are, well, they're Spanish and Argentinian, and they're also all from paddle. They almost, I mean, they may have played a little bit of tennis as a kid, but they're majority paddle, whereas all of these emerging countries are like you say, switching from tennis to paddle, and it's almost trying to break the bad habits of tennis and learn the habits of paddle, which is not easy to do. Almost the more you play it, the more you realize how different the two sports are.
Javi Garrido is covering so much of the court on that left-hand side, here, there, and everywhere. And it looked like that might have got a little bit of a touch on Tino Libaak, but perhaps not.
Stupa trying to finish it here, but just wasn't enough. And Libaak, well, all of these players so fast to come up and finish it off, if that is the case.
So they broke straight back and now equalised at 3 games all. Alex Ruiz will serve.
Going out, lovely top spin from Stupa there. Enough brush on the ball to kick it over the fence.
That shot you might have heard called the por tres, or the by 3, out for 3, depending on how you want to translate it. And that because the side of the court is 3 meters high. You might also hear the por cuatro, or the by 4, out the back of the court, because that, you've guessed it, is 4 meters high. And that por tres, that one out the side, is the one that you can go and retrieve. But the por cuatro out the back, that is always a winner, right? You can't try and go around the back of the court and get that back in.
Well, theoretically,
you could.
I think you probably could. And a bit like you saw Stupa there, where it bounced off the top of the fence and he ran all the way to the end of the court. you just wouldn't see many players attempt it because you've got to cover quite a lot of ground to get there. Nice rouleau change from Ruiz there. Libaak was coming forward. He thought that Alex Ruiz was going to do the bounce out the 3 meters over the fence, but changed it to a rouleau.
So 40 love to Ruiz and Stupa. There's a Portres and Libaak. Sorry, Portres out the side. Libaak tries to get there. Very good from Alex Ruiz. That perfect spin on the ball to make it go outside of the court, right into the benches. And I think we will head down courtside now to Paula Murillo, who has found some friends for us to chat to here in the Caja Mágica.
Actually, you found them for me before the match even started. You said, like, there is no place like Spain where kids get a day off to come and watch a sport. And these kids, you can see there's a whole bunch of them. They're waving at the camera. They're enjoying this morning. They got through the snow because it was very snowy this morning here in Madrid to come here and watch some padel. I don't know if this actually happens in other countries, but here in Spain, it's actually a thing to get a day off to go on a road trip to the mountain to watch sports like padel, which is getting bigger and bigger in Spain. And here, bear with me, I have to ask in Spanish, which team, qué equipo apoyáis hoy? 11-11 or Rafa Nadal team?
Rafa Nadal team.
Rafa Nadal. As you can see, people really, really support Rafa Nadal. He's, I mean, such a figure here in Spain, especially here at the Caja Mágica.
Thank you, Paula. It is great to see these kids watching here today. Hopefully they go away feeling pretty inspired from what they are seeing on the court. No surprises that they're big fans of the Rafa Nadal Academy team. Of course, a player who has so much tennis history, Rafa Nadal, here in the Caja Mágica, a place that, you know, is fundamental in Spanish tennis history. Maribel Nadal, Rafa's sister, the deputy general director of the Rafa Nadal Academy,
Tino Libaak.
where a number of the top players in the world will play and train on a regular basis.
And she's not a bad paddle player herself. Last year I played against her in the Pro-Am, and it was a bit of a surprise. She was a secret weapon. Has that gone enough? It has gone enough over a jumping Stupa, which is not easy. Good smash from Garrido, and talking about the confidence in smash, look at the flexibility in that bend. So much spin on that.
And that leg coming all the way up to the side, is that something that's very much coached in these players? Why does that leg coming up help so much with that technique?
I think the leg is almost, it happens as part of the action because you're bending your back, you're getting behind the ball. I know a lot of players focus on kicking the leg and thinking that that's what's going to help the actual kick, but I think it's more of a consequence of the action as opposed to something that's generating the power.
Looks pretty impressive
But
as
the
well.
flexibility, like from these players that do that, and the timing.
There she is again, Maribel Nadal, looking to, of course, get a first-place podium finish after coming runners-up 2 years in a row in the Hexagon Cup. Last year, it was the crew paddle team, Sergio Agüero's team, who took home the trophy. And a massive jump there from Javi Garrido, who finishes the point with the por cuatro. Again, that athleticism is so impressive.
And that's an example of Alex Ruiz's smash just not quite going high enough back to his side, and Garrido managed to get on top of the ball, maybe chipped a nail on the way.
iguales.
That ball stayed low off the serve. So much slice. And that's also probably the bounce of a new court. When that gets laid there, sometimes it can take a little bit of time for that bounce.
And Javi Garrido just, he went off to wipe his hand there. Just, he must have caught his finger because he looks a little bit uncomfortable.
Oh, what defending there. Wow, and he's nearly even had that one. Tino Libaak, so good in that corner. He just seems to get so low. He's like an elastic player. Look at that, through his legs to defend that ball. He was a bit unlucky that that clipped the net, because he would have, if that had gone almost anywhere else on his side, he probably would have got to it.
Yeah, Stupa just hit that with so much power that it almost was only going to go over.
30 iguales.
Lovely ball down the line there. The gap opens up, masterfully fed through.
Garrido and Libaak have really played themselves back into this match now. 4-all, 30-all. They were looking like they were kind of lower on the momentum side earlier, but definitely got it back.
40-30.
And we're at 4 games all, scoring in terms of sets, the same as in tennis, it's first to 6 games. With 2 clear games, and we will go to a tie break if it is 6-all.
Oof, what a volley from Stupa there, blocking that overhead. Masterfully done. So fast there, Stupa to get into position, and that's one of the dangers of when you come across like that, Libaak, and hit an aggressive Weber. If the person does block it into your space, then you're in a little bit of trouble.
So Franco Stupaczuk, Alex Ruiz lead 5 games to 4. They will need to get a break in the next game if they want to take this first set 6-4. And some words from Rodrigo y Carlos Bozzoni on the bench. Let's listen in.
Tino, con la bola por acá nos quema, nos incendia. Vale, entonces, que tenga que dar un paso. Donde da un paso, la calidad le pierde. Vale, entonces tenemos que buscar esa línea. Cuando yo tiro el globo abierto a Javi, correte
So
para acá.
finding the line, upping the quality, upping the rhythm a little bit more is what Carlos Bozzoni is giving the advice to his players. Geometry behind, listening in.
Must be quite difficult with 2 coaches there, because they probably have 2 quite different styles of coaching, and to have 2 such experienced coaches on the side must be difficult for them.
Tiempo.
And I think this is probably a Stupa heat map as opposed to Alex Ruiz, because I don't think he spent that time on that side, but Stupa, as you can see, spending a lot of time at the net there, or as much as they can.
Silencio, por favor.
So Ruiz and Stupaczuk will have to try and find a break, but everything at the moment is telling me that Libaak and Garrido will give this absolutely everything. There's those back and forth, the volleys at the net where the pressure builds with every touch. And it's into the net from Stupa, just a little bit low on the racket angle.
Garrido did well to put a bit of heat on that last one. Garrido's really come into this match with confidence, which is good to see. We talked earlier about, you know, the off-season being a bit of a factor, and it looks like he's had a good off-season.
Of course, not confirmed who Garrido will play with in 2026. Rumours he could be with Lucas Bergamini. Nothing confirmed. It's that big moment in the circuit where the rumour mill is flying around. Of course, some pairs confirmed breaking up, some pairs confirmed coming together, but we won't officially know until that first draw of the main season is out.
Nothing's official until they sign up for the tournament, really. I mean, I think there's time to change. But as a player, you would want to be settled by now, or at least know in yourself, so you can build some confidence with your partner, do some off-season training with them. Oh, what a shot from Libaak across the net there. Read it so well for the 3 meters. He was out the court. Fine margin. We're going to have a nice look from this angle. Right across the net cord.
It almost skims across the top of the net. That is exceptional.
Interestingly, had that kept on the net cord and bounced out of the other side, that would have been out. It has to bounce in the opponent's perimeter of the court.
What a moment for Tino Libaak, and then Stupa can't get there. On the smash from Garrido, it's 5 games all.
That was a very strong game from Libaak and Garrido there. Great change of direction from Libaak there. And Garrido got the ball he probably wanted, but just clipping the top of the racket.
And here where we see Stupa using his own glass on his side, called the contrabarrero, the boast, sometimes we refer to it in English, when you actually play against your own glass and need to get that angle to play it all the way back across the net. Is that a bit of a last resort shot? We see it quite a lot, especially in the women's game, that shot being used a lot.
Well, we see it almost too frequently at club level, where people get excited. You're allowed to hit into your own glass to hit it back to the other side and call the boast almost from squash. If you hit against your own fence, that would be a fault. And yes, really it is a last resort, because you don't have the same control over exactly where that ball will go. Beautiful drop volley here from Stupa. But I think we see it so often, the boast or the contrapadel at club level, because it is quite fun to hit. It's one of those unique paddle shots that you know, has a good feel good factor.
And you feel like a little bit of a magician, don't you? It's, oh, I can't believe I just did that. It had so much power on it that it went all the way over the net. It's a fun one. Yeah.
There's a few of those shots in paddle where you do it for the first time and you feel like you've reached a new heights. Great smash from Ruiz there, falling back on his back foot, but able to kick it 3 meters. Very technical smash that.
You can see he's almost falling back into that. That is world class from Alex Ruiz to win that game. 6-5. So not too much in terms of the mental side on the bench there. They're saying we've got to go, we've got to keep going the same as much as we can. They're talking a little bit about how they come in and try and enter and win the net by using their lobs a little bit more effectively, nice and high and precise towards the back of the court to force Alex Ruiz And Franco Stupaczuk back, and then
Tiempo.
we heard the word vibra there. That's one key shot that we'll try and highlight as we go through. A kind of spinning shot that comes around the side, called the vibra, the viper snake it translates to because of the spin on it. And word on the bench of the 11-11 team how they can come up and use that as a winning shot against Ruiz and Stupa. So a little bit of technical elements around using the lob, coming in and entering and using that to come up together as a team. And then coming in with a winning vibra. So let's see if Garrido and Libaak are able to execute that strategy a little bit more. Starts with a huge smash from Javi Garrido, but it doesn't quite come across. And that is excellent from Alex Ruiz, who watches it as cool as ever. And the tiniest little touch.
And the reason it went so high is it came off the top of the glass. Very accurately played there from Ruiz, and great defending from them now. Beautiful angle on that 3-meter smash from Libaak. It meant that Ruiz could get out the court, but because he was so close to the fence, very difficult for him to almost turn right and get it.
Great lob from Ruiz, and that lob we see played a huge amount in games, but it's got to be far to the back of the court, precise, close to the glass, because those short ones are very tricky, aren't they? Easy for your opponents to come and attack down on.
Yeah, the lob is such a huge part of the game, both at this level, but also at the amateur club level. And we talked about this at the start of the match. Oh, breakdown in communication from Stupa and Ruiz there. They both thought the other one was going to take it. But we talked about it at the beginning of making the mistakes. And you see now the length of the rallies, the players, like these mistakes have gone almost down to zero. And look at that. And that's one of the disadvantages of having a lefty as well, in that it could be either of theirs.
They both went for it and thought, oh, I'm going to go for that, and then both thought at the same time, nope, it's going to be the other one. And it's so important, that communication, especially for these players who, you know, they're not regular pairings. You might have had Stupa and Ruiz play together at prolonged periods throughout seasons, but they haven't played together properly since 2022, and will need to, throughout these next 5 days, get back up to speed on how they like to communicate on court, how they like to speak to each other.
Stupa is everywhere.
Oh no! Got Alex Ruiz.
Just clipped Alex Ruiz on the backside on the way through. Stupa did a phenomenal job in that point, keeping it alive.
Garrido having a little chuckle to himself there. Showing the good nature alongside the competitiveness, hey?
Right, they're really a big group of friends, really, the players at this top level. Been with each other almost out of juniors.
Juego Garrido Libaak, 6 juegos iguales,
First tie-break of the tournament. This tie-break, though, is just a tie-break to 7. Got to win by 2 clear points. Not the same as the super tie-break to 10 points if it goes a set-all.
So Stupa will serve first, and we just count in points. So it'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the first point here in the tiebreak will go to Stupa and Ruiz.
Good offensive play there from Stupa and Ruiz. And this tiebreak's so important, the start, like the first few points, try and carry some momentum. Well, he's gone for it, and that is a big smash from Garrido.
Una iguales.
Clearing Ruiz by a considerable margin there. Nice combination of power and kicking. You see the way he's brushing up that ball, creating so much topspin on the shot.
And using that serve so well. Javi Garrido, as soon as he served, he was right in, poised on his toes, ready for the volley.
Important to note that if you are playing this recreationally, you also need to serve and come to net. It's a big part of the game, as we said earlier, keeping the net position, and so important you can do that straight away if you're serving.
And important as well that your teammate comes with you, right? That you're always.
Well, they should
that
already
same
be
level?
there. Yeah, they would already be at net, and you'd go up to join them, hopefully.
Good patience from Garrido. Excellent lob. Skips off the net into the cage from Ruiz.
Garrido, Libaak.
Exactly, Libaak and Garrido have got that momentum we talked about at the beginning of the tiebreak, and they really fought for that point. Great defending from both. Ruiz a bit unlucky. The Bajada just clipping the net cord, taking it out. Ooh, unforced error there from Alex Ruiz. Not what you want when you're 3-1 down in the tiebreak.
No, so Libaak and Garrido are storming ahead a little here. Remember, first to 7, with 2 clear points in this tie-break. If they can do that, then they'll win this first set, and it's best of 3 sets, but our third set would be
Garrido, Libaak.
a super tie-break, which means a little bit similar to a normal tie-break, but first to 10. And a quick change of ends, but it's Libaak and Garrido who are well ahead here, and all the pressure at the moment is on Franco Stupaczuk and Alex Ruiz. No chat from the coaches.
Yeah, no, a little bit of work to do now for Stupa and Ruiz here. 5-1 down. I mean, it's not out of reach, but their opponents are only 2 points away.
Por favor, durante el juego mantengan silencio por respeto a los jugadores. Gracias.
Just a word from the chair umpire saying that during the points, if the people in the stadium could be silent out of respect of the players.
Ooh. I think Ruiz was on that line. He thought it was in. Garrido's called it out. I can see a VAR decision coming here, particularly at this point in the tiebreak.
Absolutely. And there we go. They've asked for a video review. Javi Garrido put up that finger, that index finger, the universal sign of out. And so this will go to our VAR officials. This ball we're looking at whether it was in or out. So we're looking at whether it touched the cage or the ground or the court first. Now from this angle, I'd say that certainly looks in.
Yeah, I think it looked, from this angle, it did look good. I mean, Garrido's called that very quickly, so maybe he knows something that we don't.
And the players also get to see this on the big screen. I'm sure Javi Garrido might be rethinking this decision to call it out. And there we go. The decision is that the ball was in, as we thought. So it did hit the court first, rather than the cage first. And it is 5-2 to Libaak and Garrido. Smash from Libaak. And Alex Ruiz just seemed to... Oh, he was there. He just maybe mistimed it a little bit.
Yeah, he was, and it's difficult. He was almost moving forward and trying to play it high on the backhand. It was a great smash from Libaak.
Set point
6-3.
for Libaak and Garrido. They missed the first one, but they will have 3 more chances as they lead 6-3.
Danny Homidez looking on, wanting his team to get across the line for this first set. Good power off the vibra there from Alex Ruiz, and the block from Libaak just sailing into the glass, and point by point they're clawing their way back into this tiebreak.
They've just got to hold their nerve, don't they? And Libaak and Garrido, they're 1 point away from taking this first set. But Ruiz and Stupa, by no doubt, will fight, but that is out on the return from Alex Ruiz. And so it is Libaak and Garrido who will take this first set 7-6, winning that tiebreak. Tense at times, but almost neck and neck the whole way through in that second half. Especially, they came back fighting. And actually, that predictor then at the beginning, that this was going to be a very even first match, has proven to be pretty accurate.
Yeah, looking at that, I mean, only a 1 point difference between the two teams. That really does tell the story of this first set. And at the beginning, Garrido and Libaak were, I mean, they were a breakdown. They were looking like they were making a few too many mistakes, and then they really came back into it and played some, really solid paddle.
And a first set of just under 40 minutes with a tiebreak, relatively quick in terms of time on court for that many games to have been played. And Stupa here with his court coverage. Not surprising that the majority's been in that transition phase.
Yeah, I think at this level, the pros spend a lot of time there because they are going forward and back. That is not to say that we are encouraging your club recreational player to spend a lot of time in there, although that 61% could be accurate for a lot of club court play. But Stupa particularly, I mean, he's so fast forward and back. He goes in there and with 1 or 2 steps, he's quickly into a different zone.
Tiempo.
So tiempo, time, as they come back out onto the court, and our predictor updated now as Team 11-11 did take that first set, but a very close first set indeed. However, now very much swung in their favour. If they can win this second set, then they will take the match. They'll take 3 points away for Team 11-11. Sorry, 2 points away for Team 11-11. It's 2 points for a win in men and women's, 1 point for a win in next gen. Meaning next gen could be extremely decisive when it comes to who could be making those finals in third place. What an out-of-court play from Stupa.
A great pickup off the net from Garrido. He knew exactly where it was going to go. Not much he could have done there, though, other than pop it up, and Alex Ruiz was waiting. Ooh, enough height on that from Garrido again. He's been very successful with his smashes, bringing them back, doing a great job of that.
And you can see how much effort he's putting into that. So much. He tumbled over on that one because he's putting his whole body and everything behind it. You cannot fault Garrido's commitment to this game. And again, that confidence that he's displaying. A player who's moved to Dubai at the start of this year. take advantage of the sunshine, perhaps given how rainy and cold it is in Madrid at the minute.
Yeah. Bad time to be there. Oh, lovely lob down the line from Alex Ruiz there. You're just feeling great energy from Libaak and Garrido at the moment. It's almost like they've kind of synchronized slightly with it.
Javi Garrido there, he just turned his back away, thinking, please don't hit me. I've seen this smash coming. I don't think I'm going to get on it. I'll just make myself as small as possible.
Yeah, I mean, the lob was a little bit too short, and at this level, it's cannon fodder for these players. Good bajada there from Libaak, and really a forehand volley that goes 3 meters there from Garrido. A chancletazo, which is, I think the translation is a flip-flop shot, isn't it? Just a slap. Alex Ruiz read it, just couldn't quite get out there in time.
And that bajada shot that we are bringing up, talking about a little bit, the translation for this, the tray, is I can't get my head around it in English.
The bandeja.
The bandeja, sorry,
Yeah.
the bandeja. Let's talk a little bit about that shot, because it is one of the most common shots in the game.
Yeah, the bandeja really is like the defensive overhead, and the direct translation is the tray, and I think it was almost more commonly referred to that when they were playing on the older court surface, when the courts were really fast and the players very much had a tray position with their hand or their racket face when they were hitting. Nowadays, at this level and this new courts and technology with the rackets, we're seeing, we're not seeing the racket go into that position as much, and you would almost teach it with the racket face, slightly more vertical. You're seeing more vibras, you're seeing more placed bandejas. But yes, it is a hugely important shot for this level, but also, and maybe even more so at the club and recreational level.
One of the most important ones to master early on in your paddle journey.
Yeah, definitely. And really it's a progression from a volley, a forehand volley, and I think a lot of people get confused. They think it's an overhead, and they take their tennis overhead and they try and do something in the middle and get into bad habits, but it's almost like the simpler the better, I think. Vibra there from Libaak.
You can
Nice.
see it.
Lovely backhand volley from Alex Ruiz down towards the fence. The fence is a critical part of the game as well. Like playing the ball so it bounces and goes down into the fence. The rebound is unpredictable, so often used in attack, whether it's hitting down like that last point or sometimes just push softly into the fence. Garrido did the job with that smash. Don't think he quite intended to hit it like that, but still. Did the win.
Still,
got the job done.
If you get the point, you get the point sometimes. I'm excited to watch Garrido throughout the course of the season as well. Given this display, I mean, it's only been a set so far, but the way that he is playing so fast and aggressive and very sure of the shots he's taking, even if like that one, it doesn't quite come off. There's an aura about him that I think will be extremely exciting.
Yeah, I really hope he has a strong start to the season. And if he does play with Bergamini, I think it's a good choice in partner. Like, he'll complement him really well. And yeah, I mean, you feel like for him, you hope he has a first good couple of tournaments and can build from that confidence, because he is such a nice player to watch.
And speaking of new pairings and different pairings for the 2026 season, of course, facing him cross-court, Stupaczuk, back with Mike Yanguas.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see the Super Pibes come back together again, and I love them as a pair. Like they're just such good chemistry together. But yeah, I mean, I think Yanguas would also be a really complementary partner for Stupa. It's just, can any of these pairs break up that dynamic of the top two? And it's hard to imagine at this stage.
And those top two, of course, it is Agustin Tapia and Arturo Coello as the number one pair, followed by Federico Cingotto and Alejandro Galan. Who will, by all means, be staying together for the 2026 season. What a pop out from Javi Garrido.
And then confidently has picked himself for the golden point following that. It's great speed of volley there to set this up. Softer volley down the middle, often more effective than trying to be too aggressive.
So golden point once again. It is simply the next point will win. There is no advantage that we're playing in the Hexagon Cup.
That was a great block from Libaak to keep them in the point there. Nice rouleau from Stupa, one of his famous rouleaus. Libaak just so fast. Look at them, really on the offensive now. 2-love up.
What a start for this pair in Libaak and Garrido. We saw Javi Garrido, I'm going to receive this golden point. I'm confident I'm going to win this. And he comes in with that volley.
Both looking really, really sharp at net. They've all had a bit of a break here at 2-love.
Música, por favor.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether the music, the strings coming on might have...
Everyone thought it was a change of ends.
Yeah.
Al servicio, Tino Libaak.
Maybe it's a welcome break as they ease into the season.
Yeah.
Bit of pre-season fitness just
Yeah. They're
still on their
not
mind.
used to this, yeah. Good attacking volleys again. Libaak and Garrido, they're backhand volleys this time, but a lot of slice, a lot of pressure on their opponents. Again, nice attacking volley, set up the easy ball for Libaak to finish one of those powerful smashes. Not a lot of margin for error on that as it was close to the glass, but again, like we said, got the job done.
And when you've got Stupa and Ruiz facing this, I mean, again, they're going to that backhand volley because it is so sharp. How do Ruiz and Stupa try and now dig themselves out of that hole at the back of the glass?
Oh, they've got to find a way to break the rhythm. They're almost playing these balls in fast to the volleys is not the way, and that's not a bad way to break the rhythm. A little Chiquita from Stupa, which is a softer ball here, down to the feet, and then came early, which is something only really he can do because he's so fast. But they've got to find a way to break the rhythm. And usually that's with a Chiquita, with this soft shot to the toes, or lobbing.
Can they find a way to break that rhythm again then? The advantage all for Libaak and Garrido. The por tres from Garrido. Stupa gets there.
Stupa's done well there. That was a short lob that set up that smash. Done well to stay in the point. Oh, Alex Ruiz, that doesn't look good. I think he went for a Chiquita and there, just mishit it to the bottom of the net.
And Alex Ruiz, the higher number of unforced errors, we would say, out of the two, possibly at the moment.
Yeah, he's definitely not putting the pressure on. You feel like, often I look at the cross-court battle and I feel like Libaak is causing more problems than he is.
So Garrido, Libaak lead 3 games to love in this second set. They won the first 7-6 in a tiebreak. It's the first game of 6 today of men's and women's. We also have 2 next-gen matches currently taking place, but they are not on this centre court. The next-gen matches count for 1 point for the team. When they win, it could all come down as well to next-gen being the decisive play in the final. As in the final on Sunday, it is the best of 3. Carlos Pozzoni saying if they can send the lob, the globo is the word we hear, the lob to Javi Garrido, and that we're going to turn things around. And we will have new balls for this next game. And the new balls coming in, we get new balls at certain points throughout the game. Why do the balls change? What's the benefit of having new balls during a match?
Well, when you get a new ball and you're playing with that ball, the more you play with it, it's almost like the lower the pressure within the ball gets, and you end up, the fuzz or the fur ends up kind of getting slightly frayed as well, and therefore the ball actually slows down the more it's used. And so at this pro level, they're often changing them in intervals to make sure that they are keeping almost the performance as high as they can. And really the difference between paddle balls and tennis balls have more pressure, so they will be going faster on the court. They're also ever so slightly larger tennis balls in terms of the diameter. You could, at a club level, probably get away with playing tennis balls. It would just be quicker than you would expect from paddle balls. Would make your smash better as well if anyone's looking to get a bit more power on the smash.
Great lob from Libaak. Now up at the net, defending very well again. Well watched on the cross court from Garrido. Stupa comes in. And the Portres all the way out of the court. Even if they'd anticipated that, they weren't getting near that one.
I think when they're talking about lobbing to Garrido there, you saw like a slightly faster lob there. Instead of going high, because high allows him to get underneath that ball, and he's obviously confident at the moment going for the big smash, but the faster one, he has to move and can't quite set his base, and so he'll use a Vibra or a Bandeca or Rouleau more often. I think that's probably going to be their tactic with him.
Oh, that's a bit unlucky for Ruiz. It thought about which way it was going to land over the net.
Another error from Ruiz. He doesn't want that. 30 all. That was a setup, really, going for that chancletazo with the volley.
You almost think in that moment, you know, don't try and be the hero with the big winning shot.
Yeah, it's difficult though. At this level, you almost can't play it safe. You've got to take your chances while you can. And I just think, you mentioned it earlier, I think the mistakes from Ruiz here are almost making the difference. Good smash from Libaak. Well reached from Ruiz there to keep it down.
And another into the net from Alex Ruiz, and it's a second break in this second set for Garrido and Libaak, who lead very dangerously indeed. 4 games to love.
And Libaak Garrido just looking very in sync for a pair that don't play together. They're looking very comfortable. I think the games complement each other well. Looks like they're having fun on court. Ooh, an ace. Don't often see an ace in the game. Maybe took a skid off the glass, but
Very rare indeed.
they will take that as a freebie.
And I wonder, that was towards Alex Ruiz, whether those errors in his game just dropped his confidence perhaps a little bit as he's gone throughout, and maybe needs to dig really deep here to pull himself out of that little rut, perhaps.
I think he definitely needs to improve his confidence. I don't know whether that would have led to the missing of the ball on the return. I mean, the pros, it's funny, the return is something that is just such a simple part of the game. It's a big smash from Stupa there. That's what they need more of.
Let, primer servicio.
Excellent volleys from Libaak.
He's reached it. Well done, Stupa, for reaching it. Ooh, fast, rapid fire from Ruiz. Well played. And here's their break-back opportunity.
15-40.
Much better from Stupa and Ruiz in game number 5 of this second set.
And that smash was just enough to get over the jumping Stupa. Faster and a little bit flatter, more power on that one. Wasn't far off though, an inch or two.
The determination on Javi Garrido's face. Can they save another break, take it to golden point? They've got them running. Ruiz is there. And Ruiz and Stupa get the break. What a block that one from Alex Ruiz, down at his feet. Stepping forward, mounting the pressure with every point, and we can see now. This looks like it's Javi Garrido on the left-hand side.
Yeah, on the left, and again you're seeing, red zone around that net post, that net position, the second post. Almost you're seeing it, the heat map really from net to back court.
On the bench here, not really getting any word on any big tactical changes for Garrido and Libaak. Much more on the mental side. Keep focused. Vamos, let's keep going, the coaches say.
Tiempo.
And they're saying here, we're going to put the pressure on. Vamos a apretar. The words from the bench of the Rafa Nadal Academy team.
Tomen asiento, por favor.
And let's see if they can do that. Momentum slightly in their favor after getting this break. Alex Ruiz, Captain America, to serve. We did have a big debate about this yesterday. Why the Captain America? Thought it might be, does he use his racket like a shield? Does he play like a superhero?
Yeah. Is it dress up?
I know. I wish it was something a little bit more exciting than just, oh, he looks like Captain America. Not a bad compliment, though, for Alex Ruiz.
Yeah. Better than, he's into cosplay. I feel like Ruiz and Stupa are trying to get momentum back in their favour. So much of this game is momentum, and it's almost a concentration combined with no unforced errors. Great rouleau from Ruiz there. Oof, the fake smash with a big jump from Stupa there. I think he just caught Garrido on the hand by the looks of it. Oh no, on the hip.
Just on the hip. And that rouleau shot that we're talking about, Sandy, talk me through that a little bit just after that beautiful drop shot from Stupa.
He just comes underneath that so nicely. Not even a Libaak can do something about that. Someone as quick as he is. Yeah, the rouleau is a topspin smash, and it's something that you play down with angle towards the fence on your diagonal. And it's quite a good disguise shot because it looks very similar to the topspin you would hit to hit 3 meters over the court, but actually you're just changing the angle to go down towards the fence.
And why so effective going into that cage? Because of the unpredictability element of it?
Sorry, Miss Emily, say that again?
The unpredictability element of that going towards the cage, because it could bounce anywhere, right? I mean, starting as a player, it's one of the most frustrating things when you're like, I know where this is going, and nope, it spins off in exactly the wrong direction.
I think it's a combination of the unpredictability of the fence, and also often the player is running forward because they think it's the 3 meters, so it's down at their toes as well. So it's very difficult to defend. There's a good fighting point there for Ruiz and Stupa, and they need to stay in this game.
30-15.
Use of that side glass from Garrido.
And they managed to stay in for a few more shots, but ended up finishing the point from Stupa and Ruiz, and that's almost what padel is, really, is like just when you think you've won it, they put a few more back in, and you've got to do the job again.
And we saw one earlier, we just saw it again, a little bit of miscommunication between Ruiz and Stupaczuk, both coming into the middle for that volley, and a little bit of a clash of rackets. We spoke about it before. When you have a righty and a lefty on the same team, there can sometimes be that little bit of confusion, miscommunication, especially if you're not super used to playing together like many of these teams are. They're of course not with their natural, usual pairings. And so 40-15, Libaak and Garrido giving them game point, and there it is. They will go to lead at 5-2, and the pressure now is all on Franco Stupaczuk and Alex Ruiz of team Rafa Nadal Academy. Got to think in the serve. Says Pozzoni. Telling Alex Ruiz here to keep stepping up, keep stepping forward. Saying we've got to go and search for this, we've got to go after this. It's all coming from Pozzoni at the minute. Let's see if Rodrigo Vide can add anything here. Having two coaches, we touched on it a little bit earlier, we never really see that across the international professional tours. It's normally just one coach, but in tennis, let's compare it to that for a second. you're not even allowed to really talk to your coach, who's up in the box somewhere in the crowd. So it must be so different having somebody you can talk to and get that advice from throughout the match.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's almost like a bit of a tiebreaker in terms of you, like as two players, if you're not sure about something, it's almost like they cast the third vote in a way. And it's quite good. It's when you're playing the game, it's very difficult to watch objectively what's happened. Whereas, you know, the coach is obviously on the side, and they are watching objectively, and they're seeing patterns in the play that you might not be able to see when you're on court. And so it does make a massive difference. And also, generally speaking, the coach, because they're not in the heat of battle, are a bit calmer, and so they're almost able to bring players down and keep them calmer on the court.
Of course, coach and player don't always have to agree.
No.
Some of the most, I would say, entertaining for us, not so much for the players, when they have a slight disagreement. And I wonder whether, you know, when we have two coaches coming in of maybe opposing styles for these teams, see what happens throughout the tournament. That completely mishit by Libaak. Shake that one off.
Yeah, I think that was potentially a bad bounce there off the new court. Miscued his vibra there, Stupa. They are not looking good at the back end of this set.
You can sense they look under pressure as they have to win this point now. And they do it really well with the bajada off the back glass from Alex Ruiz. The one where you let it bounce off and then hit it high down. Some of the most fantastic winners, especially when they can go right down the center.
Yeah, and that one you'd almost call a cuchilla, the way he hit almost a vibra action on that shot. The knife, I think, is the translation off that back glass, where he can be a bit more aggressive. And that one, slightly more bandeja action there from Garrido when using the bajada. There's a lot of Spanish terminology, I think, when you're learning the game for the different shots. I almost like, I'd encourage you, if you are learning, not to get too caught up in a lot of the shots, and don't feel like you have to learn them. You'll learn them as you go, I think.
And so at 5-3 to Libaak and Garrido, Javi Garrido serving for the match. And a good start at 15-love.
Risky approach there from Ruiz, really. Wasn't a great Chiquita to come in behind. Powerful vibra there from Libaak on that cross. Too much for the block.
Everything in Garrido and Libaak's favour. 14, 11-11 for Eva Longoria and Dani Jimenez. Great serve over to the glass from Garrido. And he is right there to set up not one, but 4 match points.
Really attacking well at net. Look at this. Read it quickly and goes for it. Great fake from Stupa there. And even though Alex just hit that slightly and it went into the corner, it still did the job.
So still 3 match points for Garrido. and Libaak, can they hold their nerve? Or can Ruiz and Stupa start the comeback?
What a smash there from Garrido there. And he's had a fantastic game
Para Javi Garrido.
with his aggressive overheads, and look how pumped he is for him and his partner in Team 11.
6-3.
What a win for Javi Garrido and Tino Libaak, 7-6, 6-3. They take the first points for Team 11-11 of the Generali Hexagon Cup 2026. A thoroughly well-deserved win for two players that played out their skin. They were on such good form. And Sandy, who would be your MVP, your player of the match today?
Well, I think it's got to be the man who's hitting the ball into the crowd at the moment, Javi Garrido. I think Tino Libaak also played a great game, but for me, Garrido, he really found his form, found his confidence with his overheads, was aggressive coming forward, very few unforced errors. And as we said before, it's the kind of the confident Garrido we'd like to see at the start of this season.
You can see what it means to Javi Garrido going around shouting, "Vamos, come on!" What a start for Team 11-11, who have already got the same points as they got in the whole tournament last year. 2 points now for a win for their team for this first match. And the youngsters have triumphed in game 1 of 6 today. Here is that match point. Look at that smash from Javi Garrido.
I think that really tells the tale of this match, was the aggressive volleys, attacking with intensity at net, and then when they get the opportunity, they've hit some very good overheads.
Look at that smile, hands in the air. I think that's Javi Garrido saying, "I am back."
This pair really looks like they've had a good time as well. They've enjoyed the time on court together, and I mean, it was a good performance, a great first performance from them.
And for Ruiz and Stupaczuk, a very good first set for them. They were well ahead for a long period as well in that first set. But unforced errors came in, particularly to the game of Alex Ruiz. They dipped in their confidence a little bit, and it felt like Garrido and Libaak just took advantage of that every step of the way. And we'll be going down now courtside with Paula Murillo to hear from the winners.
Pues a esto le llamo yo empezar con buen pie aquí en la Hexagon Cup, en esta mañana fría de Madrid. Las primeras palabras de los campeones del partido. ¿A qué saben estos primeros 2 puntos? ¿Quién empieza?
Buenos días a todos. Gracias por venir. Aquí se está un poquito más calentito que fuera porque hace.
It's a lot warmer inside than it is outside.
Muy contento de poder darle los primeros puntos al equipo.
Very happy to have got points for Team 11-11.
Un partido juntos. El año pasado que jugamos juntos no le podíamos ganar ni a nuestra sombra. Y hoy, pues mira, hemos año nuevo, vida nueva y.
It's a new year. It's a fresh start, and very happy to have won this first game.
Volver a estar juntos.
Bueno, primero, buenos días a todos. Muchas gracias por venir.
Tino Libaak welcoming the crowd.
Volver a jugar al lado de Javi. No tuvimos los resultados que queríamos, pero me llevé una gran amistad y bueno, muy feliz de volver a jugar con él, de ganar nuestro primer partido, de sumar al equipo.
During the season, as they were switching around pairs in 2025, they didn't get the results they wanted then, but they have certainly got the result that they wanted today.
Por ser el MVP del partido, ahí es nada.
Bueno, muchas gracias, pero yo se lo hubiera dado a Valentino, que ha jugado mejor que yo.
Vamos, creo que me he enterado que eras tú.
Javi Garrido has got the MVP. He's saying, actually, I think it should have gone to Tino, who played much better than me today.
Es especial, se juega por equipos, es al inicio, justo antes de que empiece la temporada. ¿En qué os influye a vosotros
saying,
a la
this is
hora
an important
de jugar,
tournament, they're playing in teams,
de organizaros de otra manera, de cambiar
the
la
main
táctica?
season starts?
¿Cómo influye eso?
Bueno, al final hay que tomarlo de la manera más positiva posible. Creo que nos sirve mucho para ir cogiendo ritmo de competición y no empezar el año
experience before that main competition season.
Así que nos viene bastante bien, aprovechamos que aquí en casa, así que nada.
Also saying it's lovely to
Y ya
play
está para terminar,
at home
unas palabras
in front
para
of a home
este
crowd.
público maravilloso de Madrid que ha
And now
venido
from
a veros y
Libaak,
que
we'll
seguirá
hear
viniendo a veros y que os
some
encanta
words
y que le encanta el pádel.
on the
No es padre, te
crowd
veo muy
saying
tímido.
thank you for them being here.
Nada, como dije recién, muchísimas gracias por venir. Esperamos verlos a lo largo de la semana.
Hoping to
Y
see
es
them
un
later on
placer
in the week as well,
jugar
and it's
frente a
great to
ustedes.
see a crowd here on a
Muchas gracias.
Wednesday.
Pues nada, ¿algo más por aquí?
Nada, que es un placer jugar aquí en Madrid, así que muchas gracias por venir.
Javi,
Venid toda la
saying
semana
it's a
y siempre
pleasure
acordaros de
to
animar
play
a
here in
11-11,
Madrid.
y eso ya sería fabuloso.
El placer, desde luego, que es nuestro. Enhorabuena, campeones. Chao.
well done to the champion, says Paula Murillo. A well-deserved win. This is how that game and that entire match played out then, as we can see. More total points won, but just 8 more for Libaak and Garrido, but they took 100% of their break chances and the 2 golden points. Is that the decisive part of their game? Do you think the breaks and the golden points, Sandy?
I think golden points are important, and definitely converting those break points. I mean, again, a very even match really overall. When we looked at the end of the first set, there really was, you know, only 1 point in it, and they stretched that lead, I felt like, in that second set, looked much more comfortable.
So a fantastic game to kick off the 2026 Hexagon Cup. There are 6 to come today. And let's take a look now at some of the best bits of Rafa Nadal Academy versus 11-11. So welcome back to the 2026 Generali Hexagon Cup in our third edition in the Caja Mágica in Madrid. Time to turn our attention to the women's matches. Up now we have crew paddle team Claudia, Jensen and Sofia Araújo are taking on team 11-11 Paula, Josemaría and Alejandra. Alonso. It's the game 2 of 6 across our male and female pairings of the day, where of course all week 8 teams are battling it out to make the final. And here are our first pairing for crew paddle. In the pink, it is Sofia Araújo from Portugal and Claudia Jensen from Argentina. We have Sofia Araújo, ranked at number 7 in the Fit World rankings, 31 years old, from Lisbon, one of the best Portuguese players, or the best female Portuguese player on the circuit. Claudia Jensen, just 20 years old, at 12 in the FIP World Rankings. The left-handed player playing on the right-hand side of this pair. An exciting pairing here. Claudia Jensen can bring out some of the most magic and exciting shots. Some trick shots as well that we might be looking forward to see in this match. And alongside the aggressive, the powerhouse who is Sofia Araújo from Portugal. They're playing for crew paddle. They will be facing the team of 11-11. And here they come. That is Paulita, Josemaría, Paulita Dinamita, alongside Alejandra Alonso. Alejandra Alonso, only 19 years old, but ranked at number 11 in the world. Paula Josemaría ranked at number 3 in the Fit World ranking, but of course was number 1 in the world. Alongside Ari Sanchez, since 2023, and just lost that battle for the number 1 spot last year. She's 29 years old, originally from Moraleja, and is power. She is attack. She's got the nickname Paulita Dinamita, Dynamite Paula, for a reason. Alongside someone who is very much the future, but also the now of international paddle, Alejandra Alonso, who actually finished the 2025 season playing with Claudia Jensen, who she now faces on the court on the opposite side. And this is our second game of the day. My name's Emily Kilner, and I am delighted once again to be joined by a fantastic coach, an educator, a leader in the paddle world, Sandy Farquharson, for our second match today, our first of the women, and with 2 absolute dynamite players on both sides. This is going to be exciting.
This will be very exciting. I think we're seeing a nice lefty right-hander combination here on both teams. A lot of talent and firepower on this court. Definitely going to see some fun rallies, that is for sure.
A ver, vamos a jugar a 2 sets y luego super tiebreak a 10.
So we're just hearing from the chair umpire, just explaining the rules to the players. It will be the best of 3 sets with golden points, which means we're not playing normal juice advantage. We're just playing whoever wins that next point after the juice will win. And the best of 3 sets, but the last set will be a championship tiebreak to 10 points. And we just had the coin toss to see who will be serving first. It will be Team Crew Paddle in that dazzling bright pink. Claudia Jensen and Sofia Araújo, who will be serving. And what a game we have ahead of us. We've just seen Team 11-11 pick up their first points of the competition with Javi, Garrido and Tino Libaak. Will 11-11 be able to do it again? Let's head down courtside to hear from our reporter, Paula Murillo.
Hello there again for the second match of the morning, and more people are gathering here at the Caja Mágica as after the snow has fallen, and I know why, because this next match is going to be really exciting. Paula Josemaría, former #1 and still such a huge reference inside of the female paddle world, will be playing alongside Alejandra, Alonso, and then making their debut on the tournament, the crew team, playing with Sofia Araújo, which I believe she's the only player in the tournament that is not either Spanish or Argentinian, and she will be playing with Claudia, Jensen. And here's the tea, because we love some tea here. You said it before, Emily. Claudia and Alejandra used to play together in 2025, so we'll see if they use each other's weaknesses to defeat one another.
We will certainly see. These players obviously train together alongside, traveling together, even sometimes sharing rooms at tournaments. A lot of these girls will know each other so well, especially if you have shared the court with them. That is exactly what Ali Alonso and Claudia Jensen have done. Now, the first time we've seen crew paddle today. Let's take a look at their lineup. So the crew paddle team there, made up of Sofia Araújo and Claudia Jensen. Sofia Araújo, who ended her 2025 season with Andrea Ustero and has confirmed she'll be teaming up with Claudia Fernandez for 2026.
She's a player that just has so much power on her overheads, and I think, you know, on this court we were seeing in the previous match that the guys were hitting their smashes, and I think we're going to see Sofia hitting hers on this occasion as well. And she's a great complement for her partner, Claudia Jensen, who is smaller in stature, but a fine, mighty little player. Like, she has so much control with the ball, such a nice talent. You mentioned before, we'll see a few trick shots from her, but one of those players that's very difficult to predict what she's going to do. She almost turns the racket at the final moment and creates a little bit of magic, does Jensen, and that will definitely help set the point up for her partner, Sofia.
And let's see now the 11-11 lineup.
Killing it, they ain't gotta gas me up, doing myself on trips, farting my wins, I do it on purpose, playing with you till you cry to the circus.
And what a duo this is then. Paulita, Josemaría, Dynamite, who lost that top spot in 2025, but has an extremely exciting year ahead of her, of course, partnering with Bea Gonzalez. She got 8 titles, including winning the FIT World Cup pairs last year.
Oh, she's such a fantastic player, and that was a big split for her with Ari Sanchez at the end of last season, and it will be exciting to watch her with the season with Bea, but partly because she's just such a charismatic player on the court. I mean, really, her overheads, there's so much variety. She can attack and defend so incredibly well. Lovely personality, I think, on and off court. So a pleasure to watch. And you know, next to her today, 19-year-old Alejandra Alonso, who is someone who has come out this last season or two, really impressive game on that left-hand side. And for someone who's so young, very tenacious and attacking with, I would say, a maturity that, you know, is almost like ahead of her years, really. So I think as a pair, they will be formidable.
They're certainly a fantastic pairing to watch. And here is the man behind crew paddle, Agüero. Of course, the extremely well-known Argentinian footballer, having huge success in Manchester City, and his partner for this crew paddle team is Gabriel Perez Crieb, the US Paddle Association Vice President, also founder of Tactica Paddle and Stingrays. And nice to see Agüero here supporting, welcoming the opposition. That's always nice to see as well. And it's set to be an interesting face-up. We can see here, I mean, given the rankings, it is very close indeed out there on the court. And perhaps with Paulita Josemaría ranked number 3 in the Fit World ranking, knows what it's like to be at the top of the game. That probably just tips the scale slightly, but you've got as well Sofia Araújo inside the top 10, Claudia Jensen and Alonso just outside those top 10 players in the world. It's going to be an exceptional battle.
And again, I think that score predictor has highlighted how close this could end up being. I mean, I think, you know, both pairs have a relatively equal chance of coming through this and winning this.
There's Paula Josemaría and Alonso just taking it all in. They've both been a part of this 11-11 team since it started in that first edition of the Hexagon Cup in 2024. Crew Paddle, of course, made their debut last year. They weren't in the 2024 edition, but came in 2025, and on their debut, won the tournament. So we'll be looking to get a consecutive victory here this year. And some final words on the coaching benches towards Claudia Jensen and Sofia Araújo.
Good to see Lucia Sainz on that coaching bench there, closer to picture, and then Ramiro Choya. Again, huge experience on the coaching benches.
So last moments as they come out onto the court, both pairs making their debut in the Generali Hexagon Cup 2026. A win will get them 2 points for their team. And it is Claudia Jensen who kicks us off in this match with her serve.
Nice attacking volleys from Jensen down that line. And we saw this in the last game as well. I think on this court, you have to be offensive at net, high intensity.
Good lob from Alonso. And again, it's so good and so precise, right up near the glass, and that volley just came off at the wrong angle.
Good power off that bajada from Sofia there, making it difficult for her opponent to control.
And as we saw in that first game, Sandy, we'll probably just see the players easing into this first game a little. We were here yesterday and saw Claudia Jensen and Sofia Araújo just getting a bit used to the court, playing a couple of sequences and pieces of training.
One thing I'm always impressed with when I go to these events is the practice court and what the players do on the practice court. And you would think, you know, as a player that they're just, you know, playing points, but actually they spend the majority of their time like almost getting the range on their shots, doing some drills with their partners, whether it's on a cross court or down the line, building up rhythm.
And a good start for Jensen and Araújo. And it's an interesting point there because they play on so many different courts throughout the season. You might have, you know, relatively slow courts, relatively quick courts, and conditions from the weather to the altitude can all make a difference, right, in how that court is playing.
Well, I think, you know, not a complaint, but a comment for padel is that it's always the same court, always the same surface. And why is it not like tennis where you have the Grand Slams on different surfaces, and here it is the same surface. Okay, now, you know, you can change the colour, but it would be a very, very similar surface. But as you rightly said, the conditions, the temperature, the altitude, indoor, outdoor, like it does make quite a big impact for the players when they go to a new tournament. So they do need to play themselves in. And now theoretically this year they can actually change the colour of the balls should they wish, which is a new rule with Premier.
And what advantage would having a different colour ball be?
I don't know. It was an interesting rule change, that. But I was wondering if it was you know, a brand play potentially, but
perhaps. I mean, I guess the only advantage is you might change it to be an easier colour to see against the surface. But I mean, yellow's pretty easy.
Yellow is pretty easy, yeah.
So Claudia, Jensen and Sofia Araújo wasting no time, straight back out onto the court in their bright pink kit.
Servicio, Paula, Josemaría.
Araújo, the oldest player on the court at 31 years old. In 2025, got one title, the Bordeaux P2 Premier Padel Tournament, alongside Ustero. There is a little bit of the dynamite from Paula. Josemaría, the left-handed player of this pairing with Ale Alonso.
30-0.
Just overhit another lob there. Like we said, often at the beginning of the match, just trying to find that range. It's almost a good mistake to make at this stage, better than almost hitting all of them short. Hit one or two long, and it's much easier then to find your range. Assisted by the net cord there. Alonso able to put it past Sofia.
It's interesting, isn't it, how just the tiniest clip of the net can really put you off.
Well, particularly if you're at net, you're only a couple of meters away from it, so a ricochet like that changes the direction of the ball.
And Paula Josemaría showing us how it's done nice and early. A love game for Josemaría and Alonso. And we're just seeing a couple of errors on that first serve. We spoke a little bit in that first game about how the service works into the service box underarm. It can bounce and hit the glass, but it cannot bounce and hit the cage. We actually saw an ace in our first match this morning.
Which is very unusual, yeah. And even though at the pros, you see them almost putting the first serve into the box, it does make a difference if you can keep your first serve percentage high. There's just a mentality from the returner that if they get a second serve, they can be a little bit more aggressive. Just now, I think that went directly into the fence. Paula going for one of those rouleaus, which is a topspin smash with angle. We said this at the beginning of the previous match as well, didn't we, Emily, where it's shorter points, shorter rallies at the beginning of the match, as the players are almost finding their feet, getting used to the court, getting used to each other, and then it lengthens as the match goes on.
And of course, remembering kind of what stage we're at in the international padel calendar. It kind of all wraps up mid-December with the Master Finals in Barcelona, and then a little bit of a break, some time to relax perhaps with some family over the Christmas New Year period, and then coming back out in that pre-season period, early January. Now we're easing into the start of the season. Maybe also there's that little bit of nerves, or just finding their rhythm again as players. Maybe if they've been trying to work on something that they're changing in their game in that pre-season period to improve, now is the time to try that out, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And like you say there, this is almost I don't want to say it's a warm-up to the season, but it's another taste of competitive action for them before they start the season. So they want to be firing on all cylinders here, but probably have had some time off.
What I love about Paula Josemaría, and we just saw there, she is exceptional in her mentality on the court, and even when things aren't quite going her way, she is encouraging, she is smiling, she's consistently talking to her partner, and it's a real joy to watch. I think even Ali Alonso, who she's playing alongside here, said in an interview a couple of years ago when she was emerging onto the scene how much she admired Paula Josemaría, how much of an inspiration she was for her in the game.
Yeah, definitely, and she seems a really positive force. I've not actually played with her, but I imagine she is easy for them to play with, particularly the younger ones like coming through. She's a great role model, and she will be taking the first golden point of the match. You can see as a returner, she's electing to receive and overhits the lob off that. Not the best golden point, but it is the start of the match.
So a break on the change of ends. And a bit of time to get some advice from the coaches. Ramiro Joy has been jotting some bits down in his notebook during those first 3 games of the match.
Y a mí me gusta ahora cuando defendamos el globo paralelo tuyo y que Sofia vaya. Vale. No hagas tinta porque has entrado un par de
fixtures for the day then. This one, crew paddle taking on 11-11. It was 11-11 who won earlier this morning. Next up, another women's match, the Rafa Nadal Academy taking on RL9. We then turn our attention back to the men, not before 5 p.m. local time. Crew take on 10 paddle, then back to the women advantage, taking on Hexagon, and to finish off the day back with the men, it is advantage taking on RL9. But right now, it is crew paddle, the winners from the Hexagon Cup last year, taking on the 11-11 team. This is the crew paddle duo, Claudia Jensen and Sofia Araújo, facing Ali Alonso and Paula Josemaría. We've stuck on serve as Ali Alonso collects the balls and will come up to serve. Of course, Ali Alonso finished the 2025 season with her opponent today, Claudia Jensen, and confirmed, very excitingly, that she will play along another Alejandra Salazar, the legend Alejandra Salazar, in 2026.
Nice Bajada through the middle there from Alonso, where they close the gap, but Paula just missing the volley. There's that big smash from Alonso. She tried to kick it 3 meters, but didn't, and that is the problem. If you go for that shot and you don't make it, it often means that your opponents are on top of the net and can attack you immediately back, and you see that from Sofia here. Lovely read off the fence.
And that just looked like it was it a little bit shallow on that coming down on the
Yeah, it was a little bit flat. She just didn't quite have enough topspin. You need topspin on that to allow the ball to come off the back glass and kick over the fence, and she didn't have enough of that on that shot.
Paula Josemaría just guiding the ball out of the door to one of the ball boys.
That power of that bajada there from Paula. Great pickup from Jensen. And this is where she's so good, Jensen, is digging balls out of the corner. And this time, still not enough. Sofia's got the backhand after the smash. As we promised, exciting points from these four. And that's another example there. Although Sofia couldn't be too aggressive on that ball.
And it's exactly what you predicted would happen, Sandy, that kind of those early nerves or that early kind of feeling out of the court. Now is when we start seeing a little bit sharper, a little bit quicker on these points and some of the more exciting passages of play coming to life.
Yeah, definitely. As they start to get comfortable with their smashes. We've got some good smashers on the court in this game. But particularly when you're a little bit cold, you're coming onto a new court, first match of the tournament, you almost want to play yourself in the first few games.
Looked like there might be a little bit of miscommunication there between Josemaría and Alonso. They worked it out. Of course, being a left-handed and a right-handed player on the same team, sometimes you just have to work through that, especially if you're not used to playing alongside each other.
Definitely. There's going to be once or twice where you're kind of not sure, but usually a nice clear call and getting used to your partner will help. Good use of the fence there with that Mageka, just enough angle to clip the fence, making a very difficult defensive shot for Sofia on that diagonal.
Servicio, Claudia, Jensen.
There's Ali Alonso looking like she's enjoying herself alongside Paula Josemaría. Nice ball down to the feet of Alonso.
Lovely fake smash from Jensen there. It looked like she was winding up to hit a big smash and just guided the racket to meet the ball down the line as a fake.
So we had a net first serve. Now this will be a second serve for Jensen. Jensen, the Spanish-Argentinian player. Her dad, Christian Jensen, was at number 4 in Argentina, and her brother, Enzo Jensen, also competes on the international circuit and is also one of the next gen players in the Hexagon Cup. So it's a family affair for the Jensen family.
Oof, what a hit from Sofia there. I don't think anyone was expecting that off that high lob. Definitely Alonso wasn't. Just really connected well. Unfortunately hit the racket and not the body.
She is such an explosive, fiery player, Sofia Araújo. And that was fine margins just in.
Using that nice Chiquita from Alonso, and it was fine margins, a little bit risky.
Yeah, she almost said sorry there. Is that because she wasn't expecting the ball to go that way?
Well, I think she wasn't expecting it to go so close. She almost mishit it, and that's a nice attacking play there from Jensen, putting Alonso down the line under pressure.
And a quick 5 games so far in this first set. Fine margins indeed. We knew it was going to be close, and it's sticking on serve. 3 games to 2 to Jensen, Araújo.
Bueno, si nos hemos puesto 0-30, Claro, ya. Escucha, y el globo no lo cruces tanto, pues le abres mucho el ángulo, Alejandra, ¿no?
Ramiro Joya talking to Sofia Araújo about the lob, saying, don't give it cross-court so much.
Paula, vemos cómo hacemos, ¿vale? Pero no le abras tanto porque aparte tienes la posibilidad de que se te vaya por el lado, ¿no? Yo creo.
Pero mejor no de primeras tampoco. Estás intentando con el resto, si estás sin manera por abajo.
Sí, también, vale, todo el rato. ¿Te queda para tirar alguna así de revés para la ver?
Over to the bench of the 11-11 team.
Perfecta, pero bueno, mala suerte. No, el único problema es que era buena, lo que pasa es que se salió para atrás. Y luego atentas ahí arriba con Sofía, que ahí ella cuando se pone debajo le suele arrear, o sea, ahí cuidado.
Seeing Sofia hitting the majority of her returns down that line. It is early days in the match, and often depends where the server has served from, but typically players will play the majority of their returns to the server.
And is that a particular strategy, do you think, towards Paula Josemaría, who she's facing down the line? It seems risky given Josemaría, who she's facing with such experience and such a mature strategic head on her.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I think for her, if you look at this setup now, Paula has got the gap down the line, so it makes sense for her to play that down the line in this particular setting. Also, if she hits her lob well down the line, it's more difficult for them to be aggressive. Whereas if you hit cross court, it's often easier to send it back on the cross court.
And it was a little bit what the coaching team for the crew paddle guys were talking about on the bench just then. Ramiro Ochoa was talking about the lob in particular and saying, don't give it cross court so much, give it a little bit more like that one from Sofia Araújo, a little bit straighter. Can we talk through that a little bit more? Why would he be saying less cross court and more straight?
Yeah, the lob down the middle, like you really almost have the 3 directions really, which is the lob down the line, lob down the middle, and then lob on the cross. And the lob down the middle is a good one, particularly the faster lob, because it almost forces them to move into that position. And if it is a faster lob, they can't set their feet to be aggressive underneath it. And it's usually quite a good way, like that lob that we just saw there from Sofia. And this is a high lob now, so she's got up and under. She's overhit that a little bit. But the faster lob is good down the middle, because normally they can block off that. Whereas it's quite difficult to block off the high lob unless they are playing a bandeja.
Now look at this, a little bit of chatter behind the racket. Not wanting Claudia and Sophie to hear or see what they're chatting through in terms of tactics.
Ooh, unusual there from Paula. She read it well, got into a good position.
Araújo serving across to Alonso. Great volley from Josemaría, who's decorated player of the women's modern era.
Great defense here from the team in pink, staying in this and now able to take the net. And there's that high lob. And there's the fast lob, used consecutively.
Everyone's opting for the lob at the minute, trying to gain back that control. come up and win that net position, which crew paddle have done well. Now forced back again.
Good block from Jensen there. Contra pared, the boast from Alonso just going long. Like you say, the lob, I mean, it's such an important shot. Used well, it can get you to net. Used badly, you're in trouble.
40-0.
Another rare error from Josemaría.
Oh, nice rouleau from Sofia there. Combination of overheads from all the players on the court there.
But we do stick on serve, not even a chance of a break for either team. As Agüero looks on to support his team, and if you're an experienced player who've just picked up a racket for the first time recently, then let's head to some tips with the one and only Sandy Farquharson.
If you are relatively new to paddle, I'm going to give you the 3 Ps in order to improve your game. Number 1 is positioning. Get your positioning right on the court. If you're at net, you want to be around that second post in this position here, or at the back of the court, but you don't want to get muddled up with you and your partner. Number 2 is power. Understand that brute force is not always what is going to win you matches, and actually soft controlled shots can be a lot better. And number 3 is patience. Consistency is king. If you want to win your matches, you need to be more patient on the court. It's not rocket science.
So it's not rocket science, is it, Sandy? You made a very quick route up to the commentary box from the court.
Yeah. Dropped some wise words and then up I came, yeah.
And that patience, I mean, we've seen a mixture in patience, I would say, in this game so far. A couple of unforced errors in that game of Paula Josemaría, but let's talk through that element of patience, because I think for new players to the game, or particularly more recreational players, I'd put myself in that category, sometimes all I want to do is hit a smash and try and win a point. But you can see here the rallies go on for a long time, and it's much more, how do we build those points more strategically, right?
Patience is incredibly difficult to get right. It's almost finding that balance, and we've actually literally just did a podcast on it last week of the difference between almost active patience versus passive patience. And there's one thing of just getting the balls in, like just pushing the ball in, and there's another of trying to set up the point, but just waiting an extra ball or two before you can be aggressive. And it's often the thing that it's difficult for club players to get that right. Sometimes you feel like you're just pushing the ball and then being too defensive, or waiting too much, and then sometimes you're being too risky and too aggressive. It's very hard to get right.
And how do you coach patience? It's very difficult, isn't it? Because it's as much a mentality thing as where you are on the court and how you're choosing your shots.
Well, it's interesting because I think if you look at the top players, the way they train is through drills. They do condition drills where they're playing a pattern of shots with consistency and intensity, and therefore when they come to the match court, they're used to these patterns and going through the patterns, and they're hitting them with consistency and intensity. But I think if you only play matches, it's very difficult to instill that in your game if you're not doing those drills.
The pace has picked up in this rally then. Sofia Araújo desperately trying to find the winner one way or another. Well defended by Josemaría at the back glass. But the lob long from Alonso.
great attacking play here from both sides. You see Sofia is all over that net.
An interesting choice there with a double-handed backhand trying to pop it out.
Wow, I think she was just trying to do anything she could to get a bit more power. It's not easy doing a backhand pop out. Lovely volley from Alonso there, keeping so low off the glass.
And you can hear Josemaría, bien Ale, good Ale, consistently chatting and motivating her teammate.
There from Sofia. Good combination of power and accuracy to find that gap down the middle.
And another golden point. Who will be receiving it? Of course, the players between themselves can choose who receives that, depending on maybe how they're feeling in the game, if their confidence is high.
Looks like Sofia's going to. This is a big golden point here. Oof, dropped in for Jensen on that lob. And that will make the difference. 5-3 lead, serving for the set.
A huge, huge moment to get that pendulum swinging in their favour for Jensen and Araújo of the crew paddle team. So they're now serving for this first set. A reminder that it is the best of 3 sets, but if it does go to a third, so if it's 1 set each, then we will go to a championship tiebreak, which is the first to 10 points with 2 clear points. And there's a couple of different ways of scoring throughout, you know, recreational paddle right up to international. Of course, we're playing golden point and this championship tiebreak. On Premier Paddle, we see, or in past seasons, it was regular advantage and 3 tie-break sets, no super tie-break. Of course, going into 2026, we've got a new star point system, which is very exciting to see that unfold as well.
Yeah, and that star point is almost the decider, the golden point on the 3rd juice. And I think at the recreational level, it's really, it's almost like what suits you, whatever you feel like, you and your friends, or you and your players, what suits you best, really. I know a lot of players use the advantage juice, where you go and you've got to win by 2 clear points, and often no changing of ends, and it's if they book a 90-minute court, every single second is used of that 90 minutes.
Precious time and money.
Yeah.
And 3 set points for Jensen, Araújo. And they carried on just for a little bit, but it will be a second serve for Jensen.
Wow, good power on the Vibra from Sofia. Great pick up from Alonso.
Another chance at the set point. Just 1 break in it in this first set. Here comes Jensen with the board press.
Big smash from Jensen.
And with the 1 break and that smash from Claudia Jensen, Crew Paddle take this first set 6 games to 3. It took until almost the end for them to break the serve of Alonso and Paula. Josemaría, and that Portres out the 3-meter high wall on the side from Claudia. Jensen secures this first set for the team in their bright pink kit.
Tenemos que intentar manejarnos a Sofía, lo que no quiero es que juegue todo el rato adelante. No nos conviene que esté adelante, que sea que nos tampa, porque además está posicional y la bola le va a ella. Y encima le va arriba, y ahí ella está más cómoda. O le tenemos que tirar abajo.
26 total points won to the 22 of Josemaría and Alonso, and there's just the one break. It is incredibly close, but for Jensen and Araújo, that break mattered, and they won those 2 golden points in that 45-minute first set. And now, getting some advice from the coaches, they're saying, we want Sofia to play a little bit further back. Can we make Sofia Araújo play further back in the court? Possibly to make sure she can't be as aggressive and as explosive as she has been in that first set. Again, they're talking here about Sofia Araújo, saying that she is dangerous when she can come forward. So how do we prevent that from happening a little bit more? Got to turn this around, he's saying. We've got to suffer. And you can see by the scarves and the coats that it is quite cold in the Caja Mágica centre court. It is not a very warm day in Madrid, but it is heating up on court. It's our second match of the day. This morning it was 11-11 who took the win in the men. Can 11-11 do it again? But it was crew paddle with Araújo and Jensen winning the first set 6-3, and of course that means that the predictor goes in their favour for who's going to win. I wonder, Sandy, do you think they will be able to take this in 2 sets, or will we go to a third?
Well, they definitely stormed ahead in that set, playing with more intensity, more attack. But you just can't count the opponents down here. Like Paula and Alonso really have it within them to bring this back, and you often see a little bit of a seesaw in these type of matches. So I think there's everything to play for.
And particularly with someone like Paula Josemaría, who has 46 career titles to her name, and held that #1 spot in the world rankings since 2023, and was in that battle all year alongside Ari Sanchez against Sofia and Delfina Brea, who managed to take away that top spot. Delphi Brea, of course, becoming the first Argentinian woman to hold the #1 spot in over a decade. And they held on to it right to the end. A double fault for Paula Josemaría.
Don't often see that, particularly from the ex-world #1.
And they were saying on that coaching bench in the set break towards Josemaría and Alonso to get Sofia Araújo playing much more at the back of the court. They recognise that she's a danger when she's up at the net with those volleys and with those attacking víboras. So let's see if they can push her a little bit further back. Will they perhaps play a little bit more towards Jensen? That's often a strategy that we see, right? Trying to play a lot more towards one player, maybe if they're not having the best game, or they recognise that they're the weaker out of the two. There's a fantastic phrase about putting a player in the fridge, which I love.
Yeah, putting them in the fridge means really not hitting the ball to them. And I think at this level, it will differ at net versus at the back. And I think the problem they're having is that Sofia presses up the court quite quickly, and Jensen is very comfortable playing behind her, and so they end up playing to Jensen while Sofia gets a good front court position. You're seeing her doing that a little bit now, and when she's up there, she can be so dangerous.
She just finds that gap past what is the backhand of Paula. Josemaría, and a breakpoint opportunity.
Big change, fake overhead there from Paula to play it soft down the middle, leading to break point at the start of this second set. I mean, sorry, golden point.
Al resto, Claudia Jensen.
Claudia Jensen has opted to return this golden point from Josemaría. An excellent serve down into the corner off the glass.
Lovely bajada and through the legs there from Claudia, but not enough from Paula. Sees it off.
And Claudia Jensen, one of the most entertaining players to watch. Someone that loves a through the leg shot, loves a behind the back shot, you're right. And you said earlier, it's unpredictable. She just couldn't get on that one from Josemaría.
Yeah, she just didn't quite hit the through the legs high enough or deep enough.
And the dynamite explosive finish from Josemaría. They talked a little bit about the mentality on their 11-11 bench break during the sets, about how they're going to turn this around, and it's a good start. A positive start, winning their first service game.
0-15.
Oof. Just what she would have wanted in that situation. Good covering of net from Paula there. So smart with her overhead, seeing her play that soft pass, Sofia, down the middle. Good powerful smash, but Alonso's there ready and waiting. Lovely change from Alonso there, almost a soft bajada down the middle. I think Sofia on her cross was expecting her to hit this hard. It looked like she was going to hit hard, and then she changed that soft.
And you can hear what I love about this pairing between Josemaría and Alonso. And it's synonymous with what Josemaría is like all season. But the communication that she gave to Ali Alonso there, telling her exactly where Araújo and Jensen were, she was saying they're both up at the net, which must just give Alonso so much confidence.
And often a big reason why we recommend for players to watch the pros.
So a break up now for Alonso.
Servicio Alejandra Alonso.
And Josemaría. With Ali Alonso, the 19-year-old, ranked at number 11 in the world ranking. The player from Valladolid in Spain. Named the Golden Girl. 2023 was really the year Ali Alonso made her breakthrough. And then started her rapid ascent in the ranking.
Nice change from Alonso there down the line. Oh, and Sofia just miscuing that. Rulo just came off the top end of the racket. You do feel like there's a slight momentum shift here at the start of this second set.
Great backhander from Alonso and blocked up at the net from Jensen, and it is unlucky Araújo, who's seen more unforced errors, creeping in, just doesn't catch that one quite right on the chiquita. All in favour of Josemaría and Ali Alonso as they're up 40-15. And a chance to extend their lead here. They're a break up already.
Oh, a lovely bandecker into that corner from Paula, hitting the back glass first. Leaving it hug the side glass. Not much Sofia could have done about it. Softly played. This is why this shot needs to be played softly. Look at that. Perfect execution.
It just dies in the corner. And is that just the positioning or more about kind of the spin and everything that goes on it as well? We'll come back to that in a few seconds' time. Let you mull over on that one, Sandy, as we will head down courtside to see what it's like in the midst of the action with Paula Murillo.
I don't know, guys, how much do you know about this Caja Mágica? Here in Madrid, it's located in the south of Madrid, and in Madrid there's a bunch of big stadiums to hold sports events like Santiago Bernabéu, where Real Madrid plays, Metropolitano, where Atlético de Madrid plays, or the Madrid Arena, where this competition was held the previous years. And then there's the Caja Mágica. Usually, this Caja Mágica, by the way, it means in Spanish the magic box, if you didn't know. Here, magic things happen. Here, normally, it's celebrated the Master 1000 and WTA 1000 of tennis during the months of April and May. And here at this arena, Rafa Nadal has won that title 5 times. And precisely here on this clay, it's usually clay here, he played his last match in Spain as a professional. What else? Carlos Alcaraz has also won here a couple of times. So it's a really special place for Spanish people and Spanish sports.
It certainly is a special place. And now it turns into a special place for padel as well, as we will crown champions here on Sunday. That's when the final takes place, alongside the 3rd and 4th place playoff. And I mentioned there of Rafael Nadal, who waved goodbye to his professional tennis career here in the Caja Mágica. Will his Rafa Nadal Academy team be able to clinch victory this year? We will find out. But something that Paula said really interesting, this court is normally clay. And it's very hard to believe that this is normally a clay court when you see it now with a purple paddle turf. It's amazing how they transform these spaces.
Yeah, I'm always amazed by when they put them in these big tennis venues, especially well-recognised tennis venues. And the Roland Garros springs to mind, particularly with the clay, where they put the courts on those clay. And it works so well, I think, for paddle. It's the perfect, they put the court in the middle, they got plenty of space around the court. The stadiums are often set up and designed to have spectators in. It's a great addition.
Creates that show court, centre court atmosphere. You said Roland Garros.
I thought you were going to say Mágica for a second there.
Oh, I should.
Creates this Mágica.
missed opportunity there. One of the most impressive ones, I think, last season in Dubai, in one of the Premier Padel tournaments, they turned an Olympic swimming into a padel arena, and there was a time-lapse footage of how they did it. Phenomenal how they transform these spaces.
It's amazing that's Hamdan Sport Complex, and I remember it well. I mean, they put lots of events in there. They almost have a system with the pool where it just brings the floor up to make it a solid floor. They've held tennis and paddle events there before. It's really impressive. Very Dubai.
40-30.
So an opportunity for Jensen and Araújo to get their first game on the board of this second set. It's definitely all been in favour so far of Josemaría and Alonso. Alonso, who made 7 semi-finals in the Premier Battle Tour in 2025, won 2 FIP Platinum tournaments, and we're at golden point.
This is a big golden point here. There's already been a couple in this set.
Paula, Josemaría.
And I think a 4-love lead would be insurmountable.
Josemaría chose to return the golden point.
Great lob off that Vibra there from Paula. And it's gone wide, and that is 4-love. Alonso and Josemaría.
Everything is indicating a championship tie-break for the third set. Just came around a little bit too much on that with her body.
Yeah. I am surprised how many of the games, and you will be the same, almost commentating throughout the year on Premier Padel, how many of the games seesaw like this? Like it's, I don't want to say it's common, but it happens more often than you would think.
I've seen pairs lose 6-love in a first set and then come back and win the second set 6-1, taking it to a third. And you think, sometimes you just think, how does that happen? How can you be so, out of control in a first set and then come back and completely turn it around?
I think it's both pairs in that situation, and you'd say it's both pairs here, really. It's that the pair that loses the first set steps up their intensity and they are a bit more tenacious on the court, and the pair that has won the first set sometimes almost takes their foot off the gas and loses concentration a little bit. And it's errors like that we didn't really see Jensen play those in the first set. Oh, what blocking from Sofia there. Managed to stay in it, and that rouleau was in. Yeah, it was in, so that makes that 5-love.
Just in. I mean, you can't fault the effort from Araújo. She adjusted her racket every time. There's just a certain amount that you can hold on there until it falls straight to the path of Josemaría.
She did great to even stay in that rally.
So a big lead here for Alonso and Josemaría, 5-love, and here's how Claudia Jensen's court coverage has been. 59% in that transitional period, the least amount up in the attack.
Yeah, and I think she's the type of player we will see more of her in defence, I think, than attack. Obviously, a lot of these players will be in that transition zone, and that covers quite a chunk of the court. But she's probably one of those players that is more comfortable or is happy to be at the back of the court defending.
Ramiro Joy is saying, I don't really care what happens in this second set. We'll go for the super tie break. I think they're being realistic. It's going to be tough to come back from 5-love down.
But he's making a good point there. It's important to almost get momentum with you, even if you lose this set, which is looking likely if you're 5-love down. You go into a super tie break, you can't afford any kind of lack of concentration in that super tie break. So it's really like, can we get back on form in this last end of the second set?
Claudia, Jensen.
And as that player, if they're coming into this next game, you're almost thinking, well, I mean, not quite the right attitude to have, but will they maybe be thinking, let's just get this set over and done with?
Well, I think they'll go out and be, aggressive, on their toes, intense, knowing what would be at stake after this game or after this set.
Great return from Alonso.
Oh, nice change from Alonso, but Jensen was there. Good love from Paula. Powerful bajada from Sofia. Inch perfect into that corner. What a shot. You can see how low that stays, right in the corner.
And the crew padel team cheering them on from the sidelines. Alonso had to adjust late there, just catching her feet.
Oof. Oh, just out. I think Alonso's called that. I think the ball clipped the fence on the way through. And almost the crew team being a little bit more relaxed has allowed them to play a little bit better. Nice change from Paula there. Soft down the middle. Oops. That's gone out.
Araújo, Jensen.
And it's the best game that Jensen and Araújo have played in this second set by far. It will take a lot for them to still come back and win this second set, but I think you made a really solid point, Sandy, saying, even though they're probably not going to win, if they finish this set well, then that's at least some confidence and momentum going into their favour in a championship tiebreak.
Yes, and also almost the fact they're concentrating on the super tiebreak and it means they're more relaxed in how they're playing now because they're not too focused on every single point. Actually, like you say, end up playing one of the better games.
Tino Libaak wasn't enjoying the camera on him in that moment, but he should be. He got a good victory earlier with Javi Garrido against the Rafa Nadal Academy team.
Good block from Alonso to keep that net. And that bandeja just floated from Alonso, and Jensen took advantage by playing the volley down into the corner.
Josemaría once again communicating exactly where Araújo and Jensen were. She's seeing them up at the net. Did Ali Alonso just play into their hands a little bit there?
Yeah, that's a great volley though from Jensen going around her. And that's where Alonso went for a Chiquita, but it just floated a little bit too much. Nice change from Paula. Oof. That's a very difficult call. See the way the ball bounced there? That almost looked like it got stuck in a hole at the back of the court. He called it out very quickly, the umpire, but you could see the way the ball spun backwards would imply that it hit the ground first, and I think that's what the players were thinking. You see the way it stopped on that
That is a very close call.
Oof, yeah. And you see the way the ball stops, that usually implies it's hit the ground first. That's normally how players can tell. If not, if it hits the glass first, it rolls with topspin back into the net. So we're going to go for a bit of a VAR, but that's also another indication that the court has been freshly lain.
So they have asked for a video review, Jensen and Araújo. I mean, from that angle we saw looking at the back glass, it definitely looked like it hit the ground first. But it's now with our video review officials who will let the chair umpire know the decision.
I like the almost X-Files music that goes with this.
The tension, certainly. We'll look at it again now.
La revisión de vídeo determina que la bola es buena. Por consiguiente, como eco.
And there we go. Buena means that the ball was in.
Es 30-15. 15-30, correcto. 15-30.
So, because it was called out by the umpire, video review said it was in. They're going to replay this. No change in score. 15-30.
Nice bandeja down the middle from Alonso. Backhand bajada from Jensen just clipped the net, making it even more difficult to defend. Plays that shot so well. Look at the rotation on that shot. So accurate as well. So far, they've come out and played a really good 2 games when they decided to focus on the super tie break.
Yeah, it's almost too little, too late, perhaps, in this second set.
And that's gone out from Paula.
So what we might have thought was going to go to a pretty swift championship tiebreak when Alonso and Josemaría were up 5 games to love. Jensen and Araújo have come back winning 2 consecutive games. And now will come and serve again. And we're hearing on the bench here if Josemaría and Alonso can go back to the rhythm they were playing before, that's the advice.
Quite difficult to do that though, when you just say, just go back to how you were playing.
Yeah, it's not just them, it's a lot to do with how well Jensen and Araújo came out and played in those last couple of games, but they're also talking a little bit here about the lobs, saying if we can get our lobs going well, they're going to be key. And trying to exploit that gap, they're saying here, between Jensen and Araújo. When one is up and one is back, that's when the gap will open up. So can they build the point strategically and try and separate them on court, find that gap down the middle or get them out of position? That's how they reckon they're going to win this second set. And a real mixture of where those winners have gone in that second set. A good amount in the service boxes though. What a defense from Josemaría, but the lob is long from Alonso. I mean, what a defence from both sides, in fact, back and forth. Josemaría with the spin defence.
God, those half volley pickups from her, really impressive. Nice Chiquita from Alonso, and she's in after that. Beautifully played there. So good at slowing the ball down. And you can see off the corner, it allowed her to come forward, and nice backhand volley to fence.
Great block from Josemaría.
Big smash from Sofia, but Paula was able to get it, although she didn't put as much on that shot as she would have liked. Set it up for Jensen, really. She read it well, got to a good position, but it was into the waiting forehand of Claudia Jensen. Good smash from Sofia, but Alonso was there. Oh, brilliant rouleau from Sofia. Down to the feet of Alonso as she was moving forward.
And you could feel Paula Josemaría just looked like every time she was just trying to alleviate that pressure, that lob was pretty shallow and pretty low for Araújo to attack down on.
She did, I mean, Sofia Araújo did so well off that ball, really, to be able to hit it that accurately. One more game, and they're gradually fighting their way back into this. We talk about seesaws. This could end up going the distance in the second set before it goes the distance in the super tie-break.
Even if this goes to a super tie-break now, Jensen Araújo is saying, we are absolutely here. This is not going to be a six-love set like it looked like it might have been, but Alonso finds the gap right down the centre. Just takes the pace out.
That was a brilliant shot. I mean, it was a good shot from Sofia to keep it low down the middle, but Alonso perfectly took the speed off the ball. Another one of those bandecas into the corner, hitting the back glass close to the corner like that, making it impossible to read.
Josemaría speciality.
Particularly her being lefty playing that down the line means that one of the responses, either back glass or side glass, is very different to the other, so it's tough for Sofia to defend. Paula read it as well. She came forward, closed the gap, and you can see from Sofia's face she was felt lucky to get away with it.
You can see from the smiles. I mean, it's great to see so much enjoyment out on the court. It's all in such good spirit.
Oh dear, that's not what you want. Miscue of the return there, setting up 3-set points.
The smash doesn't go out from Alonso. And a little bit lucky as Araújo and Jensen had to switch sides.
The smash that bounces off the fence can be lucky to finish, but often pops up like that.
No.
Nice slow bandeja from Alonso there, finding her way around Sofia, and there's a great smash from Paula to finish the set.
So we will be going to a championship tie break, given that it is one set, or that second set finished in the only fashion it could, with Paulita Dinamita with the smash. So championship tie break means that it will be very similar to a usual tiebreak, apart from, instead of going to 7 points, we will be going to 10. And it has to be won by 2 clear points. Therefore has to be 10-8, 11-9.
12-10.
To keep going. Have you ever seen a massive championship tiebreak going up to the +20s?
I'm sure I have over the years. It's like you often see in the normal score tie breaks, not being able to separate by 2. Pretty close full game there. That was the second set summary. So Paula and Alejandra were obviously ahead in that. I mean, they were really ahead at the beginning, 5-love, and you thought they were going to storm the set, and Claudia and Sofia fought their way back in, like you say, giving them good momentum to go into this championship tiebreak.
So let's see how they're going to try and come away with this win for team 11-11. And the win predictor very much back in the middle, as it should be, with 1 set apiece.
It's hard to predict this now, isn't it? After those first 2 sets, it really, I think, is going to be who gets the momentum at the start of this set, this tiebreak.
And if you could pick one now out of 11-11 or crew paddle, I won't hold you to it, Sandy, but in a championship tiebreak, who might triumph in your eyes?
I think that fight back from crew there shows me that they've gained momentum here, and yeah, if I had to pick, and if you were really forcing me to, I mean, then I would go with crew. Yeah. And like we said earlier, first to 10 points, got to win by 2 clear points. Unforced error from Paula there, and that's almost why I went with crew, is because I feel like Alonso and Alejandra and Paula have just had a few too many errors.
So Josemaría will serve in this championship tiebreak. Into the corner, lob on the return. Araújo towards Ali Alonso as Araújo comes in.
Lovely volley there from Paula, but great pick up from Sofia, and unforced error from Alejandra Alonso.
And unforced errors, if we were to determine exactly what that means, it's pretty much when you should be able to play that shot well over the net, in the right position. You've got time or very little pressure from the opposition, right? But then you still make the error.
Yeah, I think it's almost within your capability, and so an unforced error for the pros is probably different to an unforced error for a beginner, for example, but it's when really you should be able to make that ball, not make a mistake, in other words.
Indeed, my level of unforced error would be pretty different to Paula Josemaría.
That was an unforced error there, going for an angled Chiquita. making the mistake. And it can be difficult sometimes because there, for example, it's a tight point in the match. It's a long point, and she's gone for a difficult Chiquita, taking a risk, but it is still considered an unforced error.
So close so far in the championship tiebreak, 2-1 to Jensen Araújo as it heats up on court. But you saw some spectators in their hats, scarves, coats and gloves. It's actually been snowing in Madrid today.
Well read from Jensen there, attacking, but they're still getting the ball back. Team in green really fighting to stay in that, and that is paddle at the highest level, making the opponents play one more ball.
Federico Chingotto and Momo Gonzalez having a nice chat with Kun Agüero there. The two male players in the crew paddle team who will be playing later today on the 4th match of the day versus 10 paddle.
She set the point up, and she would have wanted a short lob like that, and she gave it everything, but just into the top of the net. An unforced error there from Alejandra Alonso.
Constant encouragement coming from her partner, Paula Josemaría.
Good patience with the bandecas there from Alonso, both cross-court and down the middle. And again, using that shot to retain the net position. Now Paula's turn to play that sensible overhead, and you can see how much that shot the bandeja is used at the pro level.
In reference to that conversation we had earlier about the patience, I say that just as Sofia Araújo executes, I think, maybe one of the first por cuatros out the back of the court that we have seen in this match so far, right out the back of the 4-meter high glass and cage combined at the back. A fantastic winner.
And partly set up by a good volley short, forcing her opponent to hit up.
And Lucia Signs giving that encouragement in a good position at 4-2 up. We have another women's match coming up after this. It's the Rafa Nadal Academy team taking on RL9. That'll be match 3 of 6 of the day. But first, finding out who will come away with this win.
A lovely backhand bajada there from Jensen, picked up by Paula. Paula doing a great job. They're both doing a great job to stay in this. They just did enough to win that point, threw everything at them.
You could almost see in that between Jensen and Araújo, with every chance they got, it was up to the net, up to the net. How can we put more and more pressure on this pair? But that is wonderful on the volley from Paula Josemaría, right down to the feet of Claudia Jensen. It gets her in her feet.
It's a brilliant read. Look how Paula read that and came across to cover that middle position. She could tell from Sofia's body that it was going to be a bandeja. And then she makes an unforced error off the return. Almost gives the next point away.
And the score reads 6-3 in the championship tiebreak.
And again, unforced error caught on that backhand volley, Alonso, this time taking it slightly late, going into the fence.
So 7-3, a very strong position, and a number of unforced errors from Josemaría and Alonso. That's really been that defining factor in this tiebreak so far. Good lob from Araújo, but with the defence, it's into the hands of Paula. Josemaría with the dynamite at the net.
So quick from Paula to read that situation and be on top of it.
It is definitely not over.
Oh, lovely speed there from Claudia. Jensen softly finding the gap.
And such classy deception on that as well, right? Turning her racket at the last moment. It's clever.
As we said before, she's got so much disguise on her shots.
And the men's team from Crew Paddle, great to see them supporting each other. That's one of the fantastic things about this team aspect of the tournament, that they're out here cheering each other on. Of course, it will all come down to how many points that their teams accumulate over their 8 matches across those qualification stages. They play 3 men's, 3 women's and 2 next gen, trying to pick up as many points as possible. 8-5. Jensen, Araújo.
Saca Alonso, saca Alonso. Sí.
Vamos, Ale. Este puntito, Vamos a meter. Está atrás. Sofi viene. La 2, mitad culpa de él.
Paula Josemaría is saying Sophie's coming. He gets a little bit lucky. Ale Alonso. You can see Javi Garrido in the sunglasses behind the coaching bench, cheering on Team 11-11. What a comeback at first part from Sofia Araújo, but here is the comeback from Josemaría Alonso.
Change there from Paula, forcing that easy ball. Por cuatro there, very nicely done.
They were down 8-5, they've clawed it back to 8-7. Bandeja from Araújo wins the net.
Oh, what a shot there from Sofia, change of direction. Bandeja going down the line.
And at 9-7, match point to Crew Paddle team for Jensen, Araújo.
So close. That was their moment. Let's hope they don't live to regret it.
They've got another chance. The music and tension is high in the Caja Mágica. Josemaría takes her time, bouncing the ball for the serve. In comes Ale Alonso with the smash all the way over the net. They've saved another match point.
It's a bit of a short, tentative lob there from Sofia. almost didn't commit to it. Good power from Alonso there. 9-all. It might be one of these tie breaks you were hoping for, Emily, that goes the distance.
It's the curse, isn't it? We might get into the 20s. All, which is confirming what that win predictor was saying. There's been absolutely nothing in this match in terms of momentum shifts. It was all in favour of Jensen Araújo in the first set, mostly in favour of Alonso Josemaría until those last couple of games of the second. And a tie-break now at 9-9. A reminder, it is the first to 10, but that has to be by 2 clear points. So this will at least now have to be 11-9.
Great defending from Sofia. Oh, she's done so well to keep that ball alive. And they're back in it. From Sofia, and now it's match point the other way round.
So they have turned this around. Could Josemaría Alonso take home the win?
Nice fake from Paula there, putting Jensen under pressure on the cross, and she's got the easy finish.
The easy finish. Ali Alonso was celebrating before Josemaría had even hit that shot all the way. It comes over the net, and it is the win eventually for Paula Josemaría and Alejandra Alonso in the championship tiebreak, and they take home the points. A consecutive victory here today for Team 11-11. They came back.
I was feeling quite good about my prediction, but then they turned it around and steamed through at the end there.
And if you had to pick a standout player, I mean, all 4 of them played well in that game. Who would you choose?
I really think Paula's experience shone through there, because I don't think Alonso had her best game, but Paula was just constantly there supporting, very few unforced errors. Really feel like her experience almost would win her that MVP of the match.
And look at that celebration from the 11-11 paddle team. Here's what it means to play as part of a wider team than just who's on the court. And another 2 points then for Team 11-11, who've already got more points in total than they got in the entire competition in 2025. There's the smile and the cheer from Paula Josemaría as she embraces the young 19-year-old Alejandra Alonso. What a fight. They really had to turn that championship tiebreak around. They were down 8-4 at one point and looked like everything was going in favour of Jensen Araújo, who dominated that first set, fought back really hard in that second half of the second set, but I think in tune with what Sandy said, the experience of former world #1 Paula Josemaría shone through to get them that victory. Here's how it all played out then. Just clinched the total number of points won, but only 3 more than their opponents. They took 2 out of 3 breaks, Josemaría and Alonso, to the 2 out of 4 from Jensen Araújo. Very similar in terms of consecutive points and golden points. 1 hour and 38 minutes on court, going to that championship tie break. And now let's go and hear from the winners, Ali Alonso and Paula Josemaría.
es un día también difícil, ¿no? Porque vienes como que has entrenado aquí también, pero jugar después de la pretemporada y todo no es fácil. Entonces, nada,
Paula, Josemaría is saying it's a difficult place to come when,
los chicos también que han
you
podido
know,
ganar.
we're in pre-season mode and we've had a couple of times to train, but coming and playing with a new partner, it's always going to be a tricky first game.
Así que vamos este año con todo y a seguir así.
But they're going to continue. Now, start as we mean to go on. The overriding message from Josemaría as we turn to Ale Alonso.
Ha sido súper emocionante y la gente, vamos, lo estaba viviendo como si fuera la final del torneo ya.
Bueno, hola a todos, gracias por venir aquí y estar hoy con nosotros. Sí, la verdad que feliz. El año pasado la verdad que nos costó sumar esos puntitos, los super se nos resistían. Así que nada, feliz de sumar puntos para el equipo. Enhorabuena también a los chicos.
Happy and enjoying being part of a team with Josemaría.
Y la última, del 1 al 10, jugar aquí en Madrid, en España,
And
toda
Paula
esta gente
asking
chillando.
Paula Morillo,
Del 1 al 10,
alongside
¿cuántos ha ayudado a
Josemaría.
ganar este partido?
How's it feel
seguro que
being
os ha
in a
dado.
team, being part of a team?
Por mi parte, seguro.
¿Y por aquí?
Sí, también, un 10. El público genial.
El público responde ahí, Timidio, con un aplauso un poco más gordo para...
Both saying they absolutely love
para
being part of
Paula
a
y
team.
para Ale,
11-11,
que
it
se vaya a
makes it
descansar
special.
después de haber
And then
dado
there's an
una segunda
applause
victoria a su equipo. Enhorabuena,
from the
chicas.
crowd as well. I'm hoping to see those smiles again later on in the tournament, but a good win for 11-11 for Paula Josemaría and Alejandra Alonso. So 2 wins on the bounce for Team 11-11, a brilliant start for them in the tournament.
Absolutely, and you really wouldn't, you thought they were out of that match as well there, and I think, you know, the team on the side there were almost surprised and elated the fact they pulled through that, and what a great start for them as a team. Definitely helps to get points in this early days.
And what a game then. Let's take a look at some of those highlights. Welcome back then. It is time for game 3 of the day of the 2026 Generali Hexagon Cup. Up next, the Rafa Nadal Academy taking on RL9, another women's match here today. Then following that, back to the men. Crew paddle versus 10 paddle. Then we come back to the women. It's Advantage Team versus Hexagon, and finishing off the day here in this new venue for this third edition, the Caja Mágica. It will be Advantage versus the RL9 team. 8 teams of male, female and next-gen pairings battling it out on this purple-adorned court to make history and take home a trophy on Sunday. 6 matches today. This is our third. And here we go. The Rafa Nadal Academy team. It is Marta, Ortega and world number 1 Sofia. They are taking on the RL9 team of Andrea Ustero and Ariana Sanchez. It's an all-Spanish affair on this court. A world number 1 and a former world number 1. All players on court inside the top 10 in the world. And this is the beautiful centre court of the Caja Mágica, where the 2 best teams after the qualification round will go through to the final. We've had 2 wins for Team 11-11 in male and female here this morning. And if you're just joining us on the coverage, then a huge welcome. I'm Emily Kilner, and I'm joined with the Paddle School founder and a fantastic coach. Beside me, Sandy Farquharson. Let's talk through those 2 first matches. Some brilliant paddle on display already in the tournament.
Yeah, some very closely fought games there in both the first men's match and then the women's match there, going all the way to the super tiebreaker.
Y señoras y señores, ya tenemos el honor de poder estar presentándoles con un fuerte aplauso.
And we will meet our players as they make their way out into the arena. First up, we will meet Martita Ortega, la doctora, the doctor, and Josemaría, the number 1 in the world right now, alongside Delfina Brea, 33 years old, the player from Menorca, now living in Madrid and part of this Rafa Nadal Academy team headed up by the sister of Rafa Nadal, Maribel. And Gemma trains frequently at the Rafa Nadal Academy alongside Marta Ortega, who is at home, the player from Madrid. 28 years old, at 9 in the FIP rankings. Plays on the right-hand side of this pair. And they will be facing the RL9, the Robert Lewandowski team. And that will be Andrea Ustero, the 18-year-old Andrea Ustero, inside the top 10 in the world, alongside former world number 1 Ariana Sanchez, Ari Sanchez. You might hear her referred to as Magic Ari for some of the shots that she can pull off at 28 years old. She's at 3 in the FIP world ranking, but held that top spot for 2 years alongside, 3 years in fact, alongside Paula Josemaría, who we just saw win for the 11-11 team. And what is brilliant about this pairing between Andrea Ustero and Ariana Sanchez here in the Hexagon Cup is that they will be playing together this season. They're forming a brand new pairing after the breakup of Sanchez and Josemaría, which just adds even more anticipation to this game.
Definitely, and I think it's going to be really interesting to see them play as a pair, and this is a great warm-up for them before they hit the Premier season, to be able to play a competition like this, to play against the top level in the world as a new pair. I'm also excited to see Marta and Gemma play. I think they will combine nicely in terms of their game. They're going to have great synchronized play. The defensive game of Marta on the right hand side and Gemma on the left. I think again we're going to be in for a close battle.
And of course, four players that are incredibly familiar with each other. One of the biggest head-to-heads in 2025 was between Ari Sanchez, Paula, Josemaría and Gemma Triay and Delphi Brea. Of course, it was Triay and Brea who knocked Ari Sanchez off that #1 spot. And we're just getting the final words from the chair umpire that it will be best of 3 sets. It will be golden point and a super tiebreak in the 3rd set, which means there won't be a full 3rd set. It will go to that super tiebreak, or championship tiebreak as it's sometimes known, which we just saw in the match before this, where Josemaría and Alonso came through to win for team 11-11. And into some final bits of warm-up now on the court, and these final moments to just get your feel on the court. It's always the same warm-up that we see tournament by tournament. It never changes.
No, and it's always the same, time period the players have, although in Premier it's been shortened this year. But yeah, they're all just getting a feel for this new court they're on.
And we're up here looking down a beautiful vision of the Caja Mágica. Let's go and see what it's like next to the court with our courtside reporter, Paula Murillo.
We have a new team here sitting courtside, is RL9, and this is a match about giants of these sports. If we were talking before about Paula Josemaría, you said it, Emily, #3 of the world, and here is another #3, Ari Sanchez, that will be pairing up here with Andrea Ustero. Not only here at the Hexagon Cup, but in the upcoming season. And then on the other side of the court, we have, well, a couple that is, how to say it? It's a classic in here. Gemma Triay, #1 of the world, recent #1 of the world in 2025 alongside Delphi Brea, but here she will be playing again for a 3rd year in a row along her partner Marta Ortega. So let's see what happens down here. I'll keep you updated.
Thank you, Paula. It is certainly going to be interesting what happens out here on the court. At #1 in Gemma Triay with Marta Ortega. That is the team for the Rafa Nadal Academy.
You can't stop me, I'm running through. I'm untouchable, yeah, 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 I'm untouchable, yeah.
So an extremely exciting match up ahead. Marta Ortega, 28 years old, at 9 in the FIP rankings, as we said, from Madrid, so will feel very at home. She made 3 finals in the 2025 season.
Yeah, I think a very strong right-sided player here. So good at the defense, and, a really kind of intelligent player. Good at controlling the game. I think she'll do a fantastic job as a right side player in order to set the point up for her partner, Gemma Triay, current world #1, has all of the shots, plays a very good aggressive game, can hit big smashes if she needs to, but often is, really well known for her patience in attack.
So the Rafa Nadal Academy team shaping up very nicely. Let's take a look at RL9.
Taking it minute by minute, becoming the hero I came to become. Know when I do what I do, when I do it, I ain't gonna stop till it's done. Can never fool me, I got all it takes. I'm gonna stick to my guns, never be losing my cool. I'ma stay where I am when the rest of them run. I'ma be turning to the ground like a flame throwing.
And what a pair they are facing in Andrea Ustero and Ariana Sanchez. Now, Andrea Ustero, youngest by far on the court, only 18 years old, but at number 8 in the world.
She's had a great season as well, and one to really watch for the future, and probably not too distant a future as well. So many weapons. Like when you watch her play, you think she looks quite a casual player, and then just has such good overheads, like so aggressive with the topspin smash. Obviously a lefty as well, so it makes her slightly more tricky, but she will do a fantastic job almost of finishing off the points for her partner Ari, who is well known for being so consistent on the court and just a really solid left side player. She spent the last few years playing with Paula, Josemaría, and so knows what it's like to do the job of setting that up for her partner.
And of course, a really interesting insight perhaps to how Ustero and Sanchez will play together throughout the season. Not many of these pairs playing together in the Hexagon Cup are their real life pairings, so this will be a good test for them. Will it also give something away to their opponents?
I think it's probably too early to give anything away. I think it's going to take a little bit of time to build chemistry. You've got to remember that Ari's not played with anyone else for 3 years, and she will have intentionally looked for someone whose game is similar to Paula, and Ustero, her partner now, okay, she's a lot younger, but she is that similar style of lefty, has all the shots, can create points. As you would say that Ari is, even though she's a left side player, she's probably a slightly more conservative version of a left side player.
Magic Ari, as she's sometimes known as well, for some of the shots that she can pull off, and it will be exciting to watch this new partnership evolve in the 2026 season. Of course, on the other side of the net, Jemaitria will stay with Delphi Brea. Marta Ortega will pair up excitingly with Martina Calvo, another up-and-coming youngster on the circuit. And we saw the win predictor 50-50. And when you look at these rankings, everyone inside the top 10, it is very, very difficult to tell how this is going to go this afternoon.
Yeah, especially the way the teams are paired up, in that you've got two very strong players that aren't necessarily used to playing with each other, and they're being put together, and so I think a lot of these matchups are so close. And again, we've got experienced coach Marcela Ferrari coaching the RL9 team.
So we get some words from the coaches, the Rafa Nadal Academy team, with Carlos Pozzoni, Rodrigo Vide, and also Franco Stupaczuk is waiting there after his loss this morning, but hopefully to give a little bit of advice. We can also see Maribel Nadal cheering on the teams. A really close friend of Jemaitria as well is Maribel Nadal.
I love watching Stupa in these events. He always gets so engaged in his team. Like, by the end of the days, he's almost on the coaching bench, jumping up and down. Like, and it's funny how some players get really, really involved, and then others not so. I'm not quite sure where the RL9 team is. Maybe they got a next-gen match on at the same time.
Yeah, well, maybe that. I mean, their men aren't playing until the last game of the day, which could be relatively late by the time we get there. Maybe they're just taking advantage of having a bit of a rest. Maybe keeping a bit warmer as well. And off we go, though, in match 3 of the day. Rafa Nadal Academy taking on RL9, and Ari Sanchez kicks us off with her service first.
15-0.
Well, 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0. 15-0.
I think like we've seen in the previous first 2 games, we're going to see players just getting used to the court. Remember, it's their first time playing a match on this court. It's a good smash from Ari, but not enough. Gemma's come across to tap it out.
And Gemma being such a tall player, those long limbs, they help you. I mean, she doesn't really have to stretch that far to get it out. She's got such excellent court coverage.
Well, I think she does that so well as well. Moves forward. So much of that shot itself is reading the ball. Nice rouleau from Ari down to the feet of Gemma. Unforced error from Ari. Don't see many of those, and I'm sure we won't see that many once she gets in the swing of things.
No, particularly not from a player who has a whopping 53 career titles, 17 of them with Premier Padel, 35 with the former World Padel Tour, and of course a World Cup Pairs champion, that new tournament that entered the international calendar in 2025. It was an emotional farewell between her and Paula Josemaría at the end of the season. A pair that dominated that #1 spot for 3 years. Bajada from Marta Ortega, down into the net.
Good pick up from Marta there off a difficult vibra from Ustero. Great lob from Ari off again another difficult ball. Ooh, almost like a lob, a lob overhead there.
Hard to define that one in particular. But the first game goes to Ustero and Sanchez as they lead on serve 1-0 as the Super Mario music welcomes us.
Rainbow Road, this feels like.
And of course, no word from the coach in this break. We change ends every odd number of games, but just a little bit of chat between the players themselves as they ease into this. A reminder, it's 2 points for a win in the male and female matches, 1 point for a win in next gen. And the best 2 teams after the qualification rounds, after those 8 matches throughout the week, will go through into the final, which will take place right here on Sunday. Geometria serves.
And there's that aggressive smash from Ustero. Can generate so much power, so easily brings it back to her side when she gets in a good position. That's where she's most dangerous. Lovely lob from Ari off a difficult return. Oof, that side spin there from Ustero. So much around the side of the ball on that vibra. Marta Ortega almost thought it was going in the corner and it came in to connect with her. Oh, lovely play from Ustero to come in off that ball there, angled. Ari and Gemma are so used to playing each other on this cross court. They spent all season playing on that left side diagonal, knowing each other's strengths and weaknesses very well. And there, a good vibra from Gemma, but brought down nicely by Ari. And the thing with Ustero, she's got to keep going for those overheads. She has a lovely rouleau, lovely power, and vibra. She does make a few mistakes from that side, but has to keep going for it. Ooh, talking of mistakes. Uncharacteristic, unforced error from Ari there. Completely miscuing the smash. Another unforced error off the return. Still the players trying to get into the game. You do often see a few unforced errors creep into the beginning of the match. And they generally cut those out as the match goes on and the rallies get longer and more closely fought. No mistaking on this one from Ari Sanchez there, with 4 meters down and out after creating the easy ball. They both wanted it. Little confidence booster from Ari Sanchez on that one, leading to our first golden point.
And our golden point, of course, one player chooses to receive. It's not like normal advantage. It is whoever wins this when it gets to juice will take the game. Something that definitely speeds up games, but can also, it can also change things quite a lot compared to if we normally see regular advantage happen on the international circuit.
Definitely. It definitely can make the length of a match more predictable. But like you say, it can really swing a match. If you happen to convert all of your goal points, your opponent doesn't, then, often it can swing a match one way or the other. And also, when you make a mistake on it like there, you can see the frustration from Ari. You almost feel like that mistake costs double when it's on a golden point.
So 1 game all, and that is a fast serve from Andrea Ustero. We've spoken a little bit about the serve across these matches that we've had this morning. That one was a little bit faster than maybe we're used to seeing, right into that bottom left-hand corner.
I think so. I mean, the aim, even at the pro level, if you can hit a little bit more on your serve, you can make it a little bit more difficult. You might get a slightly easier reply. Oh, good power, and just enough there from Ustero. She was trying to hit it out the court, I think. It clipped the side glass, but didn't give Gemma any time to come across to collect.
Andrea Ustero, for only being 18-year-old, I mean, it's hard to believe that she's 18 with that energy and that fearlessness that she has on court. She ended the 2025 season playing alongside Sofia Araújo, who we just saw playing in the match before this for the crew paddle team, and has spoken very openly about that, saying that she was playing with quite a few younger players before that, and actually playing with Araújo opened her mind up to actually what it's like being a professional athlete with a winning mentality. And it's really lovely how some of the older players can guide them through. But things like that, she doesn't look 18, she doesn't play like an 18-year-old.
Well, I think the word you use there that just describes her so well is like fearless. Like, regardless of the occasion and the situation, if she gets an opportunity to go for it, there's no second thinking. She just commits to it and goes for it. And I really like that about how she plays. It makes her an exciting player to watch, and also it makes you feel that as she matures, she's going to mature into a really, all-round attacking player, which is brilliant.
And she also hasn't let, that this big rise and these successes at a young age get her ahead. I mean, she's made history. She was the youngest in Premier Padel history to win a title in the 2025 season. A competition that was in Bordeaux, a P2 there, alongside Sofia Araújo. And I'm sure we will just see her going from strength to strength alongside this partnership with Ari Sanchez.
Good bajada there from Ari. Nice block from Gemma. And these are the overheads. Oh, and that's where sometimes she goes for it, but does make the mistake. And that's led to another golden point.
We've had more golden points early on in this match than... We didn't have this many this early on in our first two matches this morning. Maybe a sign of what's to come. This time, Gemma Triay, the world number one, has opted to receive.
Oh, good fake there from Estero. She's caught him on the back foot, but Gemma and Marta have found their way into net. Oh, and what a shot from Harry down the gap, down the middle.
A brilliant finish from Ari Sanchez. It's 2-1 to Estero, and Sanchez going into this break, and we stick on serve. Marta Ortega looking a little bit frustrated there on the bench as some advice comes in from the coaches. And if you're impressed by some of those smashes in those first couple of games, here is a masterclass from Mauri Andrini.
I will give you some smashing tips to all of you paddle lovers. Listen, very important. You got to know which lob is coming. If the lob is deep, you're not going to be able to perhaps play the smash from here. It's too difficult. Make sure the ball is in front of you so you can hit the ball very in front of you. Nice. Second tip, important. Make sure you step back first in order to contact the ball in front of you. So for two things. First, here is the power. Second, you look after your shoulder, which is very important. And the third, know your game. I know that everyone wants to hit the ball por tres, por cuatro, and winning so many shots with the overhead shot, but doesn't matter if you don't have it. You can still be a great player. It's not a rocket science.
So there, Mauri Andrini, the Argentinian former pro player, turned worldwide coach, giving us a couple of tips on the smash. It's not racket science. So if you picked up a few of those tips watching along, let's now see how the professionals do it. We're sticking on serve. It's 2-1 to Estero, and Sanchez. As a bit of a short lob is attacked down on by Ari Sanchez, and then again from Andrea Estero with the firepower. And that smash that Mauri was talking about, in that it's not racket science, it's something that everybody, when they first start learning, I want to be able to smash, I want to do it por tres, I want to do it por cuatro. What are the fundamentals that you need to master? Because personally, I really enjoy hitting it hard, but that doesn't always equate to a great smash.
No, and I think it's one of those that it sounds nice off the racket, and when you hit a winner, that kind of euphoria you get when you do hit a winner with your smash, so you think, oh, I want to do that again, or you see the pros and they go for big smashes. I think Mauri almost kind of put it in there where it was like, look, you just got to do it at the right times. And I think, especially coming from tennis to paddle, a big mistake that players do are trying to smash on balls that it's not the right shot choice. So unfortunately, it's learning the bandeja and learning that famous word patience again. Oof, lovely vibra there from Gemma, putting Ustero under pressure, but she's able to cope with it. So much slice on that. Great pickup from Gemma. Now the Gemma's on the defense.
She's such an elegant player, Sofia. She never really looks too phased, which is what I love watching about her as well. She's a perfect example of that patience.
Yeah, she's never frantic, is she? She's kind of calm. Even there where she's picking it up off the fence, she looks kind of regal almost.
And takes it all in her stride, returned to that #1 spot after 2 years away. She was a #1 in 2020 with Lucia Sainz, who we've actually seen coaching on the bench. And then in 2022 with Alejandra Salazar. And then back last year with the Argentinian Delfina Brea.
Oh, what a shot from Ustero there. And that's what she's so good at, that unpredictability. Such a talent. Just turning the racket at the last minute, wrong-footing her opponents.
And again, that combination in Ustero Sanchez of left-handed player, right-handed player. They're playing against two right-handed players in Triay and Ortega. And I wonder, if you're a player starting out and you're not, left-handed, in which case it makes sense to play on the right-hand side, how would you go about, choosing your side that you're going to play on? Because you tend to stick there the whole time once you've decided, right?
Well, I think a big mistake for players getting into the sport is that they choose a side early on. And I think it's important when you're starting, when you're learning, assuming you're right-handed, to try both sides, to experience both sides, so you get an understanding of what the roles are on the right side, what your role is on the left side. And then really when you make the decision to choose a side, it's because you either have a big overhead or you want to play a more sensible, strategic style than you might play on the right. And then you almost want to start looking for a player that will be complementary to your style and probably your personality as well in a partner.
30-0.
And I think particularly if you look at like Ari, for example, having played so much with Paula, she wants to look for a similar style. She obviously got along well with that style. They got to world #1. She wants to find a similar style in her next partner.
And let's hope Ustero is exactly that. Well watched by Sofia. And a reverse lob from Sanchez, who's now working hard to defend in the corner.
Great defending from Ari, and she's able to, she just almost got to the point where she got a chance to get out of trouble, and unfortunately made the mistake on it.
Look at Sofia's face there. She knows that she has got a little bit lucky with that one going into the net. Lob on the return from Triay. Ustero with the smash coming in. Can Ortega get on it? No, she can't. The power, once again, from the 18-year-old. She takes risks and is disciplined and has said very openly, candidly, that she's had to work a lot on the mental side of the game as she's gone into the international circuit and turned pro.
It is such a big part of the game, and that's a great finish there from Ari.
A lot of these players will have psychologists on their teams who they will work with in terms of how they work through that mental side of the game, how they get themselves out of tricky situations, how they approach games. And an interesting point, a lot of these players will, even with their regular partners, will not train and play in the same places all the time. So they might just come together for tournaments every now and then. and have to be able to come into that high-performance environment, switch it on and perform. Let's see if we can hear what's happening on the bench with Rodrigo Bien and Bosoni.
Sí, pero está un poquito más atento, la está agarrando un poquito más arriba. Volcala bien para abajo, porque una vez las veces que le quitamos esa bola, la siguiente ganamos el punto nosotros.
El globo alto Ari, junto con el que vos le tiras paralelo, es bueno, nos dio.
So they're saying the high lob to Ari Sanchez combined with that parallel shot is working well for the Rafa Nadal Academy team. And Marcela Ferrari is saying that it's going very well. I think Ferrari said the word was perfect and just trying to motivate Andrea Ustero. And I wonder, Sandy, when they're in these moments on the benches like that, how much of it is, I don't know, as a coach yourself, how much of it do you think is really taken in? I think you'll hope 100%, but is there a little bit of, sometimes a coach feels like they might just have to say something for the sake of saying something, or is it all very carefully planned out for what they're going to say and how they're going to deliver it?
Well, I think the coach has to be really selective with what they tell them and almost how they tell them, because you know, the players, if you think about it, the players are coming back to the bench, like adrenaline is high, they've just been fighting in that point, and the coach has almost got to get across, you know, one or two key points that will allow the pair to go back out and try and execute that. And sometimes, you know, I've been on the bench many times when you've said at one change of ends, right, let's try this tactic and let's do this and this, and then the next change of ends you say, remember that tactic? Yeah, let's actually try that now. And then, you know, again later on, okay, because when you're in the court, sometimes it's quite difficult to execute. You want to play your natural style, and that might be slightly different depending on the tactic. So yes, I think the coaches have to be very strategic with the information that they give.
And of course, every coach will have a different style that they would like to see played as well, right? They'll have their own coaching technique, and quite often what we see is on the circuit, when you have two players coming together that don't train together on a regular basis, they'll often bring just one of their coaches in for that bench position.
Well, they're only allowed to bring one of the coaches into the bench position. Here, I think, is a unique situation where you seem to have, well, in the case with Stupa as well. Stupa's there, so there's 3 on that one. But normally you're one coach, and so you'll have your individual coach maybe be on the bench, and then your partner's individual coach might be in the stands watching. But it's quite difficult that as the coach, because you really need to adapt to your players. You need to do what's best for the players, and sometimes there are differing personalities, as it's obviously doubles all the time. So the coach has to navigate those waters, really. Great vibra there from Marta, and Ustero can turn and deliver that back.
Beautiful ball threaded down the line from Ari Sanchez. Watches it calmly down off the glass, past the forehand of Marta. Ortega dies in the corner.
I think Marta was expecting that to go middle, and that's what was a good change of direction.
No. Juego Ustero Sánchez, 4 juegos a 2 para ellas.
And they get a break and they lead 4-2.
Looks like Ari's putting a bit more pressure on the down the line there towards Marta Ortega. unforced error from Ustero. She's one of those players as well where I think if you're coaching her, you can't almost be, or her partner, you can't be too harsh on her making errors because it's just part of her game. She's so creative that there's inevitably going to be a few errors that slip in.
I feel like you'd almost rather somebody take a bit of a risk and be a bit daring and...
0-30.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where it's almost easy for us to say off the court. I agree with you, but when you're on the court and it's a pressure moment and you think, well, actually, wouldn't mind you getting the ball in. But no, I agree. You'd rather she was being aggressive, particularly at her age, I think, as well, and for the development of her game.
15-30.
It reminds me of a moment during the season where Martín Dineno and Leo Ausberger were partnered up together, and I think Ausberger made maybe 5 or 6 unforced errors on the bounce. And Dineno had just had enough, and on the return of serve, he just booted the ball intentionally into the crowd, almost saying, come on, I've had enough right now. I've had absolutely enough of your errors. Sort it out.
And you know, if Martin Dineno's done that, you know, he is one of the most patient people on the court. Oh, and Ari's lucky that Marta got in the way of that ball, because I think that was definitely going in towards the back glass. But Marta saw it coming, she just couldn't get out the way of it.
Ortega and Triay using their lobs. Triay with the cross-court lob and a return from Sanchez, a really high return from Sanchez, and again.
That's a great lob there from Ari, right before the glass.
40-30.
Gemma took it as a bajada off the back glass, but it almost didn't look like it sat up enough for her.
And when those lobs go so high, it's one of those where, you know, sometimes we have too much time to make a decision about what you're doing, that you think, oh, if I didn't think about it that much, it might have come off a little bit better for me.
Well, and also, because it's higher, it's dropping faster. Gravity is making it drop faster, so by the time you're hitting, you've actually got to have an increased racket head speed to pull off the shot you want.
So Ustero Sanchez stride ahead in this first set. They lead 5 games to 2. Let's have a listen into their bench. So Ustero getting some advice here from Marcela Ferrari on the bench. Let's have a look at her return direction. She's on the right-hand side of the court, so not so much surprised that the majority of that return is going across court, especially as a lefty.
Yeah, she's going to be putting the majority of those cross court, particularly I think against a Gemma Triay on the left-hand side and Marta Ortega. They will be wanting to play more to Marta than to Gemma, so that makes sense that that's the return direction.
A very animated bench here with Ustero and Sanchez. Rodri is saying that's the play, that's perfect when they're using those lobs and then finding that parallel. And we do have Franco, Stupaczuk giving some advice on the bench. 3 coaches on the bench compared to just the one of the RL9 team. Super getting very involved indeed. Could Franco Stupaczuk be one of the coaches of the future when it comes to his retirement?
I think so. I like the idea of Stupa on the coach. I think he likes the idea of Stupa on the bench. So
a convincing lead for Ustero and Sanchez. 5-2 in the first set.
Lovely little net play. Oh, she's hit that a big smash, but it's gone off the double glass in the corner there, and lovely angle play there from Andrea Ustero.
0-15.
Second serve for Marta. Ortega has to go in, otherwise it would be a double fault and the point to the other team. And Ali Sanchez struggled with that one in the corner.
The way she looked at the glass or the floor almost looked like there was a slight misbounce for her. Normally she's very comfortable dealing with the vibra, something that a lot of players struggle with, but she's so comfortable back there. I mean, there's an example of the type of lob she hits off a difficult ball.
And the vibra, why is it so difficult to defend with? Why do so many people struggle with it? Because of the spin that comes with it?
Yeah, because often it's a combination of side spin and slice, which is essentially underspin. And so when it goes in that corner, underspin or slice keeps the ball low, and the side spin makes the rebound off the glass almost kick to the side. And so a good vibra that goes into that corner can be incredibly difficult to defend, because it really does depend where exactly it contacts the glass. That's why you see so many players coming up and blocking it in front. Oh, what a lob there from Ustero off a low backhand volley. Incredible hands.
The patience in these points is fantastic. It doesn't quite come all the way across. Marta Ortega tries to pop it out. And again, Ustero is there to clean it up.
Ustero just reading that so well there. And I think that came off the skirt of Marta, and if it hits the skirt or any part of the body, then that's a fault.
What a defense. What a defense from the pair in red.
Look at how Ustero is reading the game. Like, she's moving into position. Yeah, just hit the skirt on the way through, but Ustero just reading the game so well, especially for someone so young.
Hugely impressive, and it has led to 3 set points for team RL9.
Oh, a bit of a jumping smash there from Ustero. Gosh, she's got it all.
And they take the first set, 6-2, with the portres out the side of the court from Andrea Ustero. Marta Ortega did anticipated it early, goes out, but almost gets there, I think just a couple of inches off. Reaching for it, but a convincing first set for the RL9 team for Ustero and Sanchez, 6-2.
Molt ben lluitat aquella bola, Bravo, super. Ha anat molt. Això. Les cames no poden... Hem d'estar actives tota l'estona. El globo ben tirat i el que hem fet, alguna que et mogui, que et mogui, no esperar.
29 to 19 in terms of the points. That really does explain 6-2.
Sí, molt bona. Super.
I think they've just been more solid as a pair, really. Like they've made less mistakes. They've almost been more compatible, haven't they? Like Ari has defended really well. She's set up the point. Andrea Ustero has been aggressive with her overheads. Yeah, made 1 or 2 mistakes, but she's really putting them under pressure.
Boding well for the season ahead then, as we'll hopefully see this pair progress and flourish in their 3 matches throughout the tournament.
A mí me gusta por el lado de Ari.
Sí. Fíjate que las veces que se metió Andrea a buscar el globo alto, te tocó la pelota y a vos te quedó la pelota. ¿Qué le hiciste? Contra globo, se la bajaste también. Pero cuando te juega con la víbora, al fin y al cabo te lleva para atrás.
Sí, pero aparte...
Bueno, si la veo de víbora, si la tengo
Estero tiene mucha más variante, te amaga, rulo, le pega, o sea, te mantiene más movimiento. Ari, sabes que juega por ahí, te juega acá, está jugando.
Was only giving advice that they need to keep moving a little bit more, be a little bit more animated as they just confuse their handshakes a bit. He's saying there's a huge variety of shots coming at them and they need to just adjust a little bit better to the variety that's coming at them from across the net.
Yeah, particularly he was talking to Marta, wasn't he, with Ortega on that diagonal. Good defending this time from Marta. And this is the thing, this is the difficulty with Ortega. She has so much variety on that overhead, and this time Marta's dealt with it really well. Come forward. It was in between a rouleau and a 3 meters, and you can see how much it bounced up off that glass, giving Marta the opportunity to attack it straight back.
Fantastic angle from Ortega, sometimes referred to as La Doctora, the doctor, because alongside being a professional paddle player, also a qualified doctor. Graduated in 2021 in medicine. Just 2 years before that, aged just 22, she'd become the youngest player to reach a #1 ranking on the World Paddle Tour. Extremely impressive, but floated around a number of different players, Marta Ortega, in the 2025 season. With Araújo, Tuali Alonso, finished the season with Tamara Icardo, and looking for a little bit more consistency, she would hope, probably coming into this 2026 season alongside Martina Calvo, who's been another young revelation this year alongside Andrea Ustero.
Yeah, you definitely feel like she hasn't quite found the partner that is going to compete with those top few pairs. And that's the difficulty. She's on the cusp. She has the opportunity to play them and is regularly playing them in quarterfinals and semi-finals, but just hasn't been able to really topple the top pairs. Now the question is, are we going to see a bit of a seesaw match like we saw in the first one? And I think it might be less likely here, and I don't want to speak too soon, but I feel like Ari and Andrea are starting this set with intensity. Oh, what a change from Ortega there, so good. It's easy to say on the bench, you know, be ready for her unpredictability, but how do you prepare for unpredictability? Look at that, changing the direction of the volley into the open space.
She is such an exciting player to watch. But it's a great question. I mean, how do you prepare for unpredictability?
Well,
it's always an impossible question.
Yeah.
I guess keep on your toes, be alert, maybe look for some slight changes in what Ustero is doing. But very difficult.
Hopefully they're doing the first couple of balls already. Great change from Ari using the Chiquita. That's a great kick on that one there from Ortega. And Ari very calm to play with as well. Just overhit that. It's very awkward to play against. You know, you play to Ari and she's just very solid, uses the lob well. It's difficult to finish the point against her. And then you want to open the court to Ortega, but she's so unpredictable that it's like, it's probably quite difficult to find chinks in the armour.
And another golden point aiming towards the world #1, aiming towards the player that dethroned her, Ari Sanchez. Good lob on the return, straight down the line from Ari Sanchez. What a switch up and a disguise to win the golden point. And they take an early lead again in this second set on the golden point, and a very good start for this new up-and-coming pair for the season.
And we're just seeing here Marta Ortega two hot spots of moving forward, attacking the net, and also really defending that central part. I think this is almost where they are playing, particularly on that cross, Ustero playing over to her corner there, or playing into that side.
What about that little trickle over on the other side of the court?
That might be when she walks for the change of ends.
I'm not sure there's too much strategic about that bit.
Yeah. The occasion where she's run across to help.
Al servicio Gemma Triay.
And it feels like it's going to be up to Marta Ortega and Josemaría and how they respond to how well Ustero and Sanchez are playing. A smile on the face of Ustero, who once again just surprises Marta on the cross court. Oh, and Harry, it goes past, and I think she knew as soon as that had gone past it was going to be a challenge.
Well, it really needed a nice bounce off the fence in order for Ustero to get there, but it just didn't get that. It was a smart little rouleau from Gemma.
And the rouleau, a shot that's always across the court on your dominant shoulder side.
Yes, you would always play it on that diagonal. And it really is just rolling, it's just rolling the ball, because it's a lighter topspin smash. And that was a great bajada there from Harry. Playing on that angle on the cross.
Look at the angle that comes in between the turf and the cage.
Just overhit that, Marta. Leading to some break points now. They still haven't quite got their momentum going. I think that's partly down to this lady here, who's just not giving them much rhythm.
None at all, and the world number one Josemaría, she's doing fine, but it's Ustero and Sanchez who are standing out at the moment on the court in terms of the winners that they're pulling off.
They're putting Marta under a lot of pressure in that right side.
Juego Ustero Sánchez que ganan por 2-0 en el segundo set.
And that strapping that Josemaría's got on her elbow, we actually see that she plays with that nearly every tournament. So is it injury related, or some players we see wear a sleeve to help them as well, with maybe tennis elbow related injuries?
Yeah, I think probably, as you're right, we see it every tournament. I think it's probably a combination of prevention and peace of mind, I would imagine. And again, another example of Ustero just being very difficult to deal with on that side, especially if you're not hitting a deep enough lob. And I don't think at the moment Marta Ortega is putting her under enough pressure with the lob. Gemma trying to get into the game. Good pick up though from Marta on that shot off the fence. Nice change again from Ustero. This time Gemma was ready for it. So difficult to predict what she's going to do. This time across the other side of the court. Ooh, and Harry had the whole court to play with on that backhand.
Frustrated, you could see what she was trying to do though. Come low cross court, get it to bounce off the cage. Just like that one she did before, actually.
Good volley again, putting Marta under pressure in this right-hand side. Good rouleau from Ari Sanchez there, down towards the fence.
30-15.
you can feel this good synergy between Ustero and Sanchez, both players from Catalunya. Ari Sanchez from Barcelona. And Ustero from Barcelona
30 iguales.
as well. So they'll be one of the rare pairings that will probably train together more regularly.
Yeah, and I think that almost the generation gap, and especially as they're from the same place, has meant Ustero has probably grown up watching Ari play and train and be involved in local clubs.
40-30.
I think it just helps that synergy to have that respect, almost Ari being a role model for her.
Must be an amazing feeling growing up, watching somebody who is, you know, your idol or your inspiration, and then, I don't know, imagine playing alongside them one day. What an awesome moment.
I think that's almost how it... Oh dear, Andrea Ustero there.
Iguales,
got the
punto de oro.
perfect ball to go por cuatro and just mistimed it. I think that's the way the paddle goes, though. Almost the longevity of the sport is allowing players,
Marta, Ortega.
athletes to stay in the sport longer. But as it's getting more physical, the youngsters are coming through, and you know, at the moment, there's almost two generations of players in that professional circuit. This is a big goal point now. Interesting, they've chosen to go to Marta. Ooh, another forced error on the backhand.
Juego Ortega, Sanchez. 2 juegos a 1 para Sánchez Ustero en el segundo set.
Right decision, but why do you think they chose to go to Marta in that moment?
I'm not sure, actually, to be honest with you. I thought they would have wanted to go get Gemma more involved, particularly with Ustero serving, so that she could return down the line, but it worked. Maybe reverse psychology.
Sí, muy alto, muy alto.
Tenemos que tener la
porque no nos da tiempo.
Tenemos que tener la continuidad de tirar 2, 3 globos altos.
Y el escalonado en la salida de pared. Si queda muy regalada, que vaya una.
Es que el globo alto al medio le estoy dando la salida de pared también.
Rafa Nadal getting involved in the conversation on the bench as well. They're talking about, can they get their lobs even higher on the bench of Rafa Nadal?
Una cosa, ara, quan parleu que les dues estiguin davant, cuidado que estan molt enganxades. Llavors, ho fem. Quan ens tiren de globo i la deixem passar, en la baixada de paret, ojo que estan bastant enganxades. Sí, parleu per ficar o una ràpida o tirar un globo ràpid i agafar nosaltres la red, ¿vale? I recordem, quan estem allà amb el globo ens movem, ¿vale? Tirem bon globo i ens movem, alguna ve a tapar, ¿vale? Està perfecte, seguim nosaltres, ¿vale? Actitud. Ara.
Tiempo.
I suppose the question is it more useful to have 5 or 6 people advising you at the change of ends, or just the one coach like the RL9 team have?
Well, I'd say by the way this game is going, it's more successful just having Marcelo Ferrari on the bench, and John Sands is there looking on, but he's remaining quite calm, whereas you've got Personio Vide, Stupaczuk. If they're all giving advice...
Yeah, and they all have it all chipping in. It's not that easy to have a clear game plan from it. Nice powerful volley there from Ari Sanchez.
Lovely spin on that serve towards the glass from Ortega. And out on the return lob. Ortega just wanting to get on with the serve. They'll need a bit more urgency. And a little bit of the advice that they were getting on that bench, despite 3 people trying to give them different pieces of advice, was about the lob. Around getting it nice and high. Spoke about a little bit earlier in the game, about the gravity as the ball goes really high on the lob. It's going to come down at a quicker pace and also can put you off a little bit if you have too much time to think about what you're planning to do. So let's see if they can execute that a little bit more. Triay and Ortega. But what a volley down to the feet of Gemma Triay. Of course, you never mean to hurt somebody, but some of the shots actually towards somebody's body can be some of the most effective.
Yeah, definitely. Particularly at this level where they can defend so well. To go to the body is not considered bad sportsmanship here, particularly in that situation where you're aiming for the toes and the feet. Oof, just in there from Rostero. Good change from Rostero. They both thought she was going to give it a smack, and so they ran forward and changed it last minute, disguised it with a soft down the middle.
It's such smart, clever play from the 18-year-old. And something I'm noticing slightly, Sandy, in her game, when the ball, even on her forehand kind of ground stroke shots, is always curving a little bit. That intentional spin or the way that she's coming through on the ball, it's quite unique.
She just plays with so much feel. Like you can see the way she moves, you know, just the slightest move of her hand changes the angle of the racket face, produces a completely different shot. And she's just got that down to an art, really, the way she does that and can manipulate the ball. Another goal point.
Definitely the most golden points we've seen today.
Yeah.
I love how the stadium lights up gold as well when they come in. Ari Sanchez received.
She hit a short lob the first time, but better lob this time round. Great rouleau there from Ari. Good pick up from Gemma down the line.
Dos juegos iguales, segundo set.
And 2 games all as the blue scarves adorning the Rafa Nadal Academy team.
I thought that was a football team when I first saw it, but it's actually the Academy scarves.
They'll need those scarves snowing in Madrid. Can you believe it? Look at the power from Ustero. It's out of the court for the por cuatro.
Again, such good setup from her. Slice volley down the middle. Make your opponents scamper for the ball and then be ready to put it away. Oof, bit wild on that one. I think at the start of this set, they've applied the same attacking that they had in the first set. They've just had a few more unforced errors, haven't they? Like that, where it's not really a need for it. Or a body shot that time. Fortunately, it was a rouleau and it wasn't a big smash. Harry changed the direction to go down towards the fence.
A thumbs up. Looks like Gemma Triay will be okay.
Yeah, she will know it wasn't intentional. Good blocking from Marta. Did all she could to defend there. They're really giving Marta a tough time in that corner.
And she just holds on for those 2, doesn't she? It's getting anything on it, getting something up there.
But it wasn't quite enough. She just couldn't quite neutralize it. She could get it back, but then couldn't quite make it difficult enough not to get attacked the next one. Lovely Bahana there down the middle from Ari Sanchez. Very smooth.
And if you're enjoying some of this paddle and you are maybe wondering how we perform some of those shots, then here is a masterclass.
When you come to paddle, the overheads and smashes can get confusing. So here we're going to talk to you about the difference between the bandeja and the vibra. Starting with the bandeja, you're in a tray-like position, the arm is up here, and it is a defensive overhead, and you are playing that ball with your chest as the prime mover, going through, opening into the court. For the vibra, this is a more attacking shot. You get the racket behind your head, there's a bit more elbow extension, and you throw your racket through the ball, brushing around the court. This is the aggressive shot. It is not racket science.
So Sandy, it's not racket science, is it?
It's not racket science at all. Hopefully that goes some way to explaining what Ustero is doing with her overheads at the moment, because she is showing that variety as well as the top spin, which she's so good at doing. She's putting on a bit of an overhead masterclass at the moment.
And out of those two, the bandeja, the vibra, is one of them harder to master than the other?
I think the idea is that you would learn the bandeja first, as it's a progression from the volley, and it's probably more important as a beginner player. And then once you've got comfortable with that, you would almost go into learning the vibra. So by that stage, hopefully you're a bit more comfortable contacting at forehead level and playing to the side of your body. But I think both of them are quite difficult to perfect.
It's that phrase, isn't it, that everyone loves to say, paddle is easy to pick up, hard to master?
Yeah.
Is that have I got the words right?
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, easy to play, hard to master. Yeah.
Josemaría serving, who will do everything she can in 2026 to try and retain that world #1 ranking spot alongside the Argentinian Delfina Urrea. Might come up against a few exciting challenges though. Bea Gonzalez partnering with Paula Josemaría. Will surely be exciting new pairing, one to watch.
Bit of a racket change there for Marta. Just didn't like the feel of that on the Bajada.
But she's picked up the same racket, or a different model.
Oh yeah, no, I think it'd be the same, definitely the same model. But I'm pretty sure it's a different racket. Kind of went out of shot, but I would assume it's a different racket.
And what's the purpose behind that? Just you're not feeling the one in your hand?
Yeah, they're even like straight from the factory, they're going to have ever so slightly different weights and balances and feel, and also it can change once you play with a racket more than others. She might have just been feeling that one was slightly soft, and maybe she's got a harder one in her bag, for example.
There's that really high lob that the coaching team on the bench were talking about from Ortega. An unforced error from her into the net. Their game perhaps defined a little bit by that level of inconsistency, partnered with Ustero.
Well, it's been trying to find a way to deal with Ustero, but at the same time, put your game on your opponents. And unforced error from Gemma this time. Difficulty with Ustero, like the unforced error from Gemma there is almost like she hasn't had a lot of balls flat down the line from Ustero, and now she's suddenly got one. And I think that's why Ustero is so effective, is that it's very difficult to guess or to know what's going to come next.
Chances at a break for Ustero and Sanchez.
Yeah, and looked like she changed her mind there. I thought she was going to go aggressive, and then maybe thought Rulo, and then hit something in between. You can see that this just bounced up, allowing Marta to attack.
Another chance at a break for Ustero and Sanchez.
Good pace on that rouleau there. And Marta came across to help Gemma, but she almost didn't need to, and therefore found herself out of place.
It was an interesting choice from Marta Ortega on that one, because it looked like Gemma Triay had it covered and left the whole side of her court pretty exposed, and a relatively straightforward finish there for Ustero.
Yeah. And that's probably another new partner communication type thing that Marta would come across to help Gemma out. I don't know if Delphi would have done the same.
Unforced error by Ari Sanchez, this time on the volley. A player who's been exceptionally consistent. And apart from those few unforced errors as they just found their feet in the first game, it's been hardly any from the pair in red for the Robert Lewandowski team.
It was a good read from Andrea Ustero there. Just the mistake at net.
This entire RL9 team will be looking to do better than last year. They came 7th out of 8th teams in 2025 with just 3 points on the board across their matches. So if they win today, it'd be a good start in their tournament. And they've got an excellent team as well. In the men, it's Agustin Tapia partnered with John Sands. And in their next-gen player, Diego Garcia and Daniel Santigosa complete the RL9 lineup. Those men, in fact, Tapia and Sands play against the advantage team, the last match of the day.
I think Tapia John Sands would be an enjoyable match to watch.
Doesn't go out for the Portres. Ari Sanchez is there. Can she get there again? She absolutely can. Skips off the net, catches Ortega by surprise.
This time Gemma Triay, who's not quite able to put that ball away.
Fantastic from Sanchez in the corner. Just showing, you know, there's never a lost ball. There's always an opportunity to get it back and win the point. That towards Ortega's body again.
This time it's Marta who couldn't quite get out the way of that from a fast, flat volley.
Juego Ustero Sánchez, que gana por 5 juegos a 2 en el segundo set.
And a bit of an anticlimactic finish to that game. But Ustero and Sanchez extend their lead 5-2, and everything is leaning towards a victory here for the RL9 team as they take on what could be some final words of advice on the bench. And a very excited team member there. Excited by the level that these two are playing at. And I think they're talking Catalan on the bench here, the players from Barcelona, with Marcela Ferrari, but can infer that she was talking about them being brave, seeing this out to the end. Stupaczuk has retired to the back bench now. Was only saying, we're playing the end, we're playing well. And Javi is saying, this isn't over. And they're playing well, it's good, so to try and keep finding that rhythm. Just trying to motivate them, they can't let their heads drop too much here. You can also see Martin Canali on the bench for RL9, the coach we often see with Goyo and Tapia, the men's world number ones on their bench. I'm sure he will be in action for that match later on.
That's going to get finished, not quite enough from the backhand tap out from Ari, but they have got the net. Ooh. They've done that a few times where they've worked hard to set the point up and then missed the killer blow.
And that get the net where you said, you know, that they've got it, it's such an important part of the game. I mean, majority of points, would you say, are won in that net position?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, the vast majority. And I mean, that previous point was really Gemma hitting aggressive smash and it not being good enough. And that's part of the danger, is you give them the net. And if you give them the net, they're more likely to win the point. And I think that's a mistake that a lot of recreational players make, is from the back of the court, they're trying to win the point from the back, when really what they should be doing is trying to get the net position without taking a big risk. And then worry about how to finish the point. Lovely, but harder there, down the middle from Ari Sanchez. You kind of feel like Gemma and Marta haven't quite found a synergy as a pair. It's just felt a little bit disjointed.
No, and they have. I mean, they've been part of this Rafa Nadal Academy team every year since the start of the Hexagon Cup. But again, if you only come together for that one chance in the year and they won't play together at other opportunities, it can be difficult. I wonder whether we'll see, and I hope we do, see them just gelling a little bit more on the court as the tournament goes on throughout the week.
I think we probably will. I think part of it's personality. I mean, all the players on the team also represent the Spanish team, so you'd expect them to be a little bit more comfortable with each other. Although, not feeling that way when there's 3 match points against them.
Here we go. Can Ustero and Sanchez finish what's been a fantastic match for them? Just catches Ustero on the way through. She was trying her best to jump out the way.
She knew it was coming as well there. She was just a bit too central in the court. Nice rouleau there, change from Harry.
In here, Ari Sanchez, yeah.
Desperately shouting Marta, telling her that she's on her way in.
So a golden point with a match point tied into it. Looks like
makes it all the more exciting.
Ari Sanchez will receive. Into the net on the bajada from Mariana Sanchez. The golden point goes towards Ortega and Triay, who saved 3 match points there.
That was a big fight for them to get back in this. And that net cord nearly bounced the wrong way. This match is still alive.
And the service now with Ari Sanchez, giving them that confidence as they're now serving for the match. Short lob on the return from Ortega. Cross court from Triay, and Ustero tries to go behind the back.
0-15.
Is this the start of the momentum swing?
Well, it happened a little bit like this in the previous match, didn't it? We talked about a bit of a seesaw. And Ari has other ideas, though, with that nice attacking forehand volley. So much of finishing a match off is concentration and keeping up the intensity. And an unforced error again on that smash from Andrea. When you play them, you've almost got to think, right, I've just got to stay in this. Like, okay, there's going to be some amazing winners, but there's also going to be some gifts, some presents that come my way. So I've just got to keep fighting. And I think that's what Master and Gemma are doing.
And they're doing well. The volley's coming at them. For Marie and Ustero, and that
30 is
not the moment for Ortega and Triay.
Primer servicio.
So that's a net first serve, Freddy Sanchez.
That's a great volley from Ari Sanchez.
40-30.
In between, I'd say a forced and unforced error from Marta here that sets up a couple more match points.
Ortega saved it before. Can they do it this time? Volley down the middle from Sanchez. Coming in again.
Oh, that's short, and that could be trouble. Ustero on the end of it, it is trouble. Set match for RL9. They just dominated that match, really, didn't they? From start to finish. Ustero was fantastic.
Absolutely, they were in control. They settled in after that little sign of nerves in the first game, in the first set. But what a performance, and what a display from not just a pair for the tournament in Ustero and Sanchez, but a pair for the 2026 season together. An incredible start for them as they come and give their hugs to the opposition. 6-2, 6-3. And I mean, we couldn't have really praised Andrea Ustero more throughout that match, Sani. She's got to be the MVP for you.
Yeah, I think she is the MVP here. I think her and Ari Sanchez put in a really strong performance.
First of a kind team.
I would say that she made a few errors, but her attacking game was just on form.
Owned by international superstars. Created to elevate the sport with equal visibility for men and women. Hexagon World Series, governed by FIT. This is how
So a great win, and a first win on the board then for the RL9 team. And the Rafa Nadal Academy haven't got off to the best start.
Pues vamos a buscar las primeras impresiones de las campeonas de este tercer partido aquí en la Caja Mágica. Ari, Andrea, hace apenas que un par de semanas anunciasteis que ibas a competir juntas y esto, si nos tenemos que basar en lo que hemos visto esta mañana, esta tarde, esto va como un tiro.
Sí, bueno, la verdad que llevamos ya 3 semanas entrenando juntas, Andrea ya lleva un poco más semanas incluso. Y nada, muy contentas porque veníamos entrando muy bien, nos sentíamos muy cómodas en pista y creo que hoy lo hemos reflejado perfectamente y la verdad que ha sido un juego bastante bonito, dinámico. Hemos hecho cosas, pues hemos practicado cosas que hemos estado entrenando estas semanas con el equipo y muy contentas del nivel, de jugar con Andrea, que la verdad que está entrenando muchísimo, está con muchas ganas, está sufriendo mucho también entrenando. Creo que se está haciendo muy fuerte, así que nada, felicitarla porque también ha jugado a un nivelazo y nada, mañana un poquito más.
Y tan nivelazo, Andrea, que te has llevado el MVP del partido. ¿Qué me tienes que decir de esto? Como dice tu compañera, todo ese trabajo que estás haciendo, ahí tienes los frutos.
Nada, la verdad que nos estamos complementando muy bien. Hace 3 semanas que comenzamos a entrenar, como dijo Ari. Poco a poco pues estamos entrenando jugadas y cosas técnicas que al final es lo que hemos jugado hoy. Estamos practicando todo lo que estamos entrenando, así que feliz de jugar con Ari. Aprendo muchísimo de ella, así que eso suma mucho también, así que nada, nos vemos mañana.
Una última pregunta, porque te quería preguntar, Ari, el año pasado se te hizo bola el torneo. He estado mirando y creo que no te llevaste ninguna victoria de aquí. Fíjate ahora, contra esta pareja topísima, además el año pasado creo que perdiste contra ellas. Yo no sé si la venganza se sirve en plato frío, me lo dices tú.
Bueno, no solo el año pasado, sino el anterior, tampoco gané ningún partido, ni yo ni Marcela, así que por eso hoy lo estamos celebrando, porque hemos dicho que hemos ganado nuestro primer partido de la Hexagon y nada, contentas. Es una semana muy importante que nos la tomamos para entrenar cosas que hemos estado practicando, así que contentas y la verdad que bueno, feliz de mi primera victoria.
Feliz de la primera victoria de Ari, del MVP de Andrea, de que este equipo suma sus primeros 2 puntos. Y chicas, nos vamos viendo y muchísima suerte, que seguro que lo vais a abordar en este torneo, ya veréis que sí. Y en toda la temporada, que es todavía más importante. Chao, chicas. Gracias.
Good luck from Paula, Murillo, and a good luck for them for the season as well. Here's how it all played out. You can see that dominance coming across in the stats. 20 more total points won, 60% of them in fact. They had 4 break points, but they had 11 chances.
Well, and that was with them winning 4 golden points. If they hadn't have won those 4 golden points for the Rafa Nadal, that could have been even more convincing. But yeah, that was more one-sided than we anticipated, I think, didn't we?
I think so, and you can see it is close there on the number of consecutive points won, but a 6-2, 6-3 victory to give Team RL9 their first points of the competition. It was a very good start for Ari Sanchez and Andrea Ustero indeed, and that is the second of our women's matches that have now taken place. Let's have a look at how the table is shaping up. So 11-11 after those 2 victories this morning in the men's and women's matches take the lead. RL9 there with their first 2 points on the board, and those 1 points there, they are from the next gen matches. So the victories there came from Team Bella Puerto Rico and a victory in next gen for the Hexagon team, as it is only the next gen who get 1 point for their teams. It's 2 for the male and female categories, but of course all of the points count in this qualification phase, where the 2 best teams will go into the final on Sunday. Of course, if you come 3rd or 4th, still important, as you will go through to the 3rd place play-off. 1.2 million euros are up for grabs as well. But 3 fantastic matches here on this centre court this morning. 2 other brilliant next-gen matches have taken place, and of course 3 more to come. So a big week ahead of that final on Sunday. Here is how it all works.
1.2 million euros at stake. 8 teams, 3 pairs, 3 categories, men, women, and next gen. 38 matches in 5 action-packed days. 12 men's, 12 women's, and 8 next gen matches. Wow.
Ready.
Pairs win points for their teams. Men and women earn 2 points for a win. Next Gen bank 1 point for a win. The 2 teams with the most points will face each other in the grand final for a chance to win 1.2 million euros. You're about to experience the most spectacular paddle event.
So what a tournament, and it is only day 1 of the Hexagon Cup 2026. There is plenty more action to come this afternoon and across the whole week, right through to those finals on Sunday, where history will be made here in Madrid. But Hexagon is growing, and it is going global this year with the Hexagon World Series to reach even more countries this year.
Has come. A first-of-a-kind team series. A global stage. Teams owned by international superstars. Created to elevate the sport with equal visibility for men and women.
Hexagon World Series.
There's a little extra in that one. Hexagon World Series, governed by FIP. This is how paddle grows. Together, through the power of teams. Are you ready? Hexagon World Series. Team up.
So what an exciting year we have coming up. The expansion of Hexagon to the Hexagon World Series, reaching even more fans, even more countries around the world. But before that all takes place, Hexagon Cup, which continues throughout the week, and you're very lucky, 3 more fantastic matches coming today, but not before 5 p.m. local time. So in around 40 minutes time, 40 minutes, they will kick off. It starts with the men. Crew paddle take on 10 paddle. Then to the women, advantage versus the Hexagon team. And capping off a fantastic day with the advantage men taking on our L9. At the minute, it's Team 11-11 who top the table. Plenty more action coming up today. Sandy, how exciting has today been?
We've had some great matches this morning, and I know we've got another 3 to go.
And we will see you back very soon.
Sortez les armes, on veut sortir les armes. Sortez les armes, on veut sortir les armes. Sortez les... J'ai sorti le bazooka, calage du craft à côté de moi. Ma chérie, mon ne bagne pas, et j'ai reçu les empires.
Good afternoon and welcome to Madrid and the Caja Mágica, the magnificent stage for the next 5 days for this third edition of the Hexagon Cup. Already we have had matches. In the morning, victory for 11-11 in the men, and then the women, and then the Robert Lewandowski 9 team won that women's match. Wonderful performance by Ariana Sanchez and Andrea Ustero to take their first points. Already then, in this team of format, 11-11 have got double the number of points in 2026 than they had in 2025. That's how competitive it is. Now we start to go through the gears in the afternoon session with those 3 matches you can see, starting with Fede Chingotto and Momo Gonzalez against Mike Yanguas and Javi Leal. The defending champions from Crew, the team run by Sergio Agüero, who is here watching. 1 Argentine and 1 Spaniard against Mike Yanguas and Javi Leal. Mike Yanguas, a mighty, doughty competitor on the Premier Padel Tour, along with Javi Leal, who's looking to make a name for himself. And here come the defending champions, very pretty in pink. Fede Chingotto and Momo Gonzalez, they played together in Premier Padel, and now they're reunited here in Madrid for this Hexagon Cup, this unique format of the best players in the world in a team-based format. And onto the court they come. You cannot miss them. They're bright, they're purposeful, and they are here to retain their trophy, which they won so memorably 12 months ago.
Son los máximos favoritos para conquistar no solamente Madrid, sino el corazón de los aficionados.
This very much a build-up to the start of the Premier Padel season. Various exhibition events, but this Hexagon Cup is a Hexagon series which is developing and growing throughout 2026, aiming to take the sport worldwide throughout the rest of the year. And here come their opponents. Javi Leal just feeds off the energy of the crowd, and Mike Yanguas will be there more than happy to keep the energy and enthusiasm going. This could get feisty. Smiles at the moment, they're ready to roll. And we are too. Jonathan Ledyard here alongside Mari Andrani. Are you ready? Are you all set to go?
Hello everybody, Jonathan. It's a massive pleasure for me to share with you a few days together. There we see the top players sharing on court. This week is going to be a fantastic week for the sport of padel. So thanks Hexagon Cup again. Generally Hexagon Cup 2026, amazing setup. The Caja Mágica in Madrid, man, wow. Different level setup for everybody there. Javi Leal and Mike Yanguas, a good pair, a very good pair. Danger, I would say. Let's see.
Why are they danger then? Okay, why are they danger?
Danger first because they have nothing to lose. It's Chingotto in front of them, so it's like, man, everyone who plays against Chingotto knows that is going to be more likely to lose that match. But so they have nothing to lose. And secondly, you know, they are very powerful players. You know, it's a very strong smash from Javi Leal and great vibras from Mike Yanguas. So that makes it the air game very dangerous for these guys, Chingotto and Momo Gonzalez.
He's small, but he sure does pack a punch. He gets around the court. And of course, if you're small, you can also be agile, and his appetite and his hunger for success just shines through as brightly as that top.
Yes, I mean, you know, in padel, faster doesn't mean better, and less means more sometimes. In the case of Chingotto, for me, you know, usually people say, Mari, who do you think is the best player in the world? I don't know who is the best player. It's like, you know, choosing between Messi and Cristiano. I don't know. The only thing I know is that Chingotto plays with a big disadvantage of, you know, he's not as tall as any of his opponents and still being top 2 in the world and trying to fight always for the number 1. They were very close last year.
8 titles in 2025. I mean, and he's small, but that tells you if you have that spirit, you have that hunger, you know that, you're a world champion yourself as much as being a leading coach now.
Well, as you could see, the players are, you know, they're having fun. They come, you know, the Hexagon Cup is the warming up for the whole year, but the proper warming up. No one wants to lose here. Whenever they finish the warming up of the match has already started, and there, you know, no one wants to lose. There is a big prize money in place, and players need to win this as well to feel comfortable for the rest of the year. We just saw Ari Sanchez and Ustero beating Josemaría and Marta
Ortega. Yeah. So toss up. What do we reckon?
Restáis, sacáis vosotros, ¿vale?
Restáis. It's important to know when you toss, it's like whoever wins doesn't serve, decides either to serve or return. You know, it's like, I feel like if I won the toss, I could say, okay, listen, I want to return today, or I want to serve. Does it make sense?
As a player, which did you prefer? Which did you feel, not an advantage, but what was it just on the day, or was it actually?
If you were me, that's why. Let's come back with these very soon.
Okay, well, we'll get an answer very shortly, but we need to meet another key member of the team, Paula Morillo, who's our courtside reporter. Very good afternoon to you, Paula.
Very good afternoon to you guys. I wish you were down here because the atmosphere is completely electric. Things are getting hot in here for sure. We have seen Mike Yanguas and Javi Leal stepping into the court, determined, full of energy, determined to give their team, the X10 team, paddle team, their first 2 points, and I'm sure they will have the support of the Spanish crowd, or maybe not. Maybe the Spanish people will have their hearts split in two because Fede Chingoto, as you said before, is in the house. And when Fede Chingoto is in the house, you can feel it in the air. Everything changes. People go nervous. So let's see what happens here. As you said before, Mike and Javi have nothing to lose against the other team.
When Fede Chingoto is in town, he brings action, he brings drama, he brings spectacle.
Yes.
If the ball is going out of the court, he'll be there chasing it down.
It's the aura. You know, it's like Chingo is in the house.
Chingo is Chingo. He's rated third in the world alongside Momo Gonzalez, 15. They were unbeaten in 2025. That tells you about their team, their appetite, and their determination to succeed again. So Fede was, 8 titles in 2025 with Alejandro Galan, including, and this is something which really makes you sit up and take notice, the first time that Cuello and Tapia lost a set 6-0. Yeah, now that is something, if you're making the world number ones lose like that, as they did, in Rome and Paris rather, that is something else.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, paddle is paddle, and you never know, you know. It's like, it's not boxing. Like this, it's almost knocked down, and it's not. Usually, when it's almost knocked down, then in box, unless it's Rocky Balboa, he comes back. In paddle, you know, sometimes happens that it's 6-0 in the first set, but then they can come back easily. And now it's Momo Gonzalez, yes, ranked number 15 in the world. You know, if the court is slow, you don't want to play against Momo Gonzalez and Chingo. You know, he's the kind of pair who is like, oh man, such a long match is coming against these two. So let's see if Mike Yanguas and Javi Leal can get rid of these two.
That's the key for them. Mike Yanguas rated 7. You've got Javi Leal ranked 16. It's Javi Leal's debut in the competition. Mike, it's his second appearance in the Hexagon Cup and determined to show he's good value.
I'ma keep winning. You can try to save yourself, keep winning, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, keep winning, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, keep winning, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, keep winning, but you wanna go play yourself.
So he won 2 titles, he won 2 matches in 2025, he lost 1 in 2025. What's Mike Yanguas bring to the court, which makes him Mike Yanguas?
Very competitive. You know, everyone knows that when you play against Mike, you got to do a good job. He's the perfect example of a right-type player. You know, competitive, tactical, not many unforced errors. Sometimes, you know, because he's very young, he's 23 years old, and he was world champion in juniors many times, and you know, he's a kind of player who could sometimes emotionally can go up and down, as perhaps other right-side players. But, in the case of Mike, I think he's very young and he got loads of potential in the next couple of years as well.
Well, speaking of youth, his partner, Javi Leal, is someone who just, you're laughing already, you see. He brings something else, another dynamic energy like Chingo.
Yeah. I think it's Javi brings the I don't care. I don't care if I miss this smash. I don't care if I play a drop shot and doesn't work. I don't care about the highlight. And, I think sometimes we underestimate because we don't know this guy much. We haven't seen him in finals, for example, at the Premier Panel. We haven't seen him in many finals and so on. But he's a great player. In the next coming years, for sure, he's going to be in few finals. There we have Lucia Saiz, ex-1 in the world, ex-partner of Josemaría, current #1 in the world, and Ramiro Choya, the coach of Paquito Navarro.
There you go, and they are part of the coaching team for Crew Padel. So it's interesting how this whole tournament, you can see as it gradually gains in significance and importance and popularity and develops and grows, as we say, in 2026. You're getting key players, key coaches like that who are now very much part of the setup and developing this unique format. Mike Yanguas, of course, knows all about Javi Leal after last year. There's Sergio Agüero as well. He's in the house. The owner of the team.
Argentinian, man. Because last year we had a good conversation with him. We had some mate, like I was having here. And I brought my Argentinian t-shirt because, in the World Championship, he was there with Messi. So I want him to sign it.
What a player.
What
a player on a football field. And he will understand what these two go through.
Let's see what they say. Sofia, Araújo and Claudia Jensen, the players, they're talking here to make the balls shorter, not with a lot of follow through to make the ball rebound off the back wall a lot, because the court is easy to defend off the back walls, that's what they say, but it's not easy to defend with the shots in front. So they say, listen, just make shorter volleys. We're going to defend half volleys. Patience, the coach, Agustín Celingo, Maxi Graviel, ex-top players as well. To Momo. The coach is telling to Mike Yanguas to play to Momo Gonzalez in parallel and then step forward, like closing already the angles on the parallel, and then let Javi Leal start working on the cross court to reach the net position. It's going to be very tactical, I would say. How Javi.
Interesting, and also just looking at Javi Leal just re-gripping his racket. That's quite a late time to do it, isn't it? Yeah. How often did you just leave it that late? we're just about on court.
Yes, exactly. Well, it might be usually players, they bring 2-3 rackets on court just in case. We don't know. It might be a ritual. We don't know. It could be, but he's done it. Grip is set up. Court is set up. Hexagon is set up. People on Wednesday, a lot of people, man, I'm surprised. Compared to the 1 year ago, we were in the arena, I could tell already there will be at least a few hundred more people watching here, which is amazing, amazing.
Well, it was a sellout Saturday and Sunday in the Madrid Arena for the last year, and it's, as we say, it is growing, and you can see when you've got these top players. So there's the win predictor. Whoa, look at that, 53% for Chingotto and for Momo Gonzalez. And now Yanguas underway for this fourth match here on the opening day of competition of the Generali Hexagon Cup 2026, and that's
the I don't care men.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
Is that what you got to call them then?
The I don't care men, starting with an Amphos era, is the right moment to start. The players usually in the first few games, the feelings of how accurate are their shots.
Oh, lovely. Beautiful play into the fence, just drops dead. Leal cared about that one. How long does it take if you're fresh on the court? This is a competition where they're all playing for the first time in the Hexagon Cup this year, 2026. How long to get a feel of the court?
Exactly. That's exactly why I'm telling you that the players, because the first day, the first match, first feeling of the central court, when Chingo and Momo won the toss, they said, we'll return. So, so we prefer to be like, I don't want to get a break. if I serve the very first, because I don't get the rhythm of the court yet. So that's why perhaps they let Mike Jangos to serve. 15-30. But Chingoto and Momo at the back, I promise you, I will try to count the amount of unforced errors. Have a look on that lob.
Absolutely inch perfect, quite brilliant by Chingoto. I've advanced now close to the net.
It's if that happens on Saturday or Sunday, you get ready because your ears will explode. I will be like, oh, Chingoto! Because it seems easy what I've just done, but what Chingoto just made step back a little bit because he couldn't reach that chiquita in front. You know, having Leal pay the chiquita, he couldn't reach it in front, so he stepped back, he reordered everything again. 15-14. There we go. First game,
very much
first
indeed.
break, and well, Javi and Mike, at some point they got to understand that if Momo and Chingo have something in common, they're both amazing defenders. So it's like, well, it could have happened that they win when we are at the net. Let's see how they defend this situation.
Would you have put, we've seen the Wimbledon there, 53-47, would you have said that's about fair, or would you have given it more to Chingo and Momo?
Don't forget, I used to be a pro player. Don't
Go
forget
on.
that they all know me. Thanks God, not all of them speak fluent English. So, but yeah, man, definitely, I would just put one more, you know, on Chingo and Momo, just because it's quite tactical what I would say, but it's if you're a good defender, you usually don't lose. The opponents have to beat you, which is a different way of seeing the game.
It's a rare error there by Chingo. One of the features just in the build-up to the end of the last season and the beginning of this is how Mike Jangos was talking about how he wants to improve his physical conditioning, but also his mental conditioning. Realises, oh, well played, cool as you like. Let's have the ball back straight away. I'll just carry on. But it's how this is the first test of how this season could shape up with his new determination to be as fit and as powerful in the body and in the mind. Mike Jangos.
Just to give you one information that might be interesting for people who are watching, Chingoto has the, you know, if you ask about smash, who's the more accurate player who, you know, who wins more points with the smash, the accuracy, not the amount of the smashes, is Chingoto worldwide.
More than Cuello, more than
anyone else.
Wow.
Because, but it makes sense at some point because Chingoto doesn't need to smash unless the ball is very easy. So whenever he smashes, it's point. But the other players try to finish the point most of the time from behind the line, and that's why, for the statistics, last year, they just, you see, it's crazy. And actually, he tried now. You know, he's laughing because he's like, man, it's not actually what I should do, but I give it a try.
It comes back off the glass, it's over. Leal's not the tallest player, but even so, he's still got it, and we're looking now, hold of serve.
You're becoming an expert, man. That's why he did that smash. If it were Coelho, he wouldn't have played that smash.
Thank you against the back wall, and we should just, for those of you who may be watching paddle for the first time, you play it at home maybe, and you're just getting a feel for it. In terms of the point scoring, it's clearly key, as we've seen. If you can play it like a boast against the glass, but if your ball goes straight against the glass as we saw there, if you're the opponent, that's the last thing you need, and if it drops into the fence, that's not good news either.
That's why it's a matter of control rather than power. Sometimes power, yes, makes sense. All the time power, nah. Tennis players, be aware.
We'll come on to tennis players and paddle, how that relationship fares as the Hexagon Cup proceeds. And of course, where we're following on, Jonathan Edgard and Maria Andrani from Emily Kilner and Sandy Farquharson. Sandy doing, it's not rocket science, and you'll see Maria as well. The 3 Ps he was talking about earlier today, positioning,
it's not rackets.
Patience.
It's not rocket science.
No. We'll be seeing Maori on smashes very shortly on It's Not Rackets. Oh, hello, that wasn't a good move by Javi Leal. Is he okay? Just moved a little bit cautiously there, seemed to catch his ankle.
Well, the backhand volley from Momo was just, even without twisting the ankle, wouldn't have reached it. It's like amazing. The amount of power, that what makes a difference in panel. I mean, it's like people ask me, Mauri, is that shot correct? Well, it depends. It depends where your partner is positioned, it depends where your opponent's position, and so on. That's why there are some shots that those, as you said before, beginners or beginners plus intermediate level player might be watching for the highlights. And the more advanced or more understanding the game, you start watching more why Chingoto is amazing, you know?
It's not the glory shot. It's not the golden medal moments. Sometimes it's the hard yards, it's the patience, and it's the frustration there.
15-40.
Oh, Momo just sent that too long, hits that back glass, and look at this.
Good chances for a break. Don't forget that here is a golden point straight away. So there are 3 break points for. You see, there we go with the first one. 2-1 for Momo and Chingoto. Let's see. Rocket science. What this guy has to say.
Someone called Mariandrani. So Chingoto puts it into the net, and that's a big moment for Mike Yanguas and Javi Leal. They have taken their first game. So we've talked about positioning, power and patience. What about smashes? Here's Mari.
I will give you some smashing tips to all of you paddle lovers. Listen, very important. You got to know which lob is coming. If the lob is deep, you're not going to be able to perhaps play the smash from here. It's too difficult. Make sure the ball is in front of you so you can hit the ball very in front of you. Nice. Second tip, important. Make sure you step back first in order to contact the ball in front of you. So for 2 things. First, here is the power. Second, you look after your shoulder, which is very important. And the third, know your game. I know that everyone wants to hit the ball por tres, por cuatro, and winning so many shots with the overhead shot, but doesn't matter if you don't have it. You can still be a great player. It's not a rocket science.
Know your game, know your power. Kun Agüero certainly did on a football pitch, and on a paddle court, certainly Mariandrani will help you improve also as we educate ourselves, seeing these great players. Momo Gonzalez, ranked 15 in the world, won all their matches, 4 matches this pairing in 2025, only dropped 1 set. That's how good they are. And thank you very much, that's gone into the side, so therefore that is a point to the opposition, Chingo and Gonzalez.
Who will Momo Gonzalez play with this year?
I do know. You've just made me think. He's playing with Edu Alonso?
No, he did play, but he will play.
He will play. I will tell you. I know the answer. Don't worry. Just got to, because they changed. They changed so
too
often.
much. We're going to talk about that later on.
40-0.
Martin de Neno.
Oh, yes.
I got it there, sorry.
Oh, yes.
Took
well
my time.
Done.
Had to go through the filing.
We're having him on court as well in this Hexagon Cup.
But they do change. I mean, this is one of the features of, on one level, here you've got players who do not normally play together, now forced together as part of this unique team format. But actually, how different is that anyway? Because they're used to changing. Some of them change partners so often. Juan Lebron, 5 partners last year in 2025.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's a result talk. I mean, it's what they've done, which results they got. Because sometimes, you know, you think about why Coelho and Tapia stayed together. Well, the answer is that they're number ones, or Chingoto and Ali Galan. The other pairs, they're just willing to get results, and if they don't get it, well, nowadays, they don't care much.
Fantastic exchange at the net.
Battle, volleys, volley battles, how do you say?
Battle of the volley.
Battle volley, yes. 3-1, 15-30, it seems that is good for defending pair at the moment, rather than more offensive.
What a fantastic
Yes,
wonderful
good. Let me see this from the tactical point of view, from the coaching point of view. Mike Youngwood is using a resource because he has nothing else to do. If you understand the point. It's like, if I cannot do this, if my vibra is not working, if the smash is not working, if they're defending everything, I got to do something more spectacular to win a point. So look at that. Look what Chingoto just did.
30-40.
Slow volley to the middle. That's it. Done. That makes the difference.
But the disguise is so clever
other.
as well, because it wasn't with, you say, with force, it was just beautifully camouflaged.
Yeah, but it's risky.
Yeah.
Otherwise, everyone would play all the time. You know what I mean? Have a look. 4-1 for Chingoto. Momo Gonzalez leading, I wouldn't say easily, but comfortably, this first set.
So if we get a win predictor, 53-47 at the start, I wonder whether it's going to be shifting noticeably. Okay, so we cannot. If you're Chingoto and you're Momo Gonzalez, you know what you're doing. You're quite
just
happy.
carry on.
Right. For Mike Yanguas and Javi Leal, what are we going to do now? Because 4-1's already a big margin in set one.
I think the Chingoto and Momo are not playing lobs much. Like, they're playing down and still win. So I would just prefer, perhaps to Javi Leal and Mike Yanguas to cover the net a little bit closer to the net in order to push the volleys a little bit more. So you push Chingo and Momo to play more lobs. Because, Momo and Chingo are not playing lobs because Javi Leal has an amazing smash and Mike Yanguas has an amazing vibra. That's why they play more low, pushing them to volley. But they stay a little bit closer to the net, perhaps the volley is really better. What do you have to say?
Yo lo que dijo Maxi, para mí hay que volear por el medio, hay que dar la pelota por delante a...
It's exactly what they got to volley more, a little bit closer to the net, down to the middle, pushing Momo and Chingo to the middle of the court. That's what they say. Risk less, more better results.
You know what I'd say? It's not rocket science. You just gave them the team talk.
Marcus, last year, my partner commentator last year, he was amazing. I said, well, I'm not sure they're going to win this match. With 3-1, for example, like now. And let's say now, I said, I think Mike is coming back. And then suddenly 6-4 for Mike. And it's like, man, how do you know? It's not prediction. Sometimes it is. But then you got to know as well, the players that I was there years ago.
15-0.
Not there, not at that level. But I was competing. And, you could get the feeling.
Segundo servicio.
That the feelings are still the same. Let's say, but we used to keep partners for a longer time. We didn't change for within 6 months.
You think of Fernando Velasteguin, one of the great players, along with Juan Martín Diaz. I mean, they were there. As
13 years together. And they also didn't talk for a long time, but we're still playing together. There was a project. Now there are no big projects in padel. Oh, man. If you win that shot, you show your opponents which difference is between us and you. At least now, in this match, at this stage of the tournament. Good.
That's what he's good at. Javi Leal.
Yes, for the show.
Read that well and finished it well.
We call it por cuatro because think about the cage is 3 meters siphons and then 4 meters back wall. So when players smash or hit the ball like this with bounce and out of the court, they win the point. It's a very spectacular shot, and we call it por tres, por cuatro, because tres means 3, cuatro means 4, which is the meters of the side or the back wall.
Higher at the back, hence the glass here per cuatro. Oh, little error there by Momo Gonzalez, looking for a 5-1 lead.
So as I meant to tell you before, it's a super tie with third set, which is amazing. I think it's the future of padel at some point, and the golden point, which makes the match more. Which word would you use for that? More
spectacular, dramatic, energetic.
Yeah, dramatic.
They've done it again. Oh, it comes back off the glass. So Chingoto will go once more.
No way. Chingoto Elo. Yeah, it's half Chingoto, half Coelho today. Chingoto Elo.
If you're wondering who Coelho is, Arturo Coelho, who is the world #1 alongside Agustin Tapia. We're going to see him in the final match today. He has a wingspan.
We have Coelho today.
No, Tapia today, but we see Coelho tomorrow.
Today.
Yeah. So but those two have just won. They've been together since 2023, and they are world #1s for the last 2 years. Quite magnificent. But he is a very tall man. Oh, that wasn't the best from Javi Leal. He'll get frustrated.
That's actually what you said. The ball goes straight to the back wall. You lose a point.
This is 5-1. This is looking very handy for Momo Gonzalez and Fede Chingotto. That's very close. What a great lob that was. The strategy, the patience of those in pink, and it's not happening for Javi Leal at all.
0-30.
Whoa.
He might have to hear your commentary about if the ball hits the backward straight away is out. Well, poor Javi, he's, usually this happens with these kind of players where...
I might do that, but not him.
Exactly. And look at the currency of... That's what I told you. You think about 4 smashes, 4 wins.
4 set points. Wow. This has been a show of strength so far by the defending champions. Oh, yes, well played. And Chingotto will try to get back. Oh, but brilliant performance. And you almost got that.
Momo was there. Otherwise, Chingo would reach it. I promise you.
That's, I mean, no, if that had been Ale Galan, his usual partner, maybe the chemistry would have been, I've got that covered, don't worry.
100%. But, you know, I mean, think about it. This is why paddle defenders are always the good players, not only attackers. Because if you're a good defender, good player, you can win like these guys are winning. You know? Well, a good defender, and doesn't matter who you have in front, they got to beat you because you're not going to lose. And that's what happened between Momo and Chingo.
That's the first set done then, as Mike Yanguas puts that into the net. 5-1, 40-30 becomes 6-1, first set done.
What cameras, yes, slow motion, we can see the body language of the players. Beautiful setup. We just seguimos con lo nuestro, eh? We just carry on as we just did. I mean, it doesn't matter. Seguimos con lo nuestro.
Right, talk us through these then. 25-11, that's obvious, but look at the points run, 69% to 31%. Break points as well, not one from Mike Yanguas and Javi Leal.
It's easy to read at some point this situation. The only thing that they should consider now is, like, you know, Javi Leal just coming down a little bit and trying to think, hey, they're better than us, let's try to do our best match. But no losing it.
Well, that's a show of strength most definitely by Fede Chingotto. And it's a lot now for Mike Yanguas and Javi Leal. Now let's just listen in here. So we'll get the court coverage now of Fede Chingotto just to see how he moves about the court.
El ratón.
The mouse, the rat, never knows there is a lost court.
This is fantastic.
How does he do it?
I got to tell you, this is something we don't usually see in any other events. Streaming and all the stats is fantastic. Brings back 4 wins. That's Chingotto, 168 centimeters. I think I don't know in feet how it works in.
Let's just stay metric.
63-37 now.
Not surprised. Win predictor, very much in favour. Chingotto and Gonzalez look pretty in pink, most definitely on court in every way. And there's the first point. Draws the error from Javi Leal.
I think it's not a good tactic to be Mike Yanguas behind and Javi Leal in front when we know that Momo Gonzalez, bandeja and víboras, he usually does not miss much.
Explain the víbora, explain the bandeja. What are we looking for in terms of the technique? Fantastic. Potres, thank you.
Oh, it's what happened? No, he hit the post.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Hit the ball, hits the post. If he hits the side fence, the back wall, then it's fine. But if he hits the post, as he did now, that counts as not part of the court. It's out.
Yes.
I mean, it's
gone. It's gone.
It's a one straight away point for Momo Gonzalez. The víbora we call is a rattlesnake. And we call it víbora because we play with side spin, deep shot to the corners. And you know the víbora, how do you say this?
It swerves. It moves.
It moves in that way because you hit the víbora with side spin, and you hit to the corner after the back wall and side wall rebound. Take that motion. The ball does this. And so that's why we call it víbora. And the bandeja is a more steady shot, that when the lob was good for your opponents, it's a defensive shot. It's a defensive shot at the net. People say, no, I want to smash. Well, it's not bad, but bandeja is always a good option.
What are you looking for with the bandeja then?
To keep the net position and try not to let your opponents to start leading the point again. Like, you play bandeja, and they're not going to play me a great lob again or a chiquita. So you try to push them to keep at the back under pressure. Amazing shot there. Chingo and Momo still leading comfortably. As we mentioned before, 1-0 to the crew team. In pink, put that
servicio,
because
Javi Leal.
Kun Agüero is a friend of Mr. Leo Messi. And they're playing in Miami? No, not really.
I think so, because Lionel Messi also part owner of Crew Padel. Just forcing the errors. It's the relentless nature of their play at the moment. Momo Gonzalez and Fede Chingoto are currently at another level, and Mike Yanguas and Javi Leal just don't have an answer.
No, not even in this one. Not even in this one.
There you go.
It's an unpredictable when the ball hits the fence. Think about the side fence and the back fence, I would say. If the ball rebounds there, it could take a nice rebound or a very unpredictable one. Unpredictable as Javi Leal at the moment that I didn't expect him to. No, he's not feeling comfortable. That's it. The end. It's a kind of, it's a sport of feelings, paddle. So that's why the importance of the partner to help you, to be there with you. Man, you're not feeling good. Doesn't matter. Tomorrow we will, or perhaps the next set we will. On the next point.
It's just play that next point. Don't get spooked. Think about the whole match. Take this point. Somehow find a way back in this set. Got everything on Momo Gonzalez. Targeting him, it would seem.
There is no gap. I mean, there is no gap. It's too difficult to play against Chingo and Momo. Too difficult. They push you to this. I mean, people say, they're playing so many unforced errors. Go you and play against these people and see which kind of shots you're going to do in order to beat Chingoto and Momo Gonzalez. And we got to know, at some point that Chingo and Momo are not missing. They haven't missed much.
But it's the relentless play, the nature of their play, which is forcing the errors. Just waiting for Yanguas or Leal to make an error. That's
or an error or a win.
Oh, nice play.
30-40.
I love the competitiveness, the hunger of the Argentinian from Olavarria. I'm also from that area in Argentina, from the Pampas, near Pampas.
You were saying it with purpose and feeling there because you're Argentine, you see.
Well, at some point, because I know the hunger this guy brings, in his blood. And
a street fighter. He's a street fighter like his team owner, Kun Agüero.
Yes. But that even though winning 6-1 and, leading comfortably this game at the moment, he was
so we got a great point and a golden point. A deuce. So it's a golden point, and this where the receiver is able to choose which side they will receive.
Go with the crew cap.
Oh, and they've taken it. 1-1. This is much more like it. We might have a game on our hands because the way that Chingoto and Momo Gonzalez set off in set 1, 6-1. You thought this could be over very quickly.
Do you remember, Jonathan, I told you in the lunchtime, we were talking about this might be, depending on Mike Yanguas and Javi Leal's feelings about this match, because if they feel a little bit more comfortable, and usually this is the right moment to start feeling more comfortable, because they have nothing to lose. They lost 6-1. If they lose 6-1, that's it. But they will start trying things now, and let's see if it works.
Quick. Oh, he's got it back. Superb. Oh, that was a great effort. And again, you saw a slight hesitation there between the two of them, Leal and Mike Yanguas. They don't play each other all the time, so therefore that sense of togetherness isn't there, particularly early in a competition like this.
That was out.
That's out against the side.
As you mentioned, and I think this is a perfect example of what I told you, why being a good defensive player is very good in panel, because you can play with someone that you never played before, and if they're good defenders, both of them, like Chingoto and Momo, then it would be like a great pair. But if you're a more offensive player, then what happens to Mike and Javi Leal would also happen to you. If you only know how to attack, but you don't know how to defend, then it's more...
Oh, 40-15. Too long again. It's just not happening for him, and this is one of the question marks that still hangs over Javi Leal. I mean, he's 22, so he's making his way in Premier Padel. But the energy, the enthusiasm, the power he brings is sensational. But it's that consistency of being, are you 6, 7, 8, 9, or can he hit 10 like Tapion Cuello, the world #1s regularly hit?
Yes, 100% agree. And, you know, I think he will have to find the solution somehow throughout this match, because otherwise this guy, Momo, and Chingo will take it over within the next 15 minutes.
Doesn't he know it? So this is the Caja Mágica at Madrid. We have 8 teams competing in the Hexagon Cup. Currently we're watching Crew Padel against 10 Padel. Pierre Gasly, Loic Perry.
The Formula 1 driver.
That's the one.
Amazing.
And last year he was talking so positively about padel, how much he enjoyed it. He took part in the pro celebrity match as well. He was talking about Lando Norris enjoying it, Max Verstappen, world champion, George Russell, a number of the Formula 1 drivers. They absolutely love it. So he thought, I wonder if they've got the time or the headspace to bring their own team along. But so far we're waiting to see whether that will eventually lead to a big expansion, because also his co-owner is the French president of the French football side, Lorient, whose son Arthur plays for the Great Britain team, or he's a British tennis player who did well early on, shall we say, in the Australian Open in Melbourne. So these are the 2 teams. And next up, just to give you an idea what's coming up, we've got the Advantage team with Delphi Brea, #1, with Martina Calvo. Yes, and the Hexagon team. Yes, great. Martina Calvo. And then we've got Ali Salazar, former world champion, world #1, with Carmen Goanaga.
Fantastic match as well coming from the girls. It's going to be beautiful also to watch Delphi Brea, current #1 in the world, against Ali Salazar, 13 or 12 years, #1 in the world as well, here from Madrid. Ale, I know Ale very, very well for many years, but it makes me feel quite old. But she's not.
Well, this is going to be her last year in paddle, isn't it, as a pro, 2026, 40 years old. So that's probably why you're feeling old. I mean, you're 72, so. Important they stay in this point. White Yanguas. Can they hold serve? They are. Puts Chingoto in the corner, but Chingo is so fast. And
they found that middle. You know, I would just tell you.
Just going to say, the corridor of uncertainty for
think about why.
Yanguas and
you tell me why. Why do you think that the middle is a little bit more uncovered from Javi and Mike?
Because they don't know each other, they don't play that
100%.
often.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. You're amazing. You have got all the information already. You're becoming a padel expert.
It's not rocket science, or even racket science.
Exactly. So, more tactically talking, if they play more open, he will reach it. Mike is very tall.
They almost got in each other's way then, but Momo Gonzalez will watch and wait. Oh, it takes off the tape.
Bye-bye, of course. Chingo is there. Do you know how we call it? Chingoland.
By the net.
That area on court where Chingo is there, we call it Chingoland. You cannot play the shot to him because he's not going to lose the point. And because he plays with Ale Galan, also a very offensive player at the net, you know, at the net they are very offensive.
And then 1 point becomes 2 points, and before you know it, suddenly it's 4 break points.
It's been quicker than what I expected, I would say, this match. Javi didn't find any solution, and it makes sense because the court is not very quick, I would say. We're in Madrid, winter time. It's like, what, 8 degrees outside, so he's a very powerful player. He's willing to smash all the time, and when he cannot, you know, boom, he's gonna reach it. Look. This
fantastic play by
Mike
Yanguas. Oh! If you're thinking that, now explain this. People are thinking, what do you mean he's going to get this back and could win a point? He's gone out of the court. How does this work? Talk us through it. What's he looking for?
Well, I've been playing padel for 35 years and I still don't understand this, you know, it's crazy. I mean, think about it, the player runs out of the court, we play with the outside dimensions in the professional events like the Hexagon 2026, and if they run out of the court, they can still hit the ball in the opponent's side and carry on playing the point, either from outside or through the door. If the ball bounces again without, you know, hitting the side fence, the backward straight, then the point carries on. We're going to see this throughout this tournament many times, for sure.
In the men's game, it just seems de rigueur. It's at least once, twice, 3, 4 times during a set. It's the way, again, this is where the power strategically used can cause all sorts of problems and win you points and matches and titles, which is why Chingoto and Momo Gonzalez did so well in the Hexagon Cup 2025.
What I mentioned today before to you, like, it's a winter time. I mean, I'm just thinking about it, you know. There's Madrid, is a winter time. This match, perhaps in July, in Qatar, is a different match because the weather conditions and, you know, the balls might go faster.
The air is hotter, warmer. Oh, ooh, wow, how clever would that have been?
Momo is one of those players, you know, who has done, like, one of the most spectacular highlights worldwide in Holland, in Rotterdam, 2-3 years ago.
What did he do? Go on.
Well, it was an amazing point, you know, a long rally, very good rally. He was running from one side to the other, covering his partner's side as well. And somehow there was a double rebound against LeBron and Galan. And there was a double rebound of his partner. He arrived and hit the ball behind his back, down to the corner of LeBron. LeBron was like, what's going on here? Yes, so.
No, the talent is phenomenal. And if you're expecting thrash bang wallop from tennis, it's a very different game. There's strategy in the thought for thinking. It's as much in it between the ears as it is in your hand. The racket and the brain have to work enormously in paddle.
It's out. Yes. Too long. It's a big advantage if you come from tennis, don't take me wrong. But the thing is that if you just only carry on playing your tennis in a paddle court, you will find out some paddle players, even more if you come to Spain, you know, you'll find people with, I don't know, man, like, who just only standing in the right position and taking the right decision making will be any tennis player.
Going down the middle again, and he's got him once more. So it's the break point, and it's also the golden point with Juice once more. And the receiver can choose which side they want the ball to be served. So Gonzalez to Yanguas. Oh, well, and that point is decided straight away.
Exactly. There wasn't a golden, it was a wooden point, unfortunately lost by Mike Yanguas. Well, it's quite decisive, I would say. It's 4-1. It seems that the match is going to be over soon if Leal and Mike Yanguas don't take this over to their side. So Team Crew seems to be leading now.
And let's go down to Paula Murillo as we look at a rather reflective, very reflective Javi Leal. Paula.
Do you know one of the things I am really enjoying about the tournament so far is that the crowd is getting bigger and bigger and bigger as the hours go by. You can see it right now. I mean, it's a Wednesday in January. This morning it was snowing in Madrid and people still come and show up to watch some great padel. And do you know why that is? It's because in Spain, people are going nuts on padel. I mean, everybody plays padel or watches padel. There are padel courts on the buildings, regular buildings. Everybody meets to play padel after work with lovers, with workmates, with friends, and then usually in Spain, it's pretty sunny, and then they have one beer, tapas, and they have a great time. It's a sport that really gathers people together, and you can really see it on the crowd that show up to tournaments like this in the middle of a blizzard that was today in Madrid. I mean, for us, for Spanish people in Madrid, it was hugely cold today, and still.
was snowing, actually. It
Yes.
was snowing.
Yeah.
So Paula is complete right. And I was surprised. I live in Barcelona. I was like, it is snowing. What's going on here? We in Alaska.
I live in the United
Hexagon,
Kingdom,
Alaska,
and I know what cold
2027.
weather's like. That was like a good day, a good morning. No, but it's extraordinary, and it is, of course, we should say one of the points about the Caja Mágica is this is where the Madrid Open is played, the tennis 1000 Masters series. So therefore, people know their way here, and there is again a rise in interest, all part of this Hexagon World Series, which will be growing in 2026. And we're watching, if they're here, just as keen recreational players, watching some of the great players in the world. You've got Chingoto, number 2 in the world. You've got Momo Gonzalez, who's 15. Mike Yanguas, who's 7 in the world, and Javi Leal is 16. You're seeing the finest exponents in a team environment. And 4-1 on the back of 6-1 in the first set. Oh, look at that! My word!
The remolino! The remolino! Anything, everything is in today for Momo and Chingo.
Look at this!
Have a look on that shot. Different level. Oh, I love it.
No.
What a reaction.
Segundo servicio.
But hey, listen, that is a highlight. Good, I know it. But what Chingoto has done in the first 2 points, he blocked one of the vibra from Mike Jangwa, which is one of the best vibras in the world in panel, and blocked with a lob. And the lob was good. Secondly, he covered the angle again and played easy volley to...
That's an error.
That was amazing. A great shot. But you know, it's one. It's an amazing shot, but it's one. He got to play 100 of those to win this match. And usually when you play 100 of those, you lose. That's why they cannot go for winners, winners, winners. Because if they do, this happens.
Again, Gonzalez is just everywhere. It's one of those days he's got magic dust in his racket at the moment. Look at this. He's in the air, through his legs, with his eyes closed, through his hat. It's happening.
That's the difference in this match, you know. These are running, and the other ones are running less and conquering more points. And not adversaries like this one.
It's only the 4th match of the 2026 Hexagon Cup, but this has been an overwhelming display, and there's the Tres out the side.
Javi Leal is like, when does it end? I mean, it's like, I just want to go home at some point. It's like, I tried my best since the last hour. It's not working. I just want to go home.
Welcome to the Hexagon Cup. It's his debut. It's his first time on court on the first day. Four match points.
No.
That's long. 6-1, 5-1, 40 love. Wow. And that says it all.
Great match. Very well done for these pair. Chingo and Momo, unstoppable. At least in this very first match, Javi Leal is going to go back home and think about what just happened to come back again and better for the next coming matches tomorrow and the day after, together with Mike.
And your MVP, because, well, it's got, okay, can I say Momo Gonzalez, just because of some of those shots. Chingo, yes, he's always that level, but Momo Gonzalez, my word.
Yeah,
if that's your first experience of watching top-level paddle, you'll come again, because on the basis of that, sensational.
I just wrote it to the whole team and said, guys, well, this for me, the MVP is Momo, not because only he made the difference, I would say, but also because I think Chingo will be MVP in more other matches in the next coming days.
But what a start, you know, because you say, because Fede Chingoto, that is, you know, he just plays at a high level all the time. He's 3 in the world, he's won 8 tournaments, but Gonzalez, Momo Gonzalez,
yes,
what a start. Pressurizing, performing at the highest level.
He did the job, you know, you cannot being a left side player usually makes you up and downs, you know, like Javi Leal could play an amazing match and then going down second set and then come back, Paquito Navarro, all of the players. Momo is one of a kind, that those who do play 85% accuracy the whole match, and that is not easy if you're a left side player, an offensive player.
He's a regular quarter-finalist on the Premier Padel Tour, plays with John Sanz a lot of the time, has done, but this was another level, and it just shows that if you've got someone like with the defense that
you don't want to play against Chingo and Momo. And I promise you, everyone will be, not afraid, but like, we playing against Momo and Chingo, long match coming.
We remember from last year, and you remember from 2024, some of these matches go on for 2 hours, even longer. I mean, into the night, 2 a.m. in the morning. That was done in 51 minutes. That was the show
Hexagon
of
record?
power.
Hexagon
well, I think
record
we'll be going through the record books, because that was fearsome. And very shortly we're going to be here from the winners. You can see them there through the glass by the team backdrop. 6-1, 6-1. Wow. And no wonder Mike Yanguas and Javi Leal are looking to make a quick exit. Cool. That was a learning experience as much as a chastening experience. If you want to perform at the highest level in paddle, then that is the level to which you have to aspire. I think they all enjoyed it. Right. Well, we loved that. And we're now going to hear about those who brought it to the court, because the winners are with Paula.
Pues vamos a buscar las primeras impresiones de estos dos campeones que, bueno, para qué vamos a hacer las cosas despacito y con buena letra.
I'm trying to translate a little bit what the players say now.
En 51 minutos con un doble 6-1.
In 51 minutes, a double 6-1 for you guys. What do you think? I will start with Momo, she said. It's greeting everyone here because he says that there's so many people on Wednesday coming again to crew team, and I'm very happy to be part of the team. Then regarding the match, it's too easy to play with Chingo. It's like you run with advantage when you play with Chingo. It's a pleasure playing with him. And now I'm going to go and rest, so to give my team tomorrow the best I can.
Que levantas pasiones por donde pasas, evidentemente, pero yo quería
Chingo, you're a passionate player and everyone loves you. So tell me what you think about your partner.
Pero sí que tiene que ser fácil jugar con él, además después del partidazo de hoy.
Sí, yo creo que sin duda para mí es al revés. Creo que están todos.
He said, for me, it's the other way around. It's easy to play with Momo. You know that he's everywhere.
Todo el otro equipo que creo que hicieron las cosas bien, pero bueno, la verdad
he thinks also that Mike and Javi Leal, he says they did a good job, but Momo didn't allow them to play their game.
Y al final esa cuotita siempre ayuda. Como siempre, gracias Madrid por.
As always, thanks Madrid once again.
La verdad que son un público increíble.
You are an incredible crowd to share court with. Well, the girls didn't win today on the crew team, so they had to give this point to the crew team. They're so happy about the level they just played, and they hopefully can keep this level to come back tomorrow again.
Como es un trabajo en equipo, han fallado las chicas, ahora vosotros sumáis esos 2 puntos. Se ha dirigido Fede al público de aquí y de Madrid. Algo para tus compatriotas.
Something to say about all your people who come here to cheer for you? Everyone's here. There's my family, my uncles, my parents. I hope that everyone is coming to share the very first tournament of the year all together here in Madrid.
Good interview, Paula, and perfectly translated there by Mauro.
I'm not a translator, I just used to play paddle. But have a look on this. Total points 152. This is a massive difference, because it could be, sometimes it could be like, 52, let's say 50 points against 44, and still, a very good match. But this one, it was a massive difference. Nothing to do with, for Mike and Javi Leal, 72 points won.
So 6-1, 6-1. They used to play with each other in 2024, so they know each other. Chingoto and Gonzalez for Yanguas and for Javi Leal.
Let's see.
Whoa, wow. So let's have a look then. After 4 matches of the 6 today, what does the league table look like? Well, 11-11 after play 2, 1-2. Very impressive. Crew paddle. The Defending champions are nicely well placed with 2 points. The top 4 go through to Sunday's finals for 3rd and 4th, and then the top 2 play for the Hexagon Cup itself, and that's exactly where Crew Paddle intend to be.
Eva Longoria might be happy in Los Angeles. There she might be watching us and enjoying the 11-11 team leading at the moment this Hexagon Cup.
Yes, she can't be with us this year, but she was here last year and certainly took part in the Pro Celebrity match. So we're looking forward to the next match, but we've got a lot to live up to after that match there. Fantastic performance by the defending champions. So for a moment from Mauri Andrani and Jonathan Edgard, thank you very much for watching. We'll leave you with some of the highlights of Chingotto and Gonzalez at their best. Hello and welcome to Madrid and to the Caja Mágica, the magnificent stage for the next 5 days for the third edition of the Hexagon Cup. And here we have 4 matches completed already, and next on, it's the women's match between the Advantage team and the Hexagon team. And if it's anything like Crew Padel against 10 Padel, the one we've just watched, it'll be done in 51 minutes. Get that. Phenomenal performance by the defending champions, Crew Padel, to make up for their defeat, as you see in the second match against 11-11, who won the opening 2 matches. They've got 4 points already, which is double the number they've got in the entire series in the Hexagon Cup in 2025. So things are changing, and therefore the level is increasing. So therefore, this demands the highest level of concentration, because although it's at the start of the year before the Premier Padel season starts, this is all key learning, key match sharpness. So we see Delfine Brea for Argentina, partnered by Martina Calvo, one of the rising stars from Spain for the Advantage team. Ale Salazar with Carmen Coenaga. Ale Salazar, 6-time world champion, former world number 1, just like Delfine Brea. So, can the 2 world number 1s cancel each other out? And what about those 2 well-matched players? Martina Calvo, ranked 14 in the world, with Carmen Coenaga, ranked 17. It's Wednesday. It's the first day of this tournament, and they're all catching up with the results. We've just seen it already, but they're just catching up on the Hexagon Cup website. And young and old are here in force. But this is an event which is well known to those who live in Madrid, because this is the scene and the stage for the Madrid Open on the tennis circuit for men and women. So plenty of people will come here when the temperatures are a lot higher. There was a blizzard, can you believe it, in Madrid this morning? Temperatures just above freezing. It's much more sunny now, or it has been in the afternoon. But whether they've been sheltering from the snow or wanting to get out in the sunshine, they are here in big numbers, and we're expecting sellout crowds over the weekend, just like we had in the Madrid Open, or the Madrid Arena rather, in 2025. And there's plenty to look forward to, because as much as this match now, which we're looking forward to, Delfine Brea and Martina Calvo against Ale Salazar and Carmen Coenaga for Hexagon, we also have the 2024 Hexagon Cup champions from Argentina, Martín de Neno and Juan Teo, up against another Argentine, the world number 1, Agustín Tapia, and John Sanz of Spain. And just to give an idea of why that match has got an extra frisson, because last year, Agustín Tapia, great player, world number 1 for the last 2 years, Arturo Tapia, had to drop out because of injury. That's all still to come, because now we're looking forward to welcoming Delfine Brea and Martina Calvo for Team Advantage, the champions in 2024, the first year of the Hexagon Cup. Delfine Brea, a familiar figure. You will know her well from Argentina. Mauri Andrini, who's alongside me, former world champion and leading coach, and also Martina Calvo, a rising star, a very impressive player, who at one stage seemed to have the choice of any number of partners, having played with Ale Salazar last year on Premier Padel.
Yes, he's I always say kind of a player who I like to say the future today. You know, he's kind of a players who you could tell already. There we go. Sergio Lewin, one of the CEOs of the Hexagon Cup. There we have not only Delfine Brea, but also Nito Brea, the coach, her father. We're going to talk about that later. Let's have a look on the other 2 top players. The queen of the queens, Alejandra Salazar and Carmen Coenaga. Amazing left side player, competing together. They know each other, they play each other before, you know, they got a big job to do now, because it's, but you know what I mean, is that Ale Salazar knows how to play against Martina. So, you know, she has Martina in the parallel, very in front of her. But, you know, you got a great talented player as a partner, but the opponent is the current number 1 in the world, Delfine Brea, and the future, perhaps, number 1 in the world, Martina Calvo. So let's see what happens with the Hexagon team. Look at this. Paul Hernandez, Juan Martín Díaz, the legend of the legends, Fran Guerrero, top player as well, right side player, and
Paquito Navarro.
Paquito is there.
There as well. He's muffled, you can tell him. It's still, as we say, there has been sunshine, but it's still cold outside. But Ale Salazar, as you say, I mean, how much an advantage is that? She was partner with Martina Calvo last year. They got through. I mean, Martina Calvo, 17 years old, she got through to the final of the Upper Couple. I mean, phenomenal performance.
Yeah. I mean, she's on the path to become a very top player. She's already top player, top 15 in the world. She's in the path to become a very top player.
In fact, their story is symptomatic of the growth of paddle, because you talk to Ali Salazar and she will tell you, I never thought I would ever be able to make a living from paddle. I loved it. And yet here's Martina Calvo, already 17 years old, earning well because she is performing well, because paddle has grown so much in the years that Ali Salazar has helped it.
100%. I'm glad actually that Ali Salazar is still, competing at the highest level, and you can really tell the expertise behind her playing. I would say that this match,
recordar varias cosas. Jugamos un partido a 3 sets. El tercer set de tiebreak a 10 con diferencia de 2.
Ali Salazar is kind of the chingotto from, from the women's
con cambio de bolas 7 y 9. Y jugamos con 4 bolas.
They change every 7 and 9 games, so they play the first 7 games and then they change to a new balls every 9 games. Why they do this? Because they count the warming up as if it were 2 games. Makes sense? So it's like they change the balls every 9 games, but the first time they change it every 7. So when it's 6-1, for example, then they change balls, and then every 9 games, if that makes sense.
And out of interest, it's the same in tennis, but what do you find is the difference? I mean, it's just like in tennis, they're fresher, they bounce, everything's more true, correct? In terms of when you want new balls. How do you find that as a player?
Well, you can tell even more here with the glasses. When the ball is new, perhaps it drops a little bit more, and is the amount of power perhaps you can produce a little bit more, because it's the new balls. You can perhaps take the advantage to smash in the first game, for example, when there are new balls.
So, Jonathan Ledjard and Mauri Andrini in the commentary position, and courtside, luckily, Paula Morillo. Hello there.
Paulita.
Paulita has been walking into this arena. Alejandra and Carmen, and they had a bit of a mix of a cheeky smile and a shy smile. How many times has probably Alejandra walked in through one arena of those, and she still has that shimmer of excitement in her eyes? I don't know if she probably thinks this Hexagon Cup is maybe the beginning of the end, since she will be retiring this next season. I don't know. Maybe we'll ask her later. And then world number 1, Delphi Brea, walked into this arena, and people were just standing and just applauding alongside her. Martina, who was just like gazing her, and I'm sure she will be taking notes to hopefully become one day world number 1 too.
Fantastic.
And the point about Martina Calvo and also Carmen Coanega, they were next generation players. Paulita, thank you very much.
Fantastic.
I'm not surprised.
Well, just said it was, I mean, emotionally for me, I would say, it's...
This is big.
Amazing. It makes complete sense what she said about Ali Salazar.
Let's meet the teams as they prepare for this encounter.
I'm on my prime, I'm feeling like Steph. I get my shot and I promise it's wet. Waited too long, but I told him I'm next. I need my bag, just want me to check. Cable was mine, I ain't taking less. I told them all I'm as real as it gets. Shit be a shit, dog, I'm cutting the net.
Delphi Brea has every reason to smile at the start of 2026. Says how memorable, Mauri, was 2025 for her and Gemma Triay. The world number 1's a record time by August. I mean, that's phenomenal.
Yeah, and also if you think about it, he got injured in June last year, and she came back and still keeping, reaching the number 1 in the world together with Gemma Triay. They had a great year, I would say, and I always knew that Delphi Brea one day will reach it if injuries respect, the career. She has, her father, Nito Brea, a friend of mine, a very good coach, amazing coach.
How easy is that relationship? Because we've seen it in so many different sports. It's all very well starting out, but when you get to a certain level, they've done really well, surely, to preserve that, haven't they?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you can, and even more with that tactical sport, the paddle is emotionally and everything. You've got to be a good partner. The fitness has to be correct, tactically correct, technically correct. To be number 1 in the world is not an easy task. Serena Williams and the family and and in this case, Nito Brea and her daughter, Delphi. So here we have now Martina Calvo. I say a great mix of, you know, power and talent. You know, it's like Ari Sanchez, the new version, I would say, you know, because
that's praise indeed for number 1.
100%. She has a great future for sure in the next coming year. She has already now well set, you know. But
well, she will know all about Ari Salazar. We're going to meet their team from Hexagon.
I know my next win is the best one, so I tell them that I'm on to the on-21. On to the next one. On to the next one. On to the next one. On to the next one.
Sorteo lo ganó la pareja Salazar-Goenaga, que decidió...
Ale Salazar, where do you start, where do you begin? I mean, she has won everything. A magnificent player and still loving it, age 40, as Paulita was saying. This is her final season, 2026 as a pro. But what has she brought? What has she done for paddle?
Well, I think, you know, she is not only a paddle expert, she is the model, is a role model, is the model to follow. So if you're home, if you have daughter who is playing paddle, and if you're in Holland, in Germany, whatever you are in the world, make sure you really study what Ale Salazar has done for the sport of paddle, what she did in her paddle career. She's not only the queen of paddle, she's such a temperament, such a personality, the aura she brings into each stadium. And Paulita said before how many times perhaps she walked through these kind of arenas. I don't know, about over thousands of times, but not only Wednesdays or Thursdays, but more Saturdays and Sundays with so many
But that's why
finals.
she's still playing age 40, because she loves it and still finds that buzz and still enjoys it, and that's why she's been so successful.
Yeah,
and that's the sort of
it.
attitude, surely, that she wants to inspire in Carmen and Goenaga.
100%. Carmen is of course much younger. She's half age almost than Ale Salazar. She's 21, and you know at the moment she's ranked number 17. She's been raising up things the last few years, you know, from top 100 to top 50. Now she's 17, and I assume she had a great year last year, and I believe that this year she does a good job. She can come easily to the top 10 in the world. But let's see what they do. This advantage team, they are led by the coaches.
And she's done a great year with Bea Caldera, someone who's also a very young player. And you can understand it. I mean, 17 years old and you're traveling around the world on your own. That is away from your family. It is absolutely not. So it's as much as mental stability and ability as much as physical talent on court, surely. I mean, she's made no bones about the fact that she's used a sports psychologist to help prepare her and strengthen her mind when it's so tough to look after yourself on tour. 55% to 45%, would you go with that one? Delphi Barea and Martina Calvo?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, I would say. I would keep the same. I wouldn't say like, no, I would go more 75, 25, no. I think that should be because with Ale Salazar in front of you, you never know. Because Ale Salazar can make Goenaga play better than Goenaga usually plays, if you understand how she performs.
Because that's the art of art of an experienced player, to bring the best out of your own, not to overwhelm them, which is why I think she was quite surprised when Martina Calvo decided, actually, I'm going to go and I'm going to move on in terms of who I'm going to play with next season.
It's the big Malian effect, you know, that you bring the best from someone who's working with you.
It's an interesting point whether Marta Ortega, who she's going to be playing with in 2026, is a better choice than Ale Salazar. She's obviously younger, but you know, when you've got someone who's experienced as Santana, and they've worked so well together in 2025.
Yeah. Anyways, you know, the hunger of Ale Salazar, she wants to win every point, but she already knows that perhaps she's not going to reach many semi-finals, and Martita perhaps will, you know.
Let's see. That is for the season to come.
But here is the
holds
Hexagon
us is the Hexagon Cup with the Hexagon team.
Fun's team
for the fans, for the players, for the game. Never stop believing is her attitude, Ale Salazar.
Tomen asiento, por favor. El partido va a comenzar.
So here we go.
She's a believer.
El partido va a comenzar al servicio.
She's an
Alejandra
achiever
Salazar.
as well.
So what you just said about, you know, 17 years old girl traveling around the world. So that's one thing. But think about paddle has been growing since the last 4 years, 3 years, 5 years. And so they didn't know when they were 11 or 10 that they might be traveling around the world, so they were not ready for it. So they do such an effort to be where they are now.
Beautiful interception there. And then the Chiquita from Delphi Brea. Straight away establishing her authority as she's trying to early on with Ale Salazar on serve.
Clearly, they go a little bit more shots in the beginning, the very beginning, to Martina Calvo to see how she is, you know, feeling at the beginning of the match, because we all know that even though Delphi Brea is not feeling amazing, she will play anyways amazing because she's a great defender, kind of a chingo.
Lob there, which enables the team from Team Advantage. Trying to work out what colour I would use. I always thought it was burgundy, but then actually when you see Delphi Brea, you think, oh, am I going to go for burgundy, or is it slightly darker brown, maybe? Either way, the team in the darker strip, the red strip should be over the burgundy, made a good, strong start.
I like the purple. The purple.
Oh, you're going for purple, are you?
All
right,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. Because it's a few times a year, you know. It's like the colours.
Wow, well, that was pretty decisive. 4 break points, done that set. Blink an eye and you missed them. Well, serve broken immediately, Ale Salazar. Very shortly, whether the microphone will pick up what the coaches are going to be saying.
What if I were Nito Brea there talking to, I wouldn't say anything. It's like, oh, good. 4 points in one go, receiving, you know, returning. As I told you in the previous match, the court is more likely to defend than to attack, unless your surname is Coelho, Tapia, or it doesn't matter, they will smash anyways. Because, yeah, they got the power. Otherwise, it's more for defending than to attacking.
Whoa.
Kind of surface, I would say.
15 love first, I mean, ace serve. Don't see many of them.
Well, in padel, as we serve underarm, it's very, you know, we don't see much aces like we would see, for example, in tennis. That makes sense because you serve above head height.
Oh, I was just going to say they were going down the middle there, as we've said, because two players who aren't used to playing with each other, and then suddenly Guanega and Salazar find a way through, and it's 15 all.
If the ball rebounds, the back wall rebounds on the back wall, I would say, then it's in. And if the ball hits the side, the back fence, as it just did, when Martina Calvo hit the back fence, then of course he's out.
If you're just joining us for the first time watching padel, thinking this looks interesting, on YouTube or DAZN or whichever provider you have for the Hexagon Cup in 2026, mix between squash and tennis, compared off the wall, as you can see, and off the glass as well.
No, 40-15.
40-15 to Delphi Brea, stepping in this purple heart of Madrid in the Caja Mágica. What a stadium, what a place, so many amazing events. Panel events, here, the Hexagon, amazing. With power. That's what I'm telling you, that, you know, Martina Calvo is kind of Ari Sanchez, I would say, but with perhaps a little bit more, I would say, power. Courage? Courage?
Yes.
Yeah. Courage. Courage?
No, I'm saying, I put a bit of French accent in there, but yeah.
I tried to speak English and you just give me a French word. Anyways, yeah. 0. That's, we call it bajada. You know why we call it bajada? Because the ball goes downwards. Bajada is down in Spanish. Subida is up. So we call it bajada because the shot of the back wall, when you hit the ball above the shoulder height, the ball, you can give that direction downwards and to make a very offensive shot of the back wall.
Lob very much a defensive weapon, and then that allows the players who played that lob to go forward. And then what do you do then? No chance then if it takes a deflection like that.
That was very difficult what she just did. She played a vibra cross court and then a vibra in parallel. So you change the directions, you change the contact with the ball And that is very difficult. You can only do it if you're winning 2-0 and if you're very comfortable, or if you're a master like Martina Calvo.
Libero is one of the shots in paddle. Angled low. It's a beautiful volley, but what a great recovery.
Yeah. I mean, Ale Salazar, even though she knows that by reaching the shot, anyways, she might lose she will go anyways. You know what I mean? That is the fighting heart of pure paddle players who never give up.
But you never know whether that shot, which looks an easy volley, goes in the net.
Exactly. That's exactly what I just tried to say. Another bajada, but if your opponent is going to play a bajada, and then that's why Martina Calvo was awaiting behind, because it's going to be easier to defend. Rather, if she's at the net, she will have to block that bajada from Ale Salazar, if that makes sense. Good try.
Yep.
30 iguales.
There is no lost cause where Ale Salazar is concerned. There is Martin Daneno.
And Gatotello. There, they partnered together. They used to play last year as well. Actually, they found out how good they were in the Hexagon 2025. And then they decided as well to play together. Yeah. And they did a few months last year until...
and some good results together as well.
Very good results. Yeah. But then, you know, Martin Dineno decided to change to play with Lewas Burger. It's not at the Hexagon, but they played together in the Premier panel throughout the 2025. Great results as well. They won tournaments, and they beat the pair number 1, pair number 2, and pair number 3 in the same tournament.
We've got them to look forward to. Playing for team advantage, which is the team which Delphi Brea and Martina Calvo play for.
Another bajada. Another bajada in parallel from Carmen Goenaga. I would say impossible for Delphi Brea to defend that shot. Let's see what Nito...
Por la izquierda, Ale, así, o bien cruzado. Por la izquierda, si podés, es perfecto. Por la izquierda, Ale, o bien cruzado, perfecto. Pero igual, no bajemos la intensidad, porque ahí fueron 2 errores no forzados. Que no bajemos la intensidad, porque vinieron muy bien.
Don't lose intensity, Nito Brea said, don't lose intensity, just keep moving. We know we can win these, but we have Ale Salazar and Carmen Goenaga in front of us.
Let's go down to Paulita then, and just give us an idea, Paulita. We've talked about the Caja Mágica. What is it about this event and this arena which brings out people in such numbers?
I'm going to teach you a few facts about this arena, Caja Mágica. I don't know if you knew that, but it means in Spanish, the magic box. And there are many big arenas here in Spain, like Santiago Bernabéu, the stadium where Real Madrid plays, or Metropolitano, where Atlético de Madrid plays, or even the Madrid Arena, where this tournament used to take place the past year. But this Caja Mágica is where the Master 1000 and Widow 1000 take place every single year. Such a magical place. This space is usually clay, and here, for example, Rafa Nadal has won 5 times throughout his career. And actually, Rafa played here on this court the last Spanish match of his career 2 years ago. Also, Carlos Alcaraz, a special place for him as well, because he has already won here twice.
Thank you, Paula. That was great. You know, it's great to know that there is a clay under these. So we have already played in Roland Garros as well. You know, they put the paddle court in the middle of the central court in Roland Garros as well in Rome. So why not at the Caja Mágica in Madrid to put this purple beauty paddle court and show the best rackets in the world do the job.
Iguales.
Martina Calvo, the first time she serves in this match. It's 15-0, 2-1. They're leading with 1 break. The very first match of this Hexagon 2026. Generali Hexagon Cup. That shot she just played looks simple, looks easy. It's like, well, it says nothing. It's brilliant. Just because the angle she creates with that bandeja, we're going to talk about bandeja word later on, and the speed makes Goenaga to confuse us either to play before or after the siphons. That's why Goenaga hates the siphons with the racket.
And that point is a point to team advantage. Martina Calvo, who's on serve now because that ball hit the back glass first rather than the court. Good recovery. It's going to go somewhere.
My goodness.
Cuatro. It actually goes out. So that's the point. Out
Very good.
of the court. 4 meters at the back. Place for 3 meters down the side.
How's your Spanish, Jonathan? How's your Spanish?
By Sunday, I hope I'm fluent.
Yes, man. Let's do so. Perhaps we just go to the Spanish commentary as well to say, hola, hola a todos, ¿cómo están? From here, Juan. How's Jonathan? No, Jonathan. In Spanish as well.
Jonathan.
Jonathan.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You can teach me some Italian as well. Ooh, off the net.
Oh, great. Well played. I mean, just Ali Salazar doing the job. Didn't give up. You see, she was running towards the net.
And you can see how Martina Calvo is frustrating. We all know this. We've all been there. Whether you're old or young, you're trying to not impress, but you're trying to settle yourself and play well, and it's just not happening at the moment. You can almost try too hard. And you wonder whether she's doing that at the moment. Oh, what's a great return, though. Waiting, ready to move.
God. Oh my God, this is why Ale Salazar is here. This is why Ale Salazar, almost 40 years old, she's still at the top of the ranking because she never gives up. She carries on running for every single ball. That's why.
What a touch as well. And Martina Calvo will then get annoyed once more with herself. Ready, love, for Salazar. Goenaga.
I love it.
40
it's like, you know, this is what Ale Salazar brings into the game. It's like, we're winning 3-1. You know, the opponents, we're winning 3-1. And then you see the opponents running anyways all over. And it's like, be careful. We're winning, but they don't give up. Differently than what happened in the previous match. That, they were 5-1, and Javi Leal hitting 2 shots to the middle of the backlash. That's why perhaps it's 3-2 instead of 4-1.
It's time to be calm for Martina Calvo. You can see she's beating herself up, I think. And Ale Salazar has noticed that because she's experienced just like you would do, and a lot of the balls, a lot of the traffic is going towards her. So this is a good recovery, and if anyone knows what to do, it's Ale Salazar, wouldn't it? Because she's been there, done that. And she will also know, as we've been saying about Martina Calvo, she will know strengths and weaknesses. And age 17, this is the time now to maintain the focus, surely the attention on her, to target her. It sounds ruthless, that's elite sport.
Igual fíjate cuántas voleas ellas nos ganaron de volea, cuántos puntos, nada, todos nos jugamos tan
So,
así. Estamos jugando con esto,
and
cuando
I
jugamos
meant
por
to
ahí,
tell you this exactly before they end. It's like, how many times, Nito Bray is asking them, how many times Ale Salazar and Goenaga beat us with volleys? None. So why do you risk much? Why do you risk that close your shot when you're at the back, that close to the net? If they're not pushing, the net is too risky. It's the first barrier. There are 3 barriers when you defend. The net, the player, the back wall. Why are you going to miss the first one? Missing the second one if you're going to miss. So make, unless you're playing against, and they're killing you with the volleys, but if they're not, just give a gap. Give it a little bit a bigger gap. Play a little bit higher so you
higher
don't
over the
risk.
net is what you mean.
Exactly,
yes.
So you don't risk to the net. Because if the ball goes to the net, you lose. So at least you don't lose, they win.
So let's keep an eye on that then. See
Al
how
servicio del Fibrea.
Well, number 1, Delphi Brea then on serve.
Segundo servicio. Corrección. Primer servicio.
short lob por cuatro for Delphi Brea.
15-0.
I don't know. It might be, you know, because we've seen there from Ale Salazar the second time they got one ace to Ale Salazar, and now she didn't feel comfortable with the second. Well, actually, it was the first serve.
Led, primer servicio.
A very short lob. It's not. It might be. Perhaps the ball didn't bounce properly, or she. I don't know. It's a strange unforced error from. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
30-0.
I don't know. All the serve of Delphi Brea is too good.
That was going to be my next point. She is the world number one, and she's had a wonderful year. She also said significantly at the end of the year she was relaxed, and you know that when you're playing well and you're succeeding, you're relaxed, and somehow it seems even easier somehow.
Yes, yes, but you know, said that as exactly as what you just said, then it's like there is nothing else apart of being number one.
40-15.
You know what I mean? So it's like for Delphi Brea, it's like everyone wants to beat her. She cannot beat anyone else, if you understand my point. So it's like everyone plays relaxed against her because you know you're playing against the player number one, the player number one in the world. Okay, well done. Serve meant a lot in that game. The serve of Delphi Brea put so much pressure on Ale Salazar and Carmen Goenaga. Right now, 2-4.
Good for the confidence of Martina Calvo that she closed out that point, had a chance earlier.
Muy atrás, very at the back. She's very at the back. She's talking about the cross-court player, Delphi Brea, communicating. And there is a lot about communication as well.
All part of that positioning. Where is your opponent, but also where are you in relation to your partner?
No hay nada. There is no one is at the net. That's what he said. Now they're coming. They shall recover another. Well, perhaps a lob I thought was coming. No, not going to reach this. That was too good. I think there was a little, I would say, a mistake, but you know, Martina Calvo tried to get that shot, uncovering the full court, making it impossible to Delphi Brea to recover that shot.
There's a lot of, in a sense, if you're Martina Calvo, you're playing with the world number one. You want to try to be as good as you've ever been. Maybe it's just a question of relaxing,
yes.
growing into the partnership.
I played with, you know, with very top players, you know, in exhibitions. Yeah, but I mean, later on exhibitions, like, for example, with Bella, with Sanjo Gutierrez, with Juan Martin, and sometimes then you say, man, if we lose this, it's my fault.
Yes.
But they make you feel comfortable. That's why they were stars.
That is the art of the great player. And Ale Salazar is doing that to Carmen Goenaga, who is now under pressure in the corner.
There is when Martina should have reached the middle, but she didn't, because she was afraid of what she did before. You know what I mean? So it's like
15-30.
In Spanish language, and here you're going to help me, because I'm from Argentina, and so in Argentina we say when you burn your hand with when you burn with milk, you know, you drink milk,
yes,
and you it was too hot.
Hot, yes.
Then you see a cow and you cry.
Tiempo.
Because that's what we say, you know, it's like you don't want to repeat the mistake you've just done.
Once bitten, twice shy, we would say in English.
Okay, how do you say so again?
Once bitten, twice shy. No cows involved, or milk.
Makes sense.
No.
Too long.
But
it's the reaction of Martina Calvo, which again, you can sense that the pressure, just again, if you can, try to relax. Because the talent is there. You're very, very good. It's just relax into this tournament. You can't win the tournament in the first match, but you can certainly lose it if you start losing matches and points like this. Ale Salazar knows
40-30.
Trying to hold serve, 40-30. Narrow it to 4-3.
I'll teach you what I always say on the coaching thing. I always say,
relax and play a bandeja.
Yes, because it's, you know, it's part of the game. It's like, it's good, yes, smash, yes, good, it's nice, but relax.
Iguales, punto de oro.
But you know, as a player, as much as being a coach, when you say, people say relax, the fact that you're having to say relax means that they are not and cannot.
Al
There has
resto,
to be a way of
Brea.
feeling that you are just calm. So, golden point, our first of the match, and that means that the receivers can choose which server or which of their players will receive the ball. So Delphi Brea chose that one.
Important point, huh? If
Yes.
Alex Salazar and Goenaga win this point, they should do something. I mean, they should risk a little bit here because they know if this point is for them, it's going to be 4-3. And this could change a little bit the way at least Delphi Brea and Martina Calvo feel. Let's see if Alex Salazar can do something here to make it happen, and that's what I'm telling you. 4-3. That's why she's smiling.
Cambio de bolas.
From the Hexagon team.
So, the golden point proved decisive for Alex Salazar and Carmen Goenaga. They closed the gap 4-3. Again, it's another error by Martina Calvo, which is not to point the fingers, it's just to say she's looking for that breakthrough, looking to make a decisive intervention.
Igual me gustó lo de este último punto, este volumen que ganaste de fondo tranquila. Y después, cuando te quede más clara, ahí das el paso y vas.
Now getting an idea, what do you make of this then? Look at this. Delphi Brea's cool coverage.
Por el paralelo, porque la evita ella. Cuando la pelota te da un poquito de rebote con la pared, si haces así,
You know, when you see from the right side there, and even more if it's, you know, Delphi Brea, she's more at the back than at the net usually because she wins more for defending or transitioning from back to forward than only being at the net. So that's why I always say, you know, being at the net does not necessarily mean you're winning. Being at the net meaning that you are in an offensive net position. It doesn't mean that you are attacking. Because your opponent plays great gloves, then you're defending. That's why playing against Chingotto is very difficult. That's why playing against Delphi Brea is very difficult.
She used to be playing with, in terms of the Hexagon Cup, much with Sofia Araújo, who's a much more experienced player than Martina Calvo. There's one of the greats from Argentina who's played with Mario Andrini, Juan Martin Diaz, who just gave the last high fives to his Hexagon Cup players, and now here's Martina Calvo, looking to find a way back. And they make it 5-3. Find that rhythm, find that momentum, find that confidence. Just wonder whether she's going to go for a challenge then, but accepting that that hit the side glass. Whereas for Alex Salazar and Carmen Goenaga, imagine breaking and making it 4-all.
Segundo servicio.
It's one service hasn't gone exactly right. Great judgment by Salazar. Just look at this.
Touch, you know, the long backswing when you do the preparation, so the prep, the shorter you prepare, the more control you get. And padel is about tactics, not only power, and that's why it's been demonstrated by Alex Salazar, who is now, as you said before, you know, he's a 40-year-old woman competing at the highest level in the world in a sport that's been growing a lot, and many youngsters are nowadays leading the ranking. But she's still there.
13 in the world.
We want to get there at the same age when we were 16, 17, at World Championships. She was the first time. She was a world champion in juniors, and I was the same age at the same time with her. That's why we know each other. We kept relationship for a long time. So many people at the stadium. Love it. Absolutely love it. There are people from everywhere. Paula, our reporter, she was there telling that, you know, in Madrid and Spain, but there are many people from many other countries. I was just having lunch, and there were people coming to say hello from me, from Morocco, from Denmark, from Serbia. People from everywhere coming over to this fantastic padel event.
Well, as we know, padel is one of the great growing sports, looking to be in the Olympics in Brisbane in Australia in 2032. Part of the Asian Games, part of the Mediterranean Games. So word is spreading. The sport is spreading. Everybody has got another chance. What a great rally this is. Oh, too long.
31.
They're laughing because they know it's like, hey, it's been a great match. It doesn't look like when we started, you know, the match was 3-1, wasn't it, you know, at some point with 3-1.
They were 3-1, yes, most definitely.
Like comfortably for Delphi and Goenaga, but when you have a player like Ale Salazar in front, that you know that she's going to make anything possible to complicate your life on the other side of the court, and together with Carmen Goenaga, number 16, 17 in the world, I think she's at the moment, then anything could happen. Two means you.
40-30.
That makes sense why Ale Salazar said you. Yeah. Straight after she saw that the ball was going more down the middle than the corner, she said you, because Goenaga has the forehand in the middle, that Ale Salazar has the backhand, which is much more uncomfortable to reach that shot. That's why she called Goenaga.
Also important that Goenaga doesn't touch the net, and this is some recovery from Pereira and Calvo. They were love 30 down on Calvo's serve, and here they are with a chance to close out for a 5-3 lead.
No! What an Anfos error! What an Anfos error there! Golden point now, 4-3. Hexagon Cup brings, thanks God, the golden point. Thing that I absolutely love. And let's see what happens now. Another super important point. You know that Ale Salazar has a great bandeja, and actually, usually we call her Bandejandra, because Alejandra, we call her Bandejandra. Bandejandra Salazar. Let's see what happens.
Oh, what a recovery.
When you see this, the serving from the left side, where usually should be advantage, is because the opponents decide who returns the golden point. There are not any other tournaments that keeps the golden point straight away, but the Hexagon does.
Salazar moves into the net. It's a great lob.
Oh, man. No! I can't believe that mistake.
Two younger players betraying their inexperience.
Yeah. And the left side players, you know, at some point, for the tactical point of view, makes sense. If someone has to make a mistake or an Anfos errors, we're not going to be Delphi Pereira or Ale Salazar, because it makes complete sense that they go the backhand in the middle. That makes them more tactical and technical, more tactical players. Emotionally, I would say, they don't have to say more stable. And it's Martina Calvo and Goenaga who will make the difference, I would say, in this match. Let's see what happens.
But this is the beauty of the Hexagon Cup, because both Martina and Carmen were playing in the next generation. So it's the men, women, and also the next generation. Exactly. So they have now come through, and Delphi Pereira takes a point there. And that is why this Hexagon Cup does offer something completely different. The World Series, which they're devising and hoping to grow in 2026. It gives them, there's a clear pathway then from being the next generation, already, yes, in Premier Padel, but also now playing with some of the best players in the world. I mean, Martina Calvo is playing with the world number one. Oh, great skill there by Calvo.
recovering. Delphi playing a great lob, cross court, so because she knows her partner was at the net, putting things complicated to Goenaga.
What a good point this is. Well, unfortunately.
Yeah, a big one. Because I think she was comfortably at the back. She was doing a great job there. She didn't really need that. Actually, it was her father, the coach, Nito Brea, who was there, said, how many volleys put us like under pressure, or how many volleys they won Ali Salazar and Goenaga? None. So why to risk? So when she's going to the bench, get ready because the father is going to say something to her.
So speaks a coach. And a good friend of Nito Brea.
Viene Alejandra. Alejandra is coming. What? Oh. What was that shot? That comfortably behind the back. Delphi Brea, #1 in the world. Oh, she's an amazing Chiquita. It looks easier. The Chiquita looks easy. Chiquita means little.
Another great point. We've got a marathon on our hands. We had 51 minutes for the last match. Yeah. This could go the whole distance. Very even.
It might be already kind of, I don't know how long the match has been at the moment, but it might be like already 45 minutes, something like that. Bandejandra. That's why Ale is very difficult to play against her because she got or a great bandeja or a great bajada. So there are two shots from the coaching point of view. There are two shots that you really coach your players. It's like, or you're steady, and if the lob is a little bit more behind, you let the ball rebound off the back wall, then you go for bajada. So two shots to practice, not smashes on it all the time. Sometimes smash is good, but then bandejas and bajadas, both with B.
30-40. Good finish there, power straight at the feet at Delphi Brea by Carmen Goenaga. 2 set points then for Delphi Brea. 2 break points as well on Ali Salazar's serve. Call again 2 for Carmen Goenaga. Oh, she's put it deep. Oh, skips over the net.
So sorry, she said. Wow. Well, you know, we're going to see this as well, perhaps in the next match when Tapia is coming. Usually, you know, that's this kind of shot, and then, sorry.
What a shot.
It's like, well, luck, but, you know, even if you win the lottery,
make your own
you
luck.
have to play the lottery.
You know that as a player and a
100%.
coach. The world #1 for a reason, Delphi Brea, and they take the first set 6-3.
Está bien, pero vos después la contragolpeaste y nada más porque te exigiste mucho en esta, que si la haces más fácil, la ganaste. O sea, no te exijas en querer romperla en todo y fíjate que vos con más.
It's like, here's what we say, you know, less is more. It's like, you just say, hey, you're trying like to do so many things when it's not really necessary because we have, or we had the match before. So we're still not playing great and was 6-3 for us. That's what the coach said to his pair of the Hexagon team, and that I cannot translate everything because he's not being that polite at the moment. So like 6-3.
Well, that's interesting in itself.
Yeah,
they won the first set, but he's still getting a bit revved. Yeah. In terms of the set 1 summary, then 59% of points won. Break points, they didn't win one at all. Salazar and Goenaga.
Consecutive points won 5. I think it was perhaps the first game for Delphi and Martina Calvo. That was, they won the first game straight up. They broke the serve, plus the serve got 5 points in a row. Okay. They're talking about when we had They finding like, okay, when our opponents are at the net, we're struggling a little bit. So let's try to take a better decision. Don't play the lob and go forward straight away. Let's try to decide better. And if the lob was correct, we go forward so we can attack the bandeja. Otherwise, we stay back and we wait for the right moment to attack.
Which tallies with what we were saying earlier. Don't go into the net. You're making yourself. You're increasing the risk, and therefore the reward may not be as great. So the win predictor was what, 55-45 as I recall. Okay, 64-36. That's turning the wick up quite a bit in favour of Delphi Barea and Martina Calvo. Let's see how that evolves, because Salazar and is a very experienced campaigner, and certainly in the middle of that set, she had Martina Calvo exactly where she wanted her former partner.
Jonathan, you know, it's the crazy thing about this is that, you know why I would say that it's not bad, those numbers? Because Delphi and Ale Salazar. It's because Goenaga and Martina Calvo. It's like Martina Calvo, it seems that even not playing good, she's still leading a little bit that cross court. But no, because Ale Salazar is not performing good. No, man, she can play against #1 in the world, Delphi Brea, and still being as competitive as Delphi Brea. You know what I mean?
So what we're saying is that the quality of this match and also the decisions within this match will be key, resting on Martina Calvo and Carmen Juanaga, the more experienced players. Because we know Delphi Barea and Ale Salazar have a certain standard. It's how younger players come through.
Look at that recovery from Ale Salazar, never giving up on any shot.
What a shot by Delphi Barea through the legs, it's still in play. The volley.
What? Oh. What is that shot? Goenaga and Ale Salazar, fantastic. Very well played. This shows how you should never give up, you know, in any point.
Look at that.
Yeah, fantastic.
I mean, two brilliant shots for a start.
3 highlights in 1 point.
Fantastic.
We couldn't do this, Jonathan. That's why we're commentating.
No, you
fun.
used to. I never would.
I used to, but it was another age.
Flashes of sheer brilliance on both sides of the net. Fantastic to watch.
Padel has changed a lot. I'm 41 now. I used to compete when I was, I retired when I was 25 or something like that. But nowadays, if you're 35, nah,
you're gone.
It's like when you're 32, you're gone. Unless you're Paquito or you are Ale Salazar, that you got a massive strength, you know, mentally playing, and so you keep your fitness good, and otherwise it's very difficult. And there are so many names that have been forgotten in the sport of paddle, which were now they're coaching. Seba Nerone, Cristian Gutierrez, Miguel Lamperti, they still, but no one knows them. Everyone knows Paquito. Everyone, not Paquito, everyone knows LeBron or Ale Galan or Chingo. They just did it like 3-4 years ago.
The pace of paddle is increasing.
Exactly, but perhaps social media or perhaps. But nowadays the truth is that fitness is taking a big place in the sport of paddle now. That's why we see the young generation coming in, because you're flying all over the world. It's taking, you know, so much time to train every single day. You get older, you get more injured, and it's, you know.
Well, that's one of the reasons Ale Salazar was saying that's really why she thought, I mean, maybe 40 is a nice round number, but also why she decided to retire. Because she spent 30 weeks away from home last year.
Of course, winners from Martina Calvo. For the back wall, the 4 meters back wall, none. Side wall, no. Bring back from 4 meters back wall, 4 of them. So,
as a coach, how would you be approving or disapproving of that?
No,
more variety.
I mean, the thing is that this is an unforced error from your opponents or a weak shot from your opponents. That if you hit the ball by 4 meters back wall, perhaps it's thanks to Delphi Brea. That's why the job behind the scenes,
yes,
behind the scenes, behind the curtains of the right side player, you don't usually see it. And then the left side player comes with the back and the forehand with the bajada. Perhaps because the right side player has done a great job, you know. So this was like 4x4 from Martina Calvo.
15-0.
One shot back to her field from Goenaga, perhaps was because the first serve of her partner was good. No, because her smash, if that makes sense, you know.
That's a great smash there by Goenaga.
That bajada, great blocking from Delphi.
Brilliant. Didn't seem to have the full control of the racket, and yet the ball came back.
What? What? No way! You got to be kidding me! What is this? What's happening? Look at this. I love to see this, you know. They're very competitive. I mean, of course, they play together throughout the whole year. But, you know, look at this, look at this. You got to stop there. If you touch the net, you lose the ball.
You're in trouble. Exactly.
She couldn't stop.
Can I fall backwards? No, I can't. Oh my word!
What a dejada! The dejada is a drop shot in paddle. We call it dejada because dejar, the verb dejar, means leave it there. Just like, you know, someone brings a box from you, you know, from Amazon or something. So just leave it there. And so that's what Ale Salazar did. Left it there.
What a shot. The touch. Quite exquisite.
What a recover from Martina Calvo. Great lob as well.
Very good. Oh, and yes.
You know when you win the point doing nothing. I mean, she just did the defensive, all the defensive things, you know, recovering the shot of the backward, another of the backward, a lob.
Well, it goes back to what the coach was saying. Just keep it simple. You don't try so hard. You've got it. Just do what you do, and it'll flow. Because you're playing with the world number one.
That's what Delphi has to do. They're helping a little bit Martina Calvo.
Oh, you could sense that right straight away.
That is a big mistake for two reasons. First, because the coach has already said, hey, listen, don't risk with the net, because your opponents don't win with the volleys. That's the first thing. But second thing, Ale Salazar was behind. If she's behind, the risk is zero. You cannot miss to the net. Miss to the back wall, but not to the net.
Yep.
You take notes, Jonathan. I don't know which kind of notes you're taking.
All sorts of words of wisdom I'm noting down.
A proper and expert commentator. It's a massive
That's what you're doing a very good job. We're waiting to see now how Martina Calvo reacts. She's now on serve. Can she hold it? Just found that game beyond her when she was needed.
Good transition from back to forward. It seems that Goenaga is finding the way. You know, she says yes, 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 yes. She assists with her, you know, saying, yeah, I think that is the solution a little bit to play against Martina. I'm waiting for the mistake to come, because at some point it looks, it's not a mistake, but it was. That amount of power Martina Calvo produced in that kick shot, let's say. Wasn't a smash, wasn't a bandeja, wasn't a vibra. What it was, not a great shot. That's why Goenaga won that shot of the back.
Oh,
that is a
lovely shot by
because it's the speed
yes.
that makes a good shot.
Such good disguise as well. That's clever too. Little quiet word before that serve, just to say, you got it, calm.
Have a look on this, have a look on this. Hopefully we get this, and you will see how high the ball went. Didn't go very close to the net. Look, look, you see? That is what the coach was asking for. Risk, yes, 30 centimeters from the net.
Too long.
30-15.
So lost the first point, now taking the next two in lead.
What block.
It's going out.
I think Martina Calvo will have reached that that shot because Guanaga wasn't comfortable to hit that smash, and I think Martina Calvo was ready there. I don't know why Delphi Brea decided to block, which no really much sense. Even though if she hits that ball, let's say, blocking from the back of the court, it's going to be another easy lob to your opponents. If they were in men's, it would have made sense because the men's will hit the ball very hard. But in this case, they hit the ball very hard when they're comfortable. But when they're not comfortable, I would rather prefer to run forward rather than blocking at the back. It's quite an advanced tip. If you're a beginner or intermediate level player, anyways, you will understand what I mean. Look how she comes.
Pressure, pressure, pressure.
40-30.
Winning by risking the less you can. That is paddle. If you risk it 20% and you win, why to risk 30? Just
like a Formula One driver, can you win a race going slow? That sounds as if you're not making sense, but don't risk unnecessarily. Oh, that is a very good recovery by team advantage.
2-1. Tactically, it's very interesting, this match. For those paddle lovers out there watching it, sometimes you're waiting for a por tres or por cuatro or such a vibra. At this time of the match, it's like, nah, they're studying what to do because perhaps they can come back. Still very similar, very even in the match. Let's see what the players have to say. Delphi Brea is asking to her partner not to play too hard or not to play too soft. It's like, she said, hit a very easy shot, but make sure they don't play a great lob or a great chiquita. Just play nicely when they're there. Don't play your bandeja, not very hard, not very slow. In between.
Right, let's go down to Palito, who's having a stroll around the Caja Mágica.
I told you guys before what Caja Mágica meant, and I'm going to tell you right now why is it called Caja Mágica. You'll see here, right now we can watch the Hexagon Cup. Normally the tennis happens here, but also outside of this arena we have 2 more arenas where other matches can be played. There are shops, there are restaurants, there is a lovely walk with the lake. I think you can even take a boat on the lake. You can try if you want to when it's sunny and stuff. And there's a bunch of people here that gather here. There's people waving, smiling, excited to watch paddle. And this is only day 1. And this is only a random Wednesday. Let's see how many people come on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday to do all these things, watch paddle and do all these things here at the Caja Mágica.
Thank you, Palita. And there'll be plenty of people learning because paddle is big here. This is the big difference. In Madrid, you can get a court for €4 each for the hour. €4. A lot of places around the world where it's still being developed, it's a lot more than that. You can add a 0.
Yes, easily. There is no other plan this week more than being in this Caja Mágica, the magic box of Madrid in the purple heart of paddle, the Hexagon Cup. You have to come. You're in London, you're in Amsterdam, you're in Denmark. There's still a spot available for you. You can enjoy the best paddle in the world here with us. That was did you see? I told you what I told you before. Delphi Brea asked the partner, don't play that hard, don't play that soft, but in between. So you push Goenaga either not to play a lob or chiquita, to play a steady shot. Actually, it's exactly what she did. Play simple bandeja, so Goenaga couldn't do anything.
It's an interesting exercise, this match. Not just wanting to win for Delphi Brea, it's also helping her teammates. And maybe she needed a little bit of advice there.
Yeah, it's tough. In the sport of paddle, you know, the coaching on court is something that not only I hate it, I'm a coach around the world. I hate it when someone is coaching you on court, you missed the bandeja. No, Jonathan, because you're not preparing early. And it's like, man, come on, just play the next point. That's it. The coaching on court, no. But you can help your partner, emotionally. Say, man, doesn't matter. You missed that one, you're going to get the next one. Or, because that helps your partner. Your partner is your teammate. He's not trying to lose the point.
I meant when they were in breaks of play, when they're out of the court and they're talking, just quietly helping her through, because obviously her chances, Delphi Brea's chances of success for team advantage, as much as in this match itself, rely on her performance and partnership with Martina Calvo, who you can see how much it means. Every point is prized. Every point is so precious.
And Ale Salazar is the master of that. It's like, she will not tell at all, like, to Goenaga, listen, I mean, you're not coming forward quick, and it's like, no. She's going to find a way, tactically, to make the game easier for her partner. Not even for her, for her partner. It's like, just relax. And now, bien, look the body language. Ale Salazar went to Goenaga's side to cheers and to say, well done. She didn't wait to Goenaga to come. She went there. And that is a body language that we, as a coaches, also study deeply. And note again from Mr. Jonathan.
Very impressive. 2-all. This is a much tighter set than the first. Tactics we were talking about shining through.
0-15. Ale Salazar, man. I mean, think about Goenaga didn't touch the ball in this point. Didn't. Was Ale Salazar finding the way and the solution and waiting for the unforced error from the opponent. 2-0, last 15, huh? Alarms on, I would say. Don't give advantage to the Hexagon team, because, if Goenaga starts feeling comfortable and Ale Salazar is smiling, that tricky smiling from the ex-number 1 in the world, be careful. And don't forget, Hexagon Cup, thanks God, brings the first set super tiebreak, which is super excited, and the golden point.
You mention that all the time. You love it, don't you?
Because, no, it's just because I also copy from tennis good things, and, and they also do the super tiebreaks, and it makes more excited. It's like, I'm waiting for the penalties in the World Championship. Well, I'm from Argentina. I didn't expect, I didn't want the penalties the last World Championships in football, but this is like the penalties. It's a great ending. Lap 40. Alarms on, as I told you before.
Very much
Let's
so.
see. I love this sport, man. This sport is amazing.
Just playing for them at the moment. This is big. This is big. Break points. 4 break points against the world number 1, who's looking just a little bit rattled at the moment. That's one way of doing it. Didn't quite come off for the 6-time world champion, Ale Salazar. But still, the break is on.
Yeah, 3 break points. Another smash from Martina Calvo. Still blocking Ale Salazar from behind. What about no?
Just gone long.
It was 0.
Oh, yes, into the back glass. Now.
La pareja Salazar-Goenaga solicita revisión de
Or
vídeo.
is there a challenge?
Yes.
There is a challenge. VAR challenge.
I would.
Did that hit the glass or did that
For
not?
me, it was in. To me, it was in. Just not because what I saw after the rebound. It was after the next bounce. If the ball hits the back glass first, then the ball will go towards the net. And it wasn't, I think, the case. Oof.
Are you going to change your view or are you sticking with it?
Look,
Okay, let's look at it.
same face I have from Ale Salazar at the moment. The umpires, we have a big job.
What do we reckon?
I think it was out.
Out. Yes.
No, he's in.
Ball is good.
He's in. Good call from Ale Salazar. Yeah, that shot was in. I'm telling you, look at the motion.
La revisión de vídeo determina que la bola es buena.
Yes, it hits the ground.
Hits the ground, but with this camera you cannot see it. Imagine live. It's impossible. So if that happens in your match with your friends, man, play LED. That's it. It's 1 point. They're arguing now. So what's the point here? Let's see if I can listen to what they're talking. I can't, unfortunately.
Well, if that ball was good, then they should take the point. So therefore they would take the game.
They said let? Okay.
Yes, they did say let.
Okay.
Replay the point then.
Let me figure this out. I think it's because Ali played the lob, the umpire called it out, and they call it in. If Delphi Brea and Martina Calvo had challenged, then would have been points. Yeah. But because they didn't challenge, was Ale Salazar and Goenaga challenging the ball, that's why it was led. It's not easy to explain. But more if you're from Argentina. Yeah. But anyways, it was a break, and now big troubles for Delphi Brea and Martina Calvo, who their faces don't look that comfortable anymore.
First big break, that's the first break of serve they've had in this match so far. Coaches go to work, let's tune in.
Nito said it seems that they're more hungry than us, at least in the last few games. They feel like they're coming to the net position quicker than what we do. They take the net all the time, and they're like defending all the time.
Están sacando mucho más la pelota, la estás tocando menos. Entonces, como la estás tocando menos, tenés que
Seba Nerone, ex-1 as well in the world, is telling to Delphi, you have a big job to do now because they're not hitting many shots to you. They're playing more to Martina at the moment, so you got to be aware, because what happens in the sport now, unlike in other sports, then you can play 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 shots to the same player, and then you change to the other one. And the other one perhaps might be watching, as we are watching, sitting from here from the commentator box, and and then when they hit the ball to you, you're not. So he said, you got a big job to do now because they might not hit the ball, but they will at some point. So you've got to be aware of that. It's 4-3, isn't it?
4-3. 3-2.
3-2. Okay.
3-2.
Okay. Still a way to go.
But the break of serve, and now the key is, can Team Hexagon hold serve for a 4-2 lead, having lost the first set 6-3. Just the person you would want to serve.
Yes. Nito, Brad, the coach of the Advantage team, said to the players, let's go to look for the match. I mean, go for the match. We cannot be awaiting them to lose. We've got to go and win the match. What a power. Hey, touch it, touch
brilliant
it.
Play by
Carmen. Go again. Oh my goodness. That was too much already. That was too much. I mean, impossible for Goenaga, but the body language and the personality of Goenaga and Ale Salazar telling, hey, we're going to fight for every single ball, is there.
And it needs to be. Because Delphi Brea is a world #1 who's won so much this year, or last year, and was hoping to carry on with Geometry. That's what she is instilled in herself and would love to continue winning for Team Advantage.
What a bajada.
What a bajada and what a miss.
0-30.
You know, that playing the smash, running forwards is very difficult. You know what I mean? It's like the smash is naturally a shot that you go back, you have time, and then you go. She was trying to play smash, running forward towards the ball. And that is, it makes sense. I mean, the mistake might happen. But that is an unnatural shot to be playing. For the smash, you need time. Time to prepare the shot, time to set it under the ball, and time to point with a non-playing hand, and then play the shot. You cannot prepare quick. So that's why if you play against a great smasher, play quick lobs to him or to her. That was a por tres, but not the proper one. Yeah?
It needs to hit the ground before it does the por tres.
You know, if you play a very high lob, the lob bounces and goes out by 3 or by 4 meters, you win the point. It's like a por tres. I got this kind of questions sometimes on social. You know, people say, what about if I serve very high, the ball bounces and goes through 3-meter siphons? Well, you win the point. Pros don't do it because it doesn't make sense. Because they will reach just half volley. It doesn't really work.
Who's going to take it?
Misunderstanding there.
Who's going to take it? 3 break points.
I think there was the situation where Ale Salazar was hitting, let's say, 5 shots in a row, and Goenaga tried to say, okay, you're working on it, okay, I'll let you do it. But Ale Salazar said, you, because Goenaga has the forehand to play the bajada.
Yes, I can see that.
But, you know, it was just right there in the middle.
It was waiting to be hit.
It's a lack of communication. It's no one's mistake, I would say.
2 players who haven't the experience of playing much together. 2 players going for the same ball, but it's still in play and they're still with a chance of breaking back instantly.
That was a perfect shot from Martina. Nice Chiquita.
Lovely angle from Martina Calvo. Oh yes, too long and their break. Whoa, there's a rare smile.
Well, yeah,
in set 2 for Delphi Brea.
You know why? Because she feels like, okay, now we are working. Because, you know, you have to like working. If you're not a hard worker, in these kind of matches, you will struggle.
Al servicio,
you know,
Martina
you've got to be a
Calvo.
hard worker. That's why, as the previous match, we said, man, playing against Chingoto and Momo Gonzalez, even if you know you can beat them, man, you got to be ready for a long match because they're not going to lose. You have to beat them. Martina Calvo to serve, a very important, we call the 7th game of each of the sets, you know, as well as in tennis, I think it happens. The 7th game of the set is always a game changer.
In what?
Even if it's 5-2,
yeah.
If it's 4-1, or if it's 4-2, or if it's 3-0, it could be a game changer. It could be a break or.
Well, she needs to hold serve. That's absolutely key.
Yeah.
Because we've had 2 breaks of serve in the last 2 service games. Delphi Brea followed by Ale Salazar.
And it seems they will. It seems they will because it's 30 love, 3-0.
You've gone early. Mari, you've gone early. It's a bold call. Oh.
40-0.
What a serve. Another good serve. So close to the glass.
Well, there they go. Perdón, Carmen. Perdón, Carmen. Delphi Brea set. But
Cambio de bolas.
You called it.
I call it. The Caja Mágica. Magic things could happen.
Maori magic too.
So, for 5-3. Sorry, 4-3. And let's see now if it's a break and they win the game or they go to a third set.
We're going to break off from listening to the coaches because we're going to see, go a bit more in depth with Martina Calvo to the return direction.
Okay, but it makes sense, you know, that when she does the return of the serve, going straight to Ale Salazar, as she's more defensive player than offensive player, and might have perhaps hit the ball to the transition where Ale Salazar is going towards the net, and perhaps playing sometimes to perhaps to Carmen Goenaga on the second, on the return of the second serve, perhaps more lobs or more chiquitas.
Son rápida y cubrir huecos. Porque si no le tienen que jugar a Delphi. Claro. Pero ahí es donde le digo que la tarea de ella es más difícil porque tiene poca bola.
Sí, no le des la chance de que te sobrepasen.
Don't give them a chance that they come above your, your bandeja. Or don't let them the chance to reach the net position. That's what Delphi is asking to Martina. Like, if we're at the net, they play deep, you just play easy bandeja or whatever, but don't lose the net position unless the lob is just amazing, allowing you a bajada.
Se pusieron 0.40 muy rápido.
Sí, hemos defendido
bien,
más bola, no vamos,
Okay, which is, I mean, just this is the last part of the conversation, that Juan Martín Díaz, 13 years, #1 in the world,
Al servicio con
based
bolas nuevas,
in Miami
Carmen
nowadays,
Goenaga.
said to Ale Salazar, it's like, when you served, it was 40 love within a minute, so what Carmen should do in order to get the same result. Let's see if now they can win this, because, you know, as I told you before,
4-3. Seventh game, it's big. I've got it. I made the note, and it's big here because if this is Carmen Goenaga, needs to hold serve because 5-3, and that means that Delphi Brea would be serving for the set and the match, and there we've got 30 love already.
Delphi covering the middle, trying to block that with a backhand volley, and then straight going backwards to play that vibra down Ale Salazar's feet. Couldn't do anything. I think if Ale Salazar could not block that shot, I'm
very
not
few
sure
people
who
could. Yeah.
Now pushing Goenaga because they might be feeling comfortable, you know, when they just play lobs or down to Carmen. At the moment, they feel comfortably that lob. But you see the motion of that lob, I mean, of the ball hit the black glass first, then when you let the ball bounce again, the ball goes quick towards the net. Because the ball motion, as it hits the backward first, then the ball tends to go quicker to the net. It's not because the angle or because it's the spin the ball creates after a weird rebound, I would say, of the backward and on the surface. Cuatro? No. Bring it back.
That'll do. Bring it back. Exactly.
Very comfortably. 40-15, I would say 15-40, 3 break points. Jonathan, man, I think this is going to be in 2 sets match, because now Martina Calvo now is comfortable, is confident, but it's also thanks to Delphi Brea, who's just done the job properly, helping the partner to feel comfortable.
You need your partner.
That should have been a rulo. Yes. A rulo is a kick, kind of a kick bandeja. Sometimes I call it kick bandeja because the aiming, the purpose is the same. It's like to keep the net position. So trying to kick that shot, she tried to play a bandeja almost from the non-playing shoulder, which is like very robotic movement. That's why the shot went out. Make sense? So she moved the wrist a little bit there and then go back and defend and reach the point. Could have been easier not to miss a shot, perhaps. Still 2 break points. Quick lob from Goenaga. Clever shots from Ale Salazar. Clever shots.
Oh!
And another winner.
When it's your day, it's your day. Yeah, she's had a few of those.
5 juegos a 3 a su sabor. Segundo set.
Well, she moved fast at Carmen Goenaga, but
al servicio del Finabrea.
Tall, even that would have been too much. Even Juan Martín Díaz would have struggled. The coach of the Hexagon team. So Delphi Brea serving for the match.
15-0.
And that's the first point already.
I don't know if you remember, Jonathan, but I told you that this match, before we started,
yes,
could be 6-3, 6-3. Perhaps you don't remember, but I told you something like that.
I thought you said it was going to. This could be a longer one. Well, certainly you said it's going to be longer than Chingotto.
No, it was.
And,
it is. I would say.
But this could go the distance. I thought that featured somewhere. But anyway, let's see. I think it's been a great. But for the moment, if they do come through, Brea and Calvo for team advantage, it's been a very good workout because if you win too comfortably, that's a great confidence boost. But at the same time, they've had a challenge, and there will be surely some big challenges to come. For example, they're up against Josemaría and Alejandra Alonso from Team 11 on Friday. That's their next match.
Okay.
You know, former world number one, Paula Josemaría.
They play against Paula and
Alonso, yeah.
On Friday.
And then it's Fernandez, Claudia Fernandez and Tamara Ricardo on Saturday. So they get a day off. But it's a good win. Oh my word, that's a collection. Ale Salazar. Oh, 3 match points. Into the net, unforced error.
Gracias.
So the crowd goes silent as Delphi Brea tries to finish this off. Calvo takes over. Oh, and that's it.
Well
They've come through.
Very well done from Delphi Brea and Martina Calvo. Win this not comfortably as they expected to after the first set, but very well done.
And that is the key. Sometimes you've got to win ugly. It wasn't that particularly ugly. It wasn't as beautiful as they would have liked, but 6-3, 6-3 against a former world number one and a rising star like Carmen Koanaga is a good start.
Nice person.
Yeah, nice.
The wrist of the wristband. Yeah, wristband, you say in English?
Yes, wristband. Also, I think there was a ball there as well.
From the world number one, Delphi Brea. If you see her and her father, they look very similar.
Oh, yes.
It's like you could tell it's her father, Vito, there
there they are.
Big hugs. A family one.
Well, when you're world number one, and you won so many titles and you've established yourself at the top of the game, what you don't want to do is lose your first match in the Hexagon Cup, which is the first serious competitive action. Well, she's come through. She rallied her younger teammate, Martina Calvo, and they've come through 6-3, 6-3. At team advantage, the champions in 2024 are up and running with a victory. And here's how they did it.
I would say, it's a favorite pair at the Hexagon Cup. In female, it's a favorite pair. I mean, Delphi Brea and Martina Calvo are the favorites, I would say. Not the favorites, the number ones, but it's like it's a kind of a pair that we would perhaps see in the semis or finals.
Well, that's a great start for team advantage, and they're coming up again. We've seen them already, Martin de Neno and Juan Tello. But for now, let's stay in the moment with our winners, with Paula.
Bueno, creo que vosotros desde casa y desde ahí arriba también podéis ver hasta hace un momento la sonrisa que tenían las dos de estar aquí después de esta primera victoria. Me vas a permitir, Martina, que empiece con Delphi, que ha sido la MVP. Tú no te relajas absolutamente nada, ni en el primer partido, ni aunque sea un torneo distinto, por ninguno de los motivos.
Never relaxing, even if you play in the first tournament of the year, you're playing your 100% all the time. She said, I can't not believe actually what we said in the beginning. Like, I can't believe on Wednesday in Madrid in January, so many people came to the stadium, so she says so comfortable to play here.
Del equipo, muy feliz de jugar con esta bestia que tengo al
She
lado.
said, I love to play with this beast in a good way of Martina Calvo.
y ahora vamos a alentar a
She's
los
so
chicos.
happy with the team
Hablando
advantage
de
that
los
she's
chicos,
competing for.
¿se siente distinto jugar este tipo de torneos
How do you
sabiendo
feel
que detrás de
playing this kind of
vosotras
tournaments, which are
hay
different
un
than
equipo
perhaps
detrás, inspira de una manera
throughout the
distinta,
year?
os
You know,
da
these
un push?
tournaments are not all the
Como ha
time.
dicho Delphi, esta semana es para disfrutar, pero sobre todo para... Es un reto, ¿no?
For me, it's
que
a
empezamos
challenge
ya
to
la
play with
temporada
Delphi
y
because,
tenerlos a todos en el banquillo, pues,
you
¿qué te
know,
voy a
it's,
decir,
you're playing
no
with the
es
best player in the
presión, no
world.
siento presión,
I,
porque no
you know, I
exigen
got so
nada,
much pressure, but I got to
nada,
know
para
how
mí
to
es un
deal with
orgullo
it.
estar con Delphi y con todos los chicos que hay, con Seba y con
The whole
Nito
team with
y Cristian,
Seba
que
Neroni and
no
Nito
sé si lo
Brea
habéis visto
as the
vosotros,
coaches.
yo no, pero nada, muy feliz de estar
I
aquí.
don't know if I'm doing a good job or
el
not.
próximo día
They're
más.
laughing
¿Y
about it,
tomas
but
apuntes de Delphi para la temporada de una pedazo de número 1? No sé en qué tipo de cosas dices. Apuntes buenos.
what do you think you can take notes from playing with
Nos quedamos con
Delphi
eso.
Brea,
Y apuntes
which
buenos seguro que también para el público de aquí de Madrid, lo que ha dicho Delphi.
About
Un
Delphi.
miércoles de invierno. Esta mañana ha nevado en Madrid. Y mira, aquí está el público español.
how do you think Delphi
dándolo
about all the people that
absolutamente
came and
todo.
it was snowing
Sí, sí,
today
eso
morning
sí,
and
espectacular,
today is like
espectacular,
full
con
of
la nieve que
people
voy. Espero que todos estén
on
bien por ahí.
Wednesday.
Unas
And Delphi
palabritas
said,
para
yeah,
todos.
I hope that also
Gracias
everyone
a
is
todos,
watching from home. Of
Pues
course,
nada,
she's from
aquí se
Argentina,
marchan
and as well, people
las
in Argentina,
campeonas
you know,
de este penúltimo
and in many other
partido
countries
de la
worldwide, listening to us and watching the best players in the world.
Gracias,
Jonathan, have a look at this.
Palita. Very good. Thank you for your translation. Mari Andrini. So, Delphi Brea and Martino Calvo come through 6-3, 6-3. In terms of the match summary, for the 7 break points, they took 8 consecutive points. They started strongly, they finished strongly, and that's, if you do that, that is very, very happy.
I got to tell Jonathan, sorry for interrupting, it's like 1 hour and 20 minutes is the perfect time for a great match. You know, even though perhaps they go to third set and it's 1.5 hours, then it's great. That's why, for me, the golden point and the third set as a super tie break is perfect. For padel.
So those are the stats. This is how the league table looks. So 11-11 still up there, but you'll notice Crew Paddler second, but Advantage Team have come into 4th place, and they're playing in the next match, and that could put them joint top with 11-11 if it all goes to plan. But we're waiting to see how their match that they are about to start against RL9. They already have 2 points as well.
John Sant and Agustin Tapia,
Agustin
yes?
Tapia and John Sant. We look forward to that because that could be some contest. 1 hour 21, let's see. So, the Hexagon team failed to take a point from, or any points from this match. That was the next gen. The next gen players all get a 1 point for their victory. So, we've had 5 matches. We've got 1 more to go. The Caja Mágica has enjoyed some of the best players in the world, and we've still got more to come. And it's still early evening in Madrid. The standard has been set, and believe you me, if you've enjoyed today, you're going to enjoy the rest of the evening, because we got Daneno and John Sant against Agustin Tapia and Juan Teo. So we look forward to your company, but from Jonathan and Andre and Mauri, goodbye. Good evening. Welcome to the Caja Mágica, the magnificent stage for the next 5 days of the third edition of the Hexagon Cup. We have had 5 matches so far. We have 1 more to go. Bottom right of your screen. Team advantage against RL9 team. That's Robert Lewandowski, number 9. Key Barcelona and Poland striker. And we're talking about striking, ball striking, because we have 4 of the top players in the world. In fact, we've had an array of talent so far. With 11-11, you can see the first 2 matches on the left-hand side of your screen, winning and being the top of the table. Here then is the 6th and final match, and some would say match of the day. Martin Dineno and Juan Teo, Hexagon Cup winners in 2024 against John Sanz and Agustín Tapia, ranked 1 in the world, as you can see. But first, here comes, well, Juan Teo, and I think Martin Dineno is having to run to catch up with him. Are you ready, Martin?
Is this the match of the day?
Most
Jonathan?
definitely. Jonathan Ledgard and Mauri Andrini, coach and world champion in his day, alongside me. And this is something we've been waiting for right from the first serve just after 11 o'clock, just coming up to 10-8 in Madrid. And our appetite for more paddle of the highest quality is undiminished. That used to say Mauri Andrini, surely. An Argentine flag.
Around 20 years ago. Anyways, listen, you know, there are 3 Argentinians in this match and 1 Spaniard. There are so many people talk about, oh, only Argentinians and Spanish people are not the right. Well, because the sport is very new. We can, for, you know, playing this sport for 25 years, but in Sweden, in Holland, in England, Germany, they're starting. In Asia, man, in Middle East, in America. Many people are playing paddle nowadays, and there we have
Agustín Tapia.
Agustín Tapia, the magician of paddle, number 1 in the world, together at this time with John Sanz, left-handed player. Crazy guys. And there the coach, Mr. Martin Canary, a very good friend of mine. I used to play with Martin together in some matches in Barcelona. Martin is the coach of Tapia and Coelho, the pair number 1 in the world, together with Gustavo Prato. And he will also be, you know, coaching as well in the Robert Lewandowski team.
So, what we're hoping for is the first match for Agustín Tapia lasting longer than the match that he took part in the Hexagon Cup in 2025, when sadly he had to retire.
Yes.
And that really seemed to draw all the inspiration out of Robert Lewandowski 9 team, RL9 team. So, we are looking forward to seeing Agustín Tapia.
We're missing
the Mozart
Tapia.
of paddle.
Yes.
Looking forward to seeing him and John Sanz really take it to Dineno and Teo.
And everyone will be thinking like, well, you know, it's Agustín Tapia there playing with a left-handed player that he's used to play with left-handed Arturo Coelho. So for Agustín, it's kind of a comfortable thing, but John Sanz is not Arturo Coelho.
So what's the difference then? How is that going to manifest itself on court?
Well, it's going to be comfortable, I would say, for Tapia, but he will have to cover the middle a little bit more than when he plays with his current partner Coelho, because Coelho is 20 centimeters bigger and longer, the arms, the length, everything, and it's a completely different kind of player. Arturo Coelho is more offensive player, and John Sanz, even though he's a left-handed player, is a little bit more defensive than Arturo Coelho. So anyways, they both will be playing against Martin Dineno and Juan Teo, which is kind of the 2.0 version of Chingotto and Momo Gonzalez. So it's 2 players you don't want to play against when the court is, you know, good to defend, I would say. So Tapia and John Sanz could be the favorites, but be careful. I would put 1 coin, I don't know how to say in English, to Teo, Gato Teo, and
1 euro, £1, $1.
Yeah, £1. Easy.
Whatever you like.
Or more to Teo and Martin Dineno, because they are used to play together. They played in 2025 together for a few months, and they were a very good pair. And also, for the mental part of the game, Tapia and John Sanz know that their opponents are good together. Does it make sense?
Yes, it does. That's
5 minutos.
Right. So we've had the toss. So let's now go to meet the other member of our team. There's Jonathan and Mauri in the commentary position, and there's Palito Amarillo, who is down among the crowd courtside. Paula.
Up there right here, the last match of the day is what I like to call in Spanish La Sesión Golfa, which means something like the late night session, but in a cheeky way. But I think I will have to rename it to the Argentinian night, not because only the players, but the crowd. You can see in the background, I don't know if you can see them, the Argentinian flag right behind me. Anyways, Robert Lewandowski, team Agustín Tapia is back in the house after last year. He had to withdraw after the first match alongside his mate John, and then two of Argentina's finest. They are bringing here the three-piece: power, passion, and precision, isn't it, Mauri?
Yes, 100%. I completely agree with you. We have the Gato Tello, yeah, the left side player from Cordoba in Argentina. You know, very tall, very powerful, but also very good defender. So aside with Martín Dineno, is a very danger pair. They're not going to lose.
I'm on my prime, I'm feeling like Steph. I get my shot and I promise it's wet. Waited too long, but I told him I'm next. I need my bag, just want me to check. Table was mine, I ain't taking less. I told them all I'm as real as it gets. Shit be a shit, dog, I'm cutting the net.
Martín Dineno, what can he produce? We've just seen Team Advantage win that last match against Team Hexagons and got 2 points on the board. Can they make it a double like 11-11 started with a double in the morning session? Martín Dineno, what does he bring to a court? A man who at one stage was told he would never walk again is now one of the top players in the world.
He brings amazing accuracy, like the shots he plays always 85, 90% good. You will never see him heads down, always is up, brings the best out of the partner. He's the perfect example of a right-type player. Good bandejas, good víboras, good defending shots, good chiquitas, and making his partner to win the point.
And his partner, as you say, is a man he knows very well, Juan Teo. He's much taller, 10 centimeters, that helps.
It's like, it's a monster. You know, you're in front of him, but you will see later on if we go downstairs and we see him live, like next to him. He's a big boy. No, actually, it's like he has 5 and he hurts you. You know, he's a big boy, but also, as I'm telling you, he's very good defender. Blocking, you will see the blocks, how he blocks the bajadas or even the smashes. He jumps a lot when the opponents play smashes. So he's a very dangerous player for this kind of course, with this weather in Madrid, which is not very hot, it's cold actually, so the ball doesn't bounce much as if it were summer. So let's see what happens with the Robert Lewandowski team here. Let's see what happens.
Taking it minute by minute, becoming the hero I came to become. Know when I do what I do, when I do it, I ain't gonna stop till it's done. Can never fool me, I got all the tricks. I'm gonna stick to my guns. Never be losing my cool, I'ma stay where I am when the rest of them run. I'ma be turning to the ground like a flamethrower.
Vamos!
I was going to say, that is a man and a pose we've seen with Agustín Tapia. Okay, so what is it that he has? You talked about Martín Dineno, but Agustín Tapia, try and explain why he is at the top of the sport.
I don't know if you know, if the 5 words in the surname of people like him, like Messi, Tapia, you know, you got to compare them because it's kind of, you know, Messi is paddle made in, you know, nowadays. Before used to be Velasteguin, before used to be Juan Martín Díaz. Nowadays, Agustín is the player who sells more tickets, if you want me to
So he's the man that everyone wants to play with. I thought Agüero, yes, they work well together, but everyone would love to play with him.
And watch him playing as well. He makes things that no others do, you know, but he can also lose, you know, of course. He's winning the last 3-4 years. He played with all of the best players in the world, and now he's leading this fantastic game inside the 20x10 court. Playing with Mr. John Sant, a great guy, the DJ, we call him.
Why?
a DJ. Because he likes music and he's a crazy dancer. He's a great guy. I just told you I had a breakfast early with him. He was, very happy to be here as well and competing in this event together with Tapia, which is so much pressure as well for him. He's very
That's
emotional.
a really interesting point, isn't it? Because he himself is a top player.
Yeah.
And yet now he feels he's got to step up to the level of Tapia, the level of Arturo Cuello. And as we will talk about some of the partners that Agustín Tapia has had, I mean, some of the greats of the game. Yeah, right, you step up to that.
Yeah, exactly. And also I'm telling you, like Johnson, he's a top player, but Tapia's number one. And it's that gap. When you are top 1,000 in the world, to go to top 100, then it's perhaps 1 year or 2 years. Then you go to top 200, then it's 200 years. But to go from top 20 to top 10 is a big difference.
You got to go with that one, 54% to 46 in favour of Agustín Tapia, because you have said, look, about 90 seconds ago, if I had a coin, it would go on Dineno and Tello. Win predictor's gone against you, Mari.
Yeah, but anyways, as I'm telling you, it's Agustín Tapia in the other side of the court. Let's keep it like that. It's not bad. Let me see at least. Give me a few games, so then I can give you a little bit of. But the only thing I know is that Tello and Dineno, these pair who are jumping on the court, are never gonna give up. Not even until the very last point.
They know each other. They've succeeded in this format before. They were the Team Advantage champions in 2024. They finished third in 2025. They want to stay on that podium. But this is some challenge that they face. John Sanz, ranked 11, but Agustín Tapia just seems to have some magic in that racket.
This match is, I promise you, for me it's the match of the day because many things, but mainly because, of course, it's Tapia in the house. Also because the court, as I told you before, is winter time, so it's very good for Dineno and Tello that if they were playing, perhaps with other conditions, they're not going to be favorites, even though they're not in this match. And this is how we start the game.
Wow, the ball has gone out of court and yet it's still in play because that wonderful recovery out of court by Agustín Tapia, but that ain't coming back.
If you have a friend who loves padel and you're watching this match and you don't share this match with your friend, you're not a good person. I got to tell you. So now share this with your friends, whoever they are in the world, to tell them, listen, you want to enjoy padel, you got to watch this.
Just settle back as we watch Bandecas. Chiquita, Vibra, Rulo, and also occasional second serves.
Segundo saque.
Okay, segundo saque. Tapia's
no,
doesn't he?
I thought it was blocking. Good one. Comfortably, this first 3 points for the.
Well, according to the win predictor, they need to do that, don't they? Because the win predictor says that Tapia and John Sanz in white at the other side of the court are the favourites, but they have lost the first set, or more to the point, Dineno and Tello have held their serve and taken the first game.
So, this is the father of Mr. Martín Dineno, Turquito Marcelo Dineno, the father of Martín Dineno from Ezeiza, Argentina. Ezeiza is where the airport is. So if you ever fly to Argentina, you got to fly to Buenos Aires city. And in Buenos Aires city, the airport is in a city called Ezeiza. Actually, the airport is called Ezeiza. And that's where Dineno comes from.
Do you want to balance that? Do you want me to mention that Catamarca, which is where Agustín Tapia comes from, which is where you're from, yes? Very close nearby?
What do you mean? No,
you're Barcelona, okay, all right.
No. Listen, we live with Tapia nowadays, 10 minutes away each other. He lives in Barcelona, me too. But the thing is, where he comes from is in Catamarca. It's north of Argentina. It's around 2.5 hours flight.
Lots of mountains.
Exactly, it's 2 hours flight from Buenos Aires. Argentina is quite big. And
too long. So if it hits the glass, as you may not be familiar if you're just watching for the first time, hits the glass first and the back wall, that is not good news, or the side. wall, side glass. And look out for the fence as well. Oh, that's a good shot. Dinero kept that so low.
Yeah. But anyways, Agustin is the typical player who starts measuring, or I don't know how to say it properly in English, but
precision?
To be as precise as he needs for the match. It's like he's not going to waste his time. It's like if with 25% risk I win, I'm not going to risk 30. I risk 25. So that's why you see him walking, like sometimes, like, hey, it seems like he's not doing his best. No, he is, but he will as the time goes through. Now it's 2-0.
And he's lost his serve. He's had it broken. My word, well, that's got us talking.
My coin still go to, it's not easy to play against Dinero and Tello in this kind of, conditions.
Well, they'll be quite happy with that.
In this case, if Tapia would been playing with his current partner, Arturo Coelho, Arturo would reaching the net position within a second. So that's why Tapia sometimes feels that he's quite uncomfortable, opening angles to the opponents and so on, because he's not used. He's used to playing with the lefty, but not at the back, more at the net. Vivoras from Gato Tello. When you 2-0 against Tapia, you get the advantage to, even if you miss the shot, it's no problem, Man, 30 left.
It's the ability that Tapia has to get that ball over the net so low. And you would go, well, that's quite risky, but with him, it doesn't seem so risky.
Perhaps it's a kind of a more advanced tip I will give you now. But the thing is that, why it's a pain playing against Dinero and Tello? Because even if they are winning 3-0, they're not going to risk anyways. Because they're not going to be like, because we're winning now, we play this fancy shot. No. They will carry on the same. And that is why I'm telling you, they're not going to lose. You got to beat them. And that is a tricky thing for this guy, John Sant and Agustin Tapia.
There's quality, but there's nothing necessarily flash about Tello and Dinero.
What? Whoa. That was risky, from John Sant. Now the bajada from Gato Tello. Powerful, short preparation, long follow-through, giving you control, but power. Look at this, short preparation, good follow-through, shot of the back wall. You got to be a master for that. It's not an easy one. We're going to talk about the back walls, perhaps.
We are very shortly at the end of this game, depending on how quickly this finishes. This could be for a 3-0 lead. Oh, it is as well. Whoa. Played 3 games, won 3 games, Dinero and Tello. What a good start. Well.
3-0. I told you it's not that easy for the opponents, even though Tapia, the number 1 player there. They don't have an easy job.
Right, we were talking about back class shots. Mauri is now going to give you a masterclass.
Make the back glass your best friend. I will give you 3 top tips to help you improve in the shot of the back wall. First of all is the position. If you're too close to the back wall, then you're going to be uncomfortable. If you're too far away also. So make sure you are in between service line and the back wall. Second tip, early prep. You have to be ready. Otherwise, you will end up using the wrist, and that is not good because you lose control. And the third one, a very important, decision making. take it easy. You start step by step using the backwards, but then they will become your friends. It's not a rocket science.
The back glass is my friend. I thought it was Mariandrini was my friend. They're both my friend.
Love that. We were recording that stuff. It was very, very good. I think it's a great idea, you know, to show things to the audience, the audience of the Hexagon. To remember, you know, to play with the backwards, your friends. That was a por tres. What does it mean, por tres?
Because it goes out beyond and over the side fence or glass, which is 3 meters high.
Fantastic. Well done. Thank you, Mr. Jonathan.
That's why you're my friend.
But also you got por
taught me
cuatro.
well. Por cuatro, it's the back glass, which is 4 meters high.
And cuatro means four. Yeah, that's why we call it por cuatro, por tres.
Interestingly, out they've come from that change of ends, and
the volley was
2
amazing
points.
as well. Sometimes you got to give credits to what your opponents are doing, you know. It's not only because you did something wrong. Sometimes could be, you know, for example, in that case, let's go a little bit more advanced tip. Tapia missed. Why? Because Teo stepped forward a little bit, risked a little bit, Teo, and play a volley from the service line, not allowing Tapia any preparation for the shot. That was por cuatro we were talking about before.
Very clever though. Measured and disguised the first one, dispatched the second out of court.
I think Teo should have, he missed that por cuatro, Teo, and then so John Sant took the advantage, and now it's 40-15, 3-0 down to the Robert Lewandowski team.
Looking for their first game.
What a coverage from Juan Teo.
The advantage.
Now they changed, you see, they changed sides. That's why perhaps he missed that forehand volley, because in the sport of paddle, you train in one side, and even more if you're a pro, they don't play both sides. Just from a tactical point of view, it doesn't really make sense to you changing sides all the time. That's why we play Australian formation. That means that when you serve, your partner keeps the same position. Doesn't matter if you serve from the right side or from the left side. The thing is that when they change because an emergency game situation happened, so they feel uncomfortable. That's why usually they play high lobs and they recover the position, but wasn't the case in the previous point. That's why Teo lost that forehand volley.
You praised their switch of position. Did that happen because they played together and they just know how to cover each other, whereas others, there might be a miscommunication and actually no one would cover? Or they'll be too slow, they'll be late.
The more they change, let's say, the more emergency situations they have throughout the match, the less they know each other, if you understand the point.
Yep, absolutely.
Good partners are good, they shouldn't change much.
They just know sometimes.
They know what to do, exactly.
Yep.
They know how not to be in a no man's land, how not to be under pressure. The smash por tres, he goes. Ah, he missed the door. He missed it. 15-0. Look. If Dineno reaches that shot, puts the ball in, the ball still in play. I mean, they just carry on playing the point. Is that a spectacular paddle? Yes. And even more highlights to come throughout this week at the Hexagon Cup, the Purple Heart of paddle.
Well judged lob there by Agustin Tapia. Can they take the advantage? They've recovered well, though, Dineno and Teo. Oh, beautiful, into the fence.
I'm telling you, man, that for Tapia it's not easy. This court, these conditions, this weather, everything I was talking in the beginning, to play against Juan Teo. Perhaps you put other player, Ale Galan, #2 in the world, and perhaps would be a little bit easier, let's say.
But in this case, because Tello is a great defender, very offensive, but at the right moment, he's pondering Dineno, he's relaxed. So he enjoys the match. You could tell. 40-15, huh?
This for a 4-1 lead. 4-1 lead.
It could easily be 4-1. It was in.
It plays on. No. And Tello was going already, but he couldn't get there in time.
40-30.
Little details at this level makes a massive difference.
I was going to say, at a lower level, there wouldn't be that much space, would there be, around a court to go chasing out in a recreational park in a lot of places. That's just a goner.
And I will tell you something that people who already play padel might not know, is that the International Padel Federation just changed the rules of the outside dimensions. There used to be 2 meters out to make official court. Now it's going to be 3 meters as from 2026.
Quite right, I would say. But look at this. What a start by Juan Tello and Martin Dineno.
4-1, a very bad news for Tapia and John Sant, because, as I told you since the beginning, Jonathan, that Dineno and Tello can play like this the whole match. So the only ones who have to change the way they're playing at the moment is John and Tapia. Otherwise, this will go in the same way for the next hours. This is okay. Dineno said, okay, we play to John. Like 4, 5, 6 shots, and whenever he's feeling comfortable, I will change to Tapia. Otherwise, I will carry on playing to John Sant cross court. Bien gato, bien gato. Good, good, Juan Tello, good. You're playing a very good offensive shot, blocking good. Now I'm listening to the other guys. No, Martin Dineno. Sorry, no. Yeah, now I'm. It's Martin Canal. Start putting some more pressure on your volleys if you want the opponents to play weaker lobs. Otherwise, you're playing a quite easy volley, so the lobs of their opponents are very good. Does it make sense? It's like he's telling to Tapia, hey, even if you miss a volley, I prefer you to miss a volley rather than giving the opponents the chance to play an amazing lob, cover the net. Good. Well, I mean, I'm a coach, you know, when I see these kind of things like, John something, I help you to the partner. And that is like, I give to you the responsibility to win this. I mean, it's...
You can understand why he's saying that, but as a coach, you would say, I want an equal partnership here, because otherwise, if you're pushing everything onto Agustin
Exactly.
Tapia,
if I were the coach, I would say, no, you don't help. You win this. Do you understand the point?
No,
I mean,
very much so.
It's like, so you take off a little pressure from Tapia, and...
But I think
push John to take decisions.
What was interesting is what they were saying, Martin Dineno and the advantage team, was that we are going to play on John Sant. You can see that. And here we go again, we're into the pack.
Okay, 30 love. Good start from
this. Which it has to be.
Game, yes. They can take this. I mean, it's 40 left. It could happen. You know the good news about these kind of players like Dineno and Tello, that they fight. They miss 2, 3 shots. Okay, we'll come back. We're going to keep the same rhythm. Amazing back, bajada with the backhand. Very risky, difficult. But it shows something from the mental part of the game. And even more for players like John Sant, shows like, hey, emotionally I'm getting better now, so get ready. Because if John Sant feels good, then it's another match. Because he's going to risk and he's going to work. And then he's playing with Tapia. So.
But that's as much to him as much as on Agustin Tapia, but he has to believe more than seemingly he did in that timeout.
In the other side is that you got is Chingo and Dineno, you know, is a very similar way to see and to understand the game.
Yep. Fede Chingoto, who we saw earlier in the day, demolish.
But if you know what I mean, that's why Dineno and Momo will play together in this year, because it's a very similar way. For Momo, it's very interesting to say, if I don't play with Chingo, who's number 2 in the world, I play with Dineno, which is the same way and helps a lot for the tactical part of the game and because they're very good partners.
6-1, 6-1. Chingoto and Momo Gonzalez, who, as Mari was saying, will be playing with Martin Dineno, and they demolished Mike Yanguas and Javi Leal. Extraordinary. 52 minutes. No, 51 actually. That's right. Again, the extra minute.
40-15. It's not going to be 50 minutes this match, but it seems that Dineno and Tello are doing the job. They played the final, don't forget, and they won the final against
2024. They won the final.
Yes, Stupa and Javi Ruiz. I was there doing the commentary as well in the Hexagon for the 3rd consecutive year. I don't know how Hexagon is still calling me. I'm happy to be here. I love it. Thank you.
Well, it's a good match so far, this one. Living up to all expectations. Juan Tello trying to force a 5-2, or bring about, let's not say force, bring about a 5-2 lead in this first set. And that'll do nicely.
How many times already John Sant missed the backhand volley, and that's why Dineno sees blood, and here we go. 5-2 to advantage.
So, we're going to pick up one of your favourite points. 7th game, always a games changer. So 5-2, you reckon Dineno and Tello have got this in the bag? They just need to, they may lose this next one, but they will then come back and hold serve, and on they go.
Yeah, I think from Tapia, let me listen what they have.
Bueno, ¿qué quieres hacer entonces? Para que vos estás cómodo. ¿Qué decir que puede hacer bien? Claro, pero si no te queda, pues digo, tira fuerte por abajo.
Let's see what I was thinking. Was returning direction well. You know when you don't know where to succeed more either to the right side or the left side because you're playing against 2 great defenders. Here is the perfect example. You know, they're not playing to the right or to the left side because Tello is not performing well or because Dineno is missing the shots. No, I mean, if it's the first or the second serve, the return will be either to one or the other one because they're both doing a good job. That's why it's 5-2 down. Actually, Tapia's coach, Martin Canali, is asking to Tapia, what are you going to do? It's like giving him the chance to, I mean, we didn't finalize what Tapia said because he didn't say anything, but was like putting the, like,
okay,
man, let me know what you want to do, and let's try it now that we're losing.
You finish off then. What would you expect Agustin Tapia to do then? He said, right, what do you want to do? What do you think you will do?
I would definitely put Johnson 1 meter more in front of the net and cover a little bit more behind because they're not playing many shots to Tapia. So I would prefer to be 1 step behind John Sant. And so, for 2 reasons. First, because John Sant is missing many backhand volleys. That's because he's a little bit further away from the net. If he's 1 meter more in front, he will reach the ball in front. Secondly, because Tapia has an amazing smash. So do you see exactly this? This is what I mean. Reach it. Yes. With the very top of the racket. But you didn't. This is paddle. You're losing the point, but somehow you start winning again, and then you replay a lob, and then you start again, and then an unforced error coming.
30-0.
So I think it's Tapia has to take a little bit more of the responsibility of the match and tell John, okay, man, just stay there, and whenever you feel comfortable with the ball, just go for it. 30 love. Good.
Great volley.
Oh,
not so good volley.
30-15.
What it means from Tapia. Didn't really make much sense, that mistake, as you know, wasn't necessary to risk much as Dineno was very under pressure.
Nice disguise.
Good from Tapia. You know what I mean? It's like John Santana tried to play like a fake smash.
Yes.
Like, but he knows that if he plays a smash, he wins anyways. And if he fakes it, he risks that the opponents reach the ball. So why? Why not to play the smash? That's the question. 4-15, and now it's game 5-3 to Dineno and Tello, the advantage team against the Robert Lewandowski. All the celebrities, all the stars here in Madrid this week. And Jonathan, of course.
Mari, the fact you're here, that means the stars are aligned. So, team advantage. Dineno on serve. This to close out the first set, 6-3. Thorough at the moment. Dineno and well, that's not normally part of his game, but that's another volley which has gone begging, and Martin Dineno will not mind that at all.
If Dineno smashes from the right side, he's a right side player, he's not used to play, you know, he's not winning with smashes. If you're a right side player, you don't train winning with smashes. You train vibras, bandejas, shots that more, you know, with precision, control, the mental part of the game. But if he's winning with smashes in this match, it's not good news for John and Tapia.
That was good news, though, for the team from RL9, Robert Lewandowski. Well worked, created by Tapia, put away by Sanz.
Yeah, but they got to fight, huh? They got to fight a lot to win that point.
Well, you can see they're going to have to fight even to stay in this first set. If they want to win the match, they're going to have to really redouble their efforts.
No, look at this, huh? Look at this, I'm telling you, look at this! If you let Agustin Tapia run out of the court, get ready, because sometimes he plays even better from outside than inside, so you can imagine. Oh, look at that shot. It's just cool, unbelievable. How easy he makes it look like. So if you're, it doesn't matter where you're in the world, but if you try to do that, man, just be careful, because it looks easy if Agustin Tapia does it.
What's the betting? This becomes 5-4.
That's an have you watched the movie shot. Match Point? There is a move Match Point that it ends like the ball is at the top of the net, and you don't know where it's going to go. That was the moment. The ball was at the very top of the net.
2 break points. This is big, because Dineno and Tello have been in control, but Tapia and Sanz taking inspiration from that shot, that point. What's going to happen now? Can he do this one? Oh!
He tries something very difficult. I mean, Tapia tried to anyways hit that ball through the door, and he didn't have the angle. Have a look at this. He was running out of the court. There was no angle to hit, so he should have chosen to hit the ball above the 3-meter siphons and to come back. But now is golden point.
Which means that the receiver chooses which. So, who's going to serve to?
6-3, John.
It's 6-3 to Dineno and Tello. They've got out of jail, because at one stage they looked as if they were wobbling. Tapia and Sanz were on their way back, but because the golden point, which is a feature of the Hexagon Cup, there is no endless juice advantage.
Laughs, smiles in that team, because they're really, you know, they feel, of course you enter on court to play against Tapia, man, John Sanz, you're under pressure, but by winning 6-3, it's like, hey, we got good news now. If we lose, we're going to lose in a super tie break. So let's try to win this. Think about it there. We have also Christian Gutierrez. Simona Ronnie, the one with glasses and the cap, but also Christian Gutierrez, ex-top padel player in the world. Have a look in the 6-3, 34 minutes match at the moment with 26 against 21. It's not a big difference. It's only one game. If you think about, it's like kind of only one game. It's 5 points. So it's not much difference, I would say, at the moment between these two. 55% of the points won by the advantage team against 45. off-court winners. Have a look at these graphics from the Hexagon. Beautiful. The back wall, 3 of those. Side wall, 1, and bringing it back 0. That makes sense because John Sant's a powerful player, but exactly to hit the ball by 4 meters or by por tres because he's left-handed. That makes sense because the spin he creates with overhead shots makes the ball to bounce, rebounds off the background and go out. But to bring it back, 2 things. First, the weather conditions, let's say, make the court a little bit slower, and secondly, you got Teo in front of you.
Big,
if you don't
tall.
big, tall, he jumps a lot.
Powerful.
So you got to smash like very powerful or very kick the ball to bring it back. And because he doesn't have that skill, that's why he got 0 in bringing the ball back. But I think he's playing a good match. He's not playing a bad match. The thing is that he's, unfortunately for him, playing against a very great defenders like Teo and Dineno. As I told you, Jonathan, that Teo is a great block, he blocking. Look, he's big.
Defense is so important, and that's why at the moment it's leveling out the skill that Agustin Tapia brings to a paddle court.
Get ready, because Tapia, I can tell Tapia put second gear. I can tell you. Right now, I can tell you, I know him well.
And so what have you noticed already?
I've just noticed that the footwork already start moving a little bit more and start covering the court as well a little bit more, like showing that he can also go second gear. And it's what he needs in this match. But this is going to be even more pressure for John Sant, because they might hit more shots to John Sant now. And these mistakes might be coming from the left-handed player playing the smash when he shouldn't, or, It's hard for the left-handed player to be defensive. Left-handed player, I'm also lefty. I'm a left-handed player. I always play on the right side, offensive, because we cover the middle with the forehand. It's tactically, we are good. But I would say that we still, this kind of mistakes, because it's not unforced error, but it's a mistake. It's like, man, how many points did you win by bringing the ball back? 0. Okay, don't try it. It's not the match for that. How would you explain that to his head now? No, it's not going to perhaps work. That's why padel at this level, I read perhaps the game differently than if someone is just starting to watch the match. Because as I'm telling you before, I was there and I know what they might be thinking.
Agustin Tapia is about to have his serve broken again unless John Sant can rouse himself, and he has done there. Don't bring it back, John, just get it out.
That's what he needs.
And that's what he's done.
He needs these, he needs the people to... There we have Marina Lobo, top player as well, and Martin Dineno's girlfriend. Hello, how are you doing?
Smiling at the moment.
Yeah.
But maybe anxious if Tapia finds a few more gears. Whoa.
Hey.
Whoa, that was...
Breaker.
Yes.
Break down.
Serve again.
Yes, break down. Still, Dineno and Teo leading, also starting with a break in the second set. But what's the crazy thing is that you see Tapia's face and he's like, still like, no worries. We can still win this,
Now, how about this? 54.
Still
46. It's
still
staying
the same.
Interesting.
It's
Okay, well,
interesting.
so we're settling in
changed.
we're settling in for 3 sets then, according to the win predictor. Let's see what Teo and Dineno would think of that, because they got 1 game already in set 2, and it was a break of serve significant against Tapia.
I mean,
that's not coming back, is it?
I'm not, I don't want to go against those numbers.
But you are.
But I am.
Yeah.
100%. I mean, it's if you've watched padel since the last 7 years. You know the players you are facing against. You know, having Teo. You know, have a look on the. Okay, Tapia won that point, but they didn't lose. And this is, you know, it makes the difference in this match. And John Sanz doesn't seem to be very comfortable. And when you're not comfortable, you cannot get that comfortableness within 10 minutes. You know, it's not that they're not comfortable because it's not feeling good. It's because the others are better.
Yes.
At least today. What a smash from Gato Teo! The perfect smash. Actually, was what Tapia tried to do in the previous game that he missed off the back wall, because the smash, the further away the ball goes, the deeper the smash has to be in order to take the height after the rebound of the back wall. Do you follow me? I don't know how to explain this.
No, I guess we saw it, absolutely.
But what I mean is that sometimes, you know, the deeper the lob goes, tennis players love to play these kind of smashes because, you know, they come from tennis, and in tennis, the smashing paddle is kind of a second serve in tennis, you know. 2-0.
Hold of serve. John Sanz is next up to serve. Now, John, 6-3, the first set escaped. You need to hold this, need to come to the party big time for your partner, Agustin Tapia.
No, man, no. It's a pain playing against these two guys. Have a look at the Chiquita that Juan Teo played straight after an amazing volley from Tapia. He just moved a little bit and played a great Chiquita down
Which
to
just
Johnson's
goes very
feet.
close over that, a very sharp volley, really, wasn't it?
It's worry face from Martin Canali, the Argentinian coach, current coach of Tapia and Coelho. Good decision, beautiful speed. Faster doesn't mean better. This is paddle about. Great decisions, smarter shots.
Oh, that wasn't coming back, was it? Well, put it this way, neither Dineno or Teo were going to be part of it coming back, because that was hit beautifully.
Yes.
By Agustin
But did you see
Tapia.
what Tapia did? I mean, the amount of power is good, but the quick rebound of the back wall.
Yes.
You know, it's important. No. Oh. Unbelievable. Martin Dineno outside the court, playing smoothly and nicely. Nothing to do to Tapia. Look at this. Pff, man, what? Only in paddle you can see this. This is spectacular. When paddle grows in America, they're going to absolutely love it.
Yep.
Because it's a massive show. I was in America, in New York last year, and I went to watch the NBA. And
NBA basketball.
Basketball. It was a show.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But I think this is even more show.
Well,
Sorry about those basketball
I was going
lovers.
to say, paddle versus NBA, an unequal fight at the moment, but maybe later. Oh, no. Whoa. So it's a golden point.
Golden point. This, it might be a decisive, how do you say in English? Decisive? No.
Decisive?
Decisive, thank you
Yes.
very much. Decisive point.
Juan Teo has decided to take it. Oh,
with the second serve. Let's see.
This has got to be good for John Sanz, and you can tell Agustin Tapia just trying to chill him.
Igual, the same. Great defending from Martin Dineno, and was error from John Sanz. 3-0 to advantage team against Robert Lewandowski.
It's exactly what we had in the first set. Carbon copy. It's a mistake, and it's another three-game lead for the Argentine pairing of Dineno and Juan Teo.
You could see this is 6-3 or 9-3. you put it as you want. If there were no sets in paddle, this would be 9-3 at the moment, which makes the gap even bigger than what it is.
That's a very good point. That's an interesting way of putting it, which is not what your friend Marta is going to be saying. Right. While RL9 team trying to work out how they're going to come back, let's go down to Paulita, who's got some Argentine fans. Tell us more.
Yes, I mean, there are a whole bunch of people gathering together here, but looking at these flags, this is the flag of Navarra, one of Spain's region where John Sanz comes from, and an Argentinian flag for Agustín Tapia. So I'm assuming who are these people supporting so far. Aren't you? You're rooting for this pair.
Sorry?
You are rooting tonight for John. How are you seeing today?
Well, they're fighting. They're fighting.
And I would like to know, there are not many English speaker people here. What's beautiful, what's magic electric about this sport? What do you love?
Well, I love paddle in general, so everything about the sport.
Well, we'll let you watch it. Bye.
Thank you very much, Paula. Amazing. I don't know if she's Argentinian or not. There are not many.
That seemed quite an American lilt to it, maybe.
Or perhaps an Argentinian who used to live in America, you know? I'm from Argentina, but I used to live in the UK. Yeah. That's why my...
Don't tell me you got a UK accent.
No, do I? Of kind of... I mean, it's, no. Essex, imagine. You must, Mike? How you doing, Mike?
You've still got that essential Argentine feel. That's great.
Yeah.
And your fellow countrymen, Martin Deneo and Juan Teo, are doing you proud. Agustín Tapia, the other Argentine on court, find a way back with his partner John Sanz, because it's a real struggle to make things work. Nice swing there for Mandeka. That's a tidy one. Yep.
You know what happens? I mean, I got to tell that for Tapia is hard, because when you play with a player like no. This is just unreal. This shot we've just seen from Agustín Tapia, I've never seen something like this before. Have a look from outside. No. Thanks God, Agustín Tapia is with us. Have a look at the shot.
And look at his face when he does it.
Man, if he cannot believe it,
even
imagine
us,
Agustín. Imagine us.
That tells you how good it was. Wow.
Hey, start taking notes. The guys there in the production, just please take notes of this. Perhaps it could be the point, at least of the day or of the year. I don't know.
Well, we've seen Momo Gonzalez already do something special. That'll do nicely. That's it's exactly what we said might happen.
Yeah, because
they need to catch fire fast.
They need it, 100%. Now it's 15-40, they got 3 break points. They need Tapia to do his job, and John Sanz not to miss. If John Sanz does not miss, at least Agustín Tapia can try. But the point is that, you know, Agustín is too comfortable to play with Coelho, who wins so many points with overhead shots. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Yep. I'm telling you, look at this magic from Caja Mágica, Argentina to Madrid to the world. Oh, yes. This is unreal, Jonathan.
Not looking where the ball was going to go, just used the racket, back it goes, in court, thank you, point and game.
It's not rocket science unless it's Agustín Tapia showing us it is a science. What an amazing
Is it a science or is it an art? I mean, because that was quite magnificent. An artist at work we're watching here.
There we go to John Sanz, I promise you, big time now, because when you see Agustín Tapia, that motion as is performing now, then is the moment where you cannot hit the ball to him. He will make something. You know what I mean?
He's doing it all at the moment.
Yeah, he's going there where he's usually where he goes and plays with his partner. He would not go and cover much, because Coelho would cover much more the middle, as perhaps John Sanz would.
senses an urgency about Agustin Tapia, which we haven't seen before. He's been fired up by that wonder shot. Oh, and it's coming their way.
Well, playing to the middle for Teo and Dineno is the safest, like for everyone, yeah, to play to the middle and, you know, 50 centimeters from the net height, so it's safe a shot. But when you play against a lefty, your problem is that the lefty has the forehand as well in the middle, so it's easier to attack for the left-handed player. This is what they need. John Sanz, not to miss. Touch the net. Teo touched the net.
Yep.
But if he didn't touch the net, then it would have been not a great decision from John Sanz to play that smash, if you understand what I mean.
I do.
They could have won the point, and then it's another story, you know? 40-15, exactly what they need. Didn't know we play a low and Chen side? No. Stay there. Pegale, he says, go for it, smash it. I cannot translate that. He said, run. That's exactly what he doesn't
needed to go over. Yes. No, but that had to go over. It's another error.
Teo said to Dineno, like in a fun way, like, run some of a...
Run fast, yes, get it.
3-1, 40-30, 2 break points. Not 2 break points.
No,
2 points for win the game for Tapia.
Tapia needs to hold his serve for the first time. And that isn't going to help him.
Big mistake, because it was a great lob from Teo. Golden point, and this is a decider, I promise you. If this goes to Dineno and Teo, and then with 4-1 up, they serve, then it's kind of, not telling you the end of the match, but it's going to be very tough to Tapia and John Sanz. Let's see. Great bajada.
Chose to get the serve to him. He's working at the moment. Snatched at that one.
We're going match. We're going match, Jonathan.
Yep.
This, I told you, was perhaps the match of the day. And that's why Tapia is smiling, because he knows they can still have many chances to win this.
So let's zoom in on team advantage, because this is their first big challenge, their first hiccup.
Let's listen, I will try to translate what they say. So guys, don't blame yourself. There were 3 amazing shots from Agustin Tapia. It's like nothing to do there. It doesn't depend on you. Put the ball away from Agustin. That's exactly what they're talking about. The moment is not. It's what I told you just before. Perhaps those who know about padel, they already know. And the mano a mano means that hand to hand. When you play cross court 1-1 against Agustin, this is to Gato Teo. When you play to Agustin Tapia 1-1, it's like, okay, it's all good. You can go for it when you're comfortable. Whenever you feel a little bit uncomfortable, change to John, and then you, Martin Dineno, go back to start and reset the point. That's actually tactically what they were talking about.
First time we've not seen them smiling, Teo and Dineno, because they know that man there has got some inspiration, and there's a relief, you can tell.
Can make their life like a little bit complicated.
And there's evidence there of a little bit of anxiety creeping into Martin Dineno. And there's another example. This serve has been rock solid.
Such a lovely sportsman. Love it, because is that when does it come the mistake that could change things over to the other side? Now, you know, 3-2 second set against Tapia. Could be 4-1, but now 2 unforced errors serving, could be to 3-0. That's why Tapia was smiling a minute and a half ago, because they know it. They know how padel works. Not because, you know, they know they will win, but they know that it will be a chance that perhaps even great defenders like Dineno can miss, just not because they're not good, just because the momentum of the match.
It's changed. And look, he's making mistakes now, which we haven't seen that all match so far.
Oh, goodness.
The body's tightened. The shots aren't flowing. Wow, 4 break points.
Richie, but not.
15-40.
Teo wants that ball, and I know him. He was that ball.
Superstitious or superstitious?
Yeah, he will make Dineno to serve with that ball. He used to play with Chingoto long time together.
Yes, 7 years, I think, wasn't it?
No, more than 7 years. They were 7 years top players in Argentina, junior world champions. But then, you know, all of a sudden they decided to split time. There was the gato and the mouse, the gato and raton. That's why we call it, you know, Chingoto Teo was, you know, even though I will tell you something, there were people who thought that Teo Chingoto was one surname. Now Teo Chingoto, where's that Teo Chingoto? Well, it's 2 people, not one, because they were too used to hear those surnames. Man. Punto de oro.
Wow.
Golden point.
What a great recovery from Martin Dineo. So, who's going to receive now?
I think we go Tapia because
he's going to choose to receive. No surprise.
Change the serve now to the forehand side of Tapia.
Massive this.
Dale. No,
he's taken it.
No, from there, Gato Teo said, I will cover the middle, so you better smash next time. The fake smash from Agustin Tapia didn't work this time, and it was a very important point, I would say.
Massive hold of serve too for Martin Dineo, and look at him there in the background. Frustration for John Sanz. Martin Dineo knows that's big. 4-2.
It was also frustration for John Sanz because John asked Tapia to smash. He said, go for it. He said, por favor, go for it. It's like, please smash it. And Tapia didn't. But sometimes players at this level, they do it in purpose. Like, you tell to your partner, smash it, and then you fake it. You know? It's a tricky thing, but
can't coach it, can you? What a great recovery by John Sanz. And he's there again.
It's too hard, man, for John and Tapia to fight and fight and fight.
What a great point this is. If John Sanz and Tapia take it.
And carry on fighting, and they one more.
Picked up.
No. Oh! He tried to play with that shaman. That's magic. That's magic. And even magic is working from the Robert Lewandowski team. Tapia and John Sanz, because they're playing against 2 amazing defenders like Teo and Dineno. You see, Teo and Chingoto, I meant to say.
Yeah. See, you're falling into your own trap.
Yes, 100%. Did you see something? I mean, we call it the resting area. Like the resting is that when you feel comfortable. If you think about how many times John Sanz put the opponents under pressure with the overhead shots, not much. You know, so they can rest by playing lobs to John Sanz and not to Tapia.
Magnificent pickup there by Teo.
They know if they play the lobs there, okay, still okay, you know? It's crazy, it's crazy. No. Look at this. It carries on. If the ball hits the top of the fence, then the ball's still in play.
Beautiful
Another
ruler.
pickup as well.
Beautiful ruler. Oh, man,
It was a brilliant pickup by
hands are
Dineo.
sweating.
Another magnificent point.
If I were Teo and Dinero, I would change sides. I would play a high lob and change sides.
Oh, no.
Because
Too
otherwise
long.
this will
That's
happen.
what's going to happen.
This will happen otherwise. And the comfortable Dinero is not a left side player. He's not a right side player. And John Sanford knows it.
That was a lovely touch, wasn't it? That wasn't just putting it anywhere, that was putting it deep.
They're laughing. Teo is telling like, John, come on, man, how do you reach that? And John Sanford think, what? You didn't have any faith on me reaching that shot? You didn't believe me?
Even Agustin Tapia couldn't get that. That's the quality there from Juan Teo. And there are now 3 break points.
No, such a strong pair. Actually, last year, you know, sometimes pairs divorce. You know, they split up because anything. And last year, when Dinero and Teo decided to split up, it was like no one understood. I said, why? You get on each other, you're an amazing pair, they're not winning. And Dinero had the chance to play with a very powerful player like Osburger. But Dinero and Teo, man, I promise you, they are like semi-finalist players all the time.
Yep.
And Dinero with Osburger or with any other player could be reaching a final one day, but losing the first time, the first round.
He went on to play with Stupaczuk, didn't he? Franco Stupaczuk?
Yeah, they did
Super
for
Vives.
only for the last 2 tournaments of the year.
But they played well. It was a great rhythm and chemistry between them.
Playing with Dinero
yes.
is always a good option. He allows you, he helps you to cover perfectly the court. That's why it makes the advantage team to lead this game for 5-2 in the second set. There is no many chances for Tapia and Jonah, I think, in this match.
Well, they've got to make it 5-3 for a start. So when they come back, we've got a game changer. It's 7 games for you.
Vamos a ganar la red ahora, porque le va a tirar el globo al Rengo, el Rengo se va a pasar, lo va a pasar. Una vez que bloquea John, la volea no la aflojas, seguí. Lo mismo para vos, Abu, no aflojes. ¿Vale?
Court coverage from Agustin Tapia. They're covering a little bit on the Johnson pop, not much because John is a left-handed player. And have a look at where he covers the most. Yeah, he's closer to the sidewall when he's defending. Yeah, a little bit behind the service line, as we should be positioned when playing lobs or defending properly. And when he was at the net, he's not in the transition area most of the times. And usually when he plays with the current partner, which is Coelho, if the graphics was in a match with Coelho, he would be like 85% of the times behind the line. Because he doesn't need to go much forwards unless. And when he goes forward with Coelho, they usually win the ball at the net. There is no other chances because they don't play lobs to Coelho. They play to Tapia, and when they play lobs to Tapia, he also wins. Yeah. But in this case, when they play the lobs to John, well, sometimes John does his job, which is the maximum he does.
Servicio con bolas nuevas, Juan Teo.
So, Juan Teo serving for the match. John Sanz, Agustin Tapia have got to find a way back. They've got to break this serve, and then they've got to go on a great run. Oh, he didn't like that ball. Well, has he noticed something? Is he not that precise? Is he?
Who's that?
Juan Teo?
Why? What did he do?
Just got the balls there, or they were new balls that he brought in?
Yeah, when they get new balls, usually they start hitting the balls to the glass and to make like the ball,
yeah,
okay, we're ready to play.
No, but just, given you said that he's so superstitious, thinking, has he already chosen the balls that he wants?
Yes. That ball was going out, so it was that one as well. Still, you know, it's crazy, but it's still no understanding. I mean, we're talking about top 12 in the world. Still no understanding that, man, if you make mistake, you lose. And you're playing with Tapia, that usually wins.
Yes.
But let's find the solution.
4x3 por everything. John Sanz.
That was takeoff. Poor Agustin that was for. Wonderful athleticism by John Sanz to atone from that earlier volley error. But they're still up against it. Try to stay in the match. He's gone.
Ah, man, what a touch. What a beautiful shot with, and look, with the backhand, huh? Look. He turns there, backhand. He puts the ball to sleep, just right next to the net.
Through such a narrow gap.
Because think about
going the wrong way.
He meant the shot to the net.
Oh yeah.
He meant it. That's the difficult thing. You got to run out of the court without touching anything. Otherwise you lose.
Here's Tapia. Oh, and he can't get there. Dineno did. Tapia didn't. 3 match points for team advantage.
3 match points, well-deserved match points for Dineno and Teo, who just did what they know. They know how to play this game. They don't know how to play other game. That's why being a good defenders, good tactical players can make you a very good paddle player. Even though if you don't have an amazing overhead shot or a winning shot.
And that's it.
That makes you win matches.
6-3, 6-2, Juan Teo, Martin Dineno take down John Sanz and the number 1, Agustin Tapia. Team advantage. Finished the first day of the Generali Hexagon Cup with 2 wins.
1 coin for them, I told you in the beginning. And people don't trust sometimes.
Where was the win predictor? Winnie P got it wrong. But fair play, they got it right. That was a mighty, impressive performance. And success for Agustin Tapia at the Hexagon Cup remains elusive. So for team advantage, it's Ruiz and Stupaczuk tomorrow for the Rafa Nadal Academy.
Yes. Well, they play against them.
Yep, the victory dance.
Man, we're going to see a final against, tomorrow, because they just play in 2024 the final. Dineno and Teo against Stupaczuk, Franco Stupaczuk.
And then this is going to be interesting. Tapia and Sanz against Yanguas and Leal. That's on Friday. So they were the 2 who at the pair who were completely overwhelmed by Chingotto and Gonzalez. No wonder he's smiling. That was a very efficient performance.
Tough match would be if Dineno and Teo play against Momo, and that would be Chingo. That would be a great match.
You've got to look forward to that. You've got to wait till Saturday for that, all right? All right? Just calm. We've only started on Wednesday, but that's the one to look forward to, which could be a decider as to who goes through, because we get the top 4 teams going through to the finals day on Sunday, and it's the top 2 playing for the Hexagon Cup. Teams 3 and 4 playing for the 3rd place, which is what Juan Teo and Martin Dineno did last year for 3rd place. The winners in 24, 3rd place in 25. What does 2026 hold for them? Well,
last match of the day, first day Hexagon Cup. I'm so happy to see the amount of people here.
First day, Wednesday. You're rushing us on.
Fantastic.
They've had a good evening, and on a day which has seen all kinds of different weathers for Madrid. Rain, sleet, snow, sunshine. Let's get down to the winners then. And Paula.
Vamos a buscar las primeras impresiones de estos últimos ganadores de la jornada. Enhorabuena, chicos, por haber vencido a esta pareja, al número 1 del mundo, y a un español jugando en casa. Y Martín, además, te has llevado el MVP de este partido.
Bueno, muchas gracias, buenas noches. Bueno, muy feliz, siempre esta semana la disfrutamos un montón.
Very happy. He says that this week he lives, he's Argentinian, but he lives in Madrid. He says it's the first tournament of the year that I enjoy a lot.
Muy especial, déjame agradecerle a Arran y a todos los que hacen posible.
He said thanks to Arran from the Advantage team.
Así que sí, ganamos un partidazo, creo que
We just won an amazing match.
Nos conocemos, somos amigos, jugamos, bueno, como hoy creo que jugamos muy bien.
We play very good with Juan Tello. He's a good friend, he's a very good partner, and it's very easy to play with him. That's why that's why we won this match. Paula said you made a good homework, you came like calm, you knew how to play the match. Thanks everyone for coming, even though the weather outside doesn't help much because it was raining, cold and snowing today morning. He said, well, to me playing with Martin is always a pleasure, not only because he's a great player, but also he's a great friend.
La verdad es que no, lo siento.
Sí, así que nada, contento, feliz y lo seguimos esperando mañana, que sigan viniendo.
Yeah, he's happy about winning this match. We're playing with Martín Dineno together. And
Nos ha encantado, no es realmente una pregunta, es una afirmación, nos ha encantado volver a veros.
It's not a question, it's a confirmation, Paula said. It's not, we love to watch you playing again together in this hexagon. So, and as you know, it's full of Argentinians in Spain as well, and there are people here supporting you.
Sí, bueno, viste, los argentinos somos bastante pasionales.
The Argentinians were very passionate, he says, and we go to every corner in the world, so wherever we go in the world, there are Argentinians around, and even more if in padel, because padel is a long time in Argentina as well. Congratulations, Paula is congratulating the team, the Advantage team, and see you very soon, guys.
Expert job, Mauri. And now just take us through these stats. 4 break points out of 8, just 1 out of 7 for the Robert Lewandowski team.
Surprised me a little bit. You know, the first set was like a 54 as well, points won against 48. You know, it wasn't big difference, but this one is a big gap. I mean, 14 and 13 points different, it is. That's why it's 6-2. In 1 hour and 7 minutes, beautiful match we've just watched.
So this is what we've seen today. Victories for 11-11 in matches 1 and 2. Then a win for Robert Lewandowski's number 9 team. Then Crew Padel, the defending champions, come through, and what a finish to the day. Advantage women 2-0, Advantage men 2-0. And that means when we look at the league table, the standings, you will see 11-11, who won the first 2, matched by Advantage because they won the last 2. There we have it. Robert Lewandowski's Team RN line had the chance to go joint top, but they didn't take it. So 11-11, and Advantage had a good day. For the Rafa Nadal Academy team, who were runners-up last year, they've got a bit of work to do. They will stir themselves, no doubt, tomorrow. But for Eva Longoria and Andy Murray, 2 captains, 2 owners of the teams, 11-11 and Andy Murray for Advantage, that's a tidy start. But so much can change. This is just the first day. We've got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, before finals day on Sunday. So, who was your shot of the day by Mauri? Don't hesitate. Tapia, Momo Gonzalez, which is it? Oh, it's a long pause.
Momo Gonzalez.
Momo Gonzalez, okay then?
Even though Tapia is my friend, but Momo Gonzalez.
So, we've had a high standard set, and we thoroughly enjoyed it. Emily Kilner and Sandy Farkas in the morning, Jonathan Ledyard and Mario Andrini in the afternoon. And if you enjoyed us today on Wednesday, the only good thing to do is to come back tomorrow. We'll see you then. But for now, buenas noches.